Radio Theatre, presented from its new home on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California. Lux presents Hollywood. Such great personalities as William Powell, Myrna Loy, W.S. Van Dyke, Leda Barra, James Seymour, Minna Gamble, Porter Hall, and many others will take part in this presentation sent to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty soap of the stars. Appearing before a distinguished Hollywood audience, Mr. Powell, Miss Loy, and a cast of 18 great players present the play that has broken box office records from coast to coast, The Thin Man. And as producer tonight, we present the director who did The Thin Man on the screen, together with such triumphs as Naughty Marietta, Trader Horn, Rose Marie, I Live My Life, and countless other smash hit pictures. Mr. W.S. Van Dyke. Mr. Van Dyke.
Hello, everybody. Well, it's a great scene at the Lux Radio Theatre tonight. In our audience, we have Betty Davis, Jimmy and Lucille Gleason, Bob Armstrong, Ole Olson of Olson and Johnson, Stu Irwin, Jimmy Starr, famous communist, Evelyn Venable, Mr. and Mrs. Leon Schlesinger. Maybe it would interest you a little inside information on the show we're doing tonight, The Thin Man, and about William Powell and Myrna Loy, who are going to do it for you. As you know, The Thin Man was a best-selling novel by Dashiell Hammett. Hans Stromberg, down at the studio, MGM, got a hold of it and brought it to me. Woody said, if you'll make this picture, I'll buy the story. Well, I read it, and while it was a good enough mystery story, there was something else about the book that struck me. Here was something new and fresh and very charming. A romance between a man and his wife. It's a story of a couple of kids that understood each other and had a blessed confidence in each other. Beneath all the casualness and all the wise cracking, there's a lovely, wholesome relationship. Something really deep and sweet and inspiring. Well, we decided to make the picture. Albert Hackett and Francis Goodrich wrote a swell script. William Powell and Myrna Loy played the parts. And how? They played them beautifully, because Powell was just Powell and Loy was just Loy. Both of them wise-cracking all the time and clowning right through the picture. I suppose you know that plenty of motion pictures take from 2 months to a year to shoot. We did The Thin Man in 16 days, retakes and all. Of course, it wasn't a pretentious picture. We didn't make it as one. I hate epics. But it is evident that people liked it. It has been very interesting to study out how they could tell this story on the radio. Bill and Myrna have had a lot of fun getting it ready for you, just as they did making the picture. And from the original story, from the original motion picture cast, we have, and are fortunate in having, Minna Gamble, Porter Hall, William Henry, and Thomas Jackson here tonight. So here we go, with William Powell and Nick Charles, and Myrna Loy as Nora in The Thin Man. Here they come, Bill Powell and Myrna Loy. We're in a fashionable cafe, Montmartre, New York City. It's Christmas Eve, and the well-appointed dining room is filling rapidly. From the bar comes a good-looking young fellow of about 35, tall, casual, and worldly wise. He's Nick Charles, the well-known private detective, played by William Powell. And he's waiting for his charming wife, Nora, played by Myrna Loy. As he takes his place at the table, a young girl on the other side of the room recognizes him and hurries over.
Aren't you Mr. Nick Charles, the detective?
Yes, I'm Nick Charles.
I thought I recognized you. My name is Dorothy Winans.
Oh, yes? How do you do?
Do you mind if I sit down for a moment?
No, but I'm expecting my wife in a few minutes. You don't mind explaining your presence to her?
Oh, of course. That's my fiancé over there at the other table.
Oh, well, that makes everything all right, doesn't it? Sit down.
Thank you.
Your name is,
Dorothy Winans. I'm Clyde Winans' daughter.
Clyde Winans. Oh, yes, of course. Your father was having some trouble about one of his inventions a few years ago. I handled the case for him.
I know. That's why I want to speak to you now.
Oh. Well, I'm not practicing anymore, Miss Winans. You see, I've retired.
Please, Mr. Charles. I need you.
Oh. What seems to be the trouble?
It's Dad. He went away about 3 months ago, and I haven't heard from him. Not a word. I'm worried sick.
Oh, I wouldn't if I were you. After all, he's an inventor. He gets an idea he wants to work on. It's only natural that he should hide away somewhere. He's done it before.
Yes, but never for 3 months.
Did you see him before he left?
No, Mr. Macaulay was the only one he spoke to. Well, Macaulay and Julia Wolfe. She's Dad's secretary.
Julia Wolfe. Oh, yes, I believe I've met her. Macaulay is your father's lawyer, isn't he?
Yes.
His lawyer and his secretary both speak to him before he leaves, but no one knows where he went.
He wouldn't tell them.
What about your mother? He wouldn't tell her either?
No, Mother and Dad aren't... They haven't seen each other for some time.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know just what I can do for you. Why don't you speak to Macaulay? Maybe he's heard from your father and forgotten to let you know.
Oh, well, I'll call him now.
That's the girl. Let me know how it turns out, will you?
Of course. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'll be here.
Madam, you can't bring that dog in here. Dogs aren't allowed. I'm sorry, madam.
I'll be here, Aster. Aster, come here, boy. Here. Down, boy.
But, madam,
down.
it isn't only your dog. We allowed everyone.
Oh, here you are.
Aster. Quiet, Aster. Quiet. Hello, Nora. I hear you brought the dog.
I didn't bring him. He brought me. I think the doorman's mad, miss.
Madam, I'm afraid you'll have to take the dog outside.
All right, Joe. It's my dog and my wife.
You might have mentioned me first.
But, Mr. Charles, are you sure that...
Of course I'm sure. He's well trained. He'll behave himself.
nobody might bite someone?
Oh, no. Only me, Joe. He only bites me.
Yes, he's fussy about what he eats.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll be responsible for him.
Very well, sir. If you say so.
There you are, my dear. See what an influential husband you've got?
You do stand in the door, men. Mr. Charles.
Oh, yes, Dorothy?
May I introduce my fiancé, Andy Reed, Mr. Charles?
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Any luck, Dorothy?
Yes, he's just around the corner.
Your father?
No, Mr. Macaulay.
We're going to see him now.
Oh, fine.
Nick?
Yes, my dear? Oh, I beg your pardon. Miss Wynant, Mr. Reed, my wife.
How do you do? I'm sorry we have to rush, but you'll excuse us, Mr. Charles. Of course.
We're at the Normandy for a couple of weeks. Why don't you drop around?
Thanks, we will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Charles.
Goodbye. Pretty girl.
You like blondes.
You got tight?
Only you, darling. Lanky brunettes with wicked jaws.
Who is she?
Dorothy Wynant, daughter of Clyde Wynant. I worked on a case for her father. Some nut wanted to kill him.
Charming. What's the matter now?
Wynant disappeared. I was afraid something happened to him.
Has anything happened to him?
My darling wife. How do I know? Funny, though. That secretary of his ought to know something.
Secretaries usually do. Who is she?
Julia Wolfe. Smart girl, Julia. I always suspected she had some kind of hold on Wynant, and that's why he kept her on.
Maybe you ought to give her a ring.
What for?
Oh, just to say hello.
Maybe.
Want a nickel?
No, I've got one. I'll be right back. Hello? I want Skylar, 40962. No, Skylar. That's right. 409.
Hello? Yes, Julia Wolfe speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Mr. Charles. Yes? What was it you wanted to... Oh, no, I don't. He didn't tell me. Not a word. I'm sorry. That's all right. Goodbye. Morelli.
Coming. Well, who was that?
Nick Charles.
The detective?
He wanted to know where Wynant was.
Oh, yeah? Why?
He didn't say.
Did anyone see Wynant come here that night? The night you and him had the scrap?
I don't know.
No? Well, I guess I'll scram.
Wait a minute, Morelli. Where are you going?
Oh, taking a little stroll, that's all. If Nick Charles is going to pop up around here, I want to be far away when he does.
Ah, don't be a fool, Morelli.
Fool, huh? Hey, listen, sister, I got a record 9 itching to come face to face with no dick.
Sit down, Morelli. You need money, don't you?
Yeah. What about it? You got some?
Plenty. I'm Wynant's secretary.
Oh, yeah? What do you mean by that?
Wouldn't you like to know? Your friend Pierre serves good dinners, Nick.
Mm-hmm. All right.
You still didn't tell me what Julia Wolf had to say.
Nothing. She didn't know where he was, that's all. Finished?
Finished.
Let's get out. We'll grab a cab and get back to the hotel.
Ready and willing. Where's my purse? Come on, Esther.
Joe, call me cab.
Hello? Hello? Esther, be quiet. Stop it. Hello? Yes? Who is it? Miss... Oh, he is. I see. Thank you. Oh, Nick?
Yeah?
It's Mr. McCauley. He's on his way up.
Call him. What he wants?
Isn't he Wynant's lawyer?
Yeah?
Maybe he's got some news.
Well, he ought... Say, you're worrying an awful lot about this business. Forget it.
I'll open it. I'm Mrs. Shaw. Come in.
Hello, McCauley.
Hello, Charles. Well, how are you?
Fine. Sit down.
Thanks. Dorothy told me you were here. I took the liberty of coming to see you.
Of course.
Charles, what's Mimi up to?
Mimi? Oh, Dorothy's mother. Does she have to be up to something?
She usually is, trying one way or another to get money out of Wynant. I wanted to find out if you were, sleuthing for her.
I haven't been a detective 4 years.
You don't say.
Oh, my wife's father died and left her a lumber mill, a narrow gauge railroad, and, a couple of other things. I'm looking after them.
I see.
What's all the fuss about? Is Wynant in hiding?
Yeah, you know as much about it as I do. I haven't seen him in 3 months. He sends word through Julia Wolf when he wants money. I give it to her, and he gives it to him.
Mine? Hello? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mr. McCauley. Your office.
Oh, thank you. Hello? What? He is? Oh, where is he? Oh, very well. Well, he's back in town.
Mr. Wynant?
Yes, thank heaven. He's waiting for me now. Well, I've got to rush. I'll tell you, it's no joke working for a man like that. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Charles. Goodbye, Charles.
Hello?
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. $11:30. Almost Christmas, darling.
If that's a hint, you can drop it. You get your present at breakfast, not a minute before.
Please. You know, Nick, I've been thinking. It's funny the way Wynant pops up all of a sudden.
Yes. Wasn't it?
You think there's anything behind it?
Why should there be?
I don't know. It just strikes me as being funny, that's all. You're nearer than I am, darling.
Hello? Speaking. Oh, hello, Dorothy. What? When? Yes, of course I'll be here.
What is it, darling? Darling, what is it?
Julia Wolf has just been murdered.
You are listening to William Powell and Myrna Loy in the story of The Thin Man from the stage of the Lux Radio Theatre in Hollywood Boulevard. Before we go on with the story of Nick and Nora, we want to take you on a quick tour of Hollywood.
Lobby of the Hotel Roosevelt, where stars and newcomers gather. A young actress just breaking into pictures is telling her friend of her success.
Well, there's one thing. I've got one of the best managers in Hollywood, and that means a lot. Oh, but the rules he's laid down for me.
Gee, what do you mean, rules?
Well, you'd think I was going into training for the Olympics. I've got to lose 5 pounds. I've got to take lessons in singing and diction, and of course my complexion's got to be perfect. I've got to be more careful than ever not to get little blemishes or enlarged pores and what they call cosmetic skin. Thank goodness I know enough to use Lux toilet soap regularly, the way everybody around here does.
9 out of 10 beautiful Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap. and have for years. Here's what the famous Claudette Colbert has to say. When I tell people how simple my complexion care is, they always seem surprised. I use cosmetics, of course, but I always use Lux toilet soap to guard against cosmetic skin. It's easy to keep skin lovely, my way.
And now, on with the show of the Thin Man. An hour has gone by since Nick heard about the murder of Julia Wolfe. In the living room of their suite at the hotel, Nick and Nora are listening to the radio. A news reporter is broadcasting the latest developments of the case.
And here's the latest news of the Julia Wolfe murder. The police have found out that the beautiful blonde secretary was the gangster's girl, was spreading the dragnet for one Joe Morelli, said to be hiding out somewhere in the city. In Paris today, the Chamber of Deputies...
Never mind the Chamber of Deputies. Joe Morelli, that's what I want to know about. Well, did you get any more information out of headquarters?
As much as they had. Julia Wolfe was shot and killed about 9 or 9:30. Body discovered on the floor of her living room a little after 11.
Who discovered it?
That'll surprise you. Mimi Winan.
Dorothy's mother?
Right.
What was she doing there?
I don't know.
Where's Clyde Winan?
Still missing.
Missing? But Macaulay was going to see him. They had an appointment.
And I spoke to Macaulay. Winan never showed up. Nobody knows where he is.
It's going to be pretty tough on Dorothy, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning that it looks as if Clyde Winan skipped one appointment in order to keep another with Julia Wolfe.
You think he killed her?
Oh, sir. Yes. You're the detective around here, darling.
Oh, that's Dorothy. Said you wanted to see me. Yeah, come in, Dorothy.
Thank you. Is anyone here?
That's Nora. Have a seat.
Oh.
Hello, Dorothy.
I'm sorry for breaking in on you like this.
Oh, that's all right. We're used to it.
Anything wrong?
Julia Wolfe is dead.
Yes, we know that.
Here's the gun she was shot with.
What are you trying to tell me? That you did it?
Yes. I hated her. She kept me from seeing my father. I went down there to ask her where he was. She wouldn't tell me. I shot her.
Where did you hit her?
Why, in the heart.
Pretty good shot you are. What did she do?
She fell down.
Did she make any sound? Didn't scream?
I don't know.
Which way did she fall?
She fell over backwards.
Oh, yes? People fall toward a shot, you know, not back from it. I knew you were lying.
Oh.
All right, come on now, brace up. Where did you get this gun?
I bought it in a pawn shop.
I thought so. Why did you say you did it? Whom are you trying to shield?
Oh, please, don't ask me.
You got to tell me.
Nick, let me handle this, will you? Dorothy, look at me. Nick is trying to help you. Why don't you help him? You were trying to shield your mother, weren't you?
No.
Your father, then. Dorothy.
Yes. My father.
Why do you think he did it?
Mother was the first one to find Julia Wolfe. She saw something in Julia's hand, and she took it.
What was it?
A watch chain. It belonged to my father.
So you think your father did it?
I don't know.
Did your mother turn the chain over to the police?
No, she kept it. She didn't tell them anything about it.
But she showed it to you?
Yes.
Why did your mother go to Julia Wolfe's apartment in the first place?
She went to ask for money.
Oh, money again, huh? Yes? Oh, have them come up.
Who is it?
Dorothy, I wonder if you'd mind waiting in the bedroom.
Of course.
It'll be only a minute.
Well, Nick?
Mimi Winan.
Alone?
She's never alone. Dorothy's brother is with her. Screwy college kid. And, some guy by the name of Chris Jorgensen.
Jorgensen? Who's he?
Macaulay told me about him, a hanger-on type. I think he's after Mimi's dough.
But she hasn't any.
Maybe that's why she wanted to get some from Julia. I'll take it. Hello.
Nick, how are you?
Fine. Come in, Mimi.
Thank you, Nick. This is my son, Gilbert.
How are you? Very well, thank you.
And Mr. Chris Jorgensen. He's an old friend of mine.
How do you do? How do you do? Sit down. Sit down. My wife.
How do you
Mrs.
do?
Wynant, Gilbert Wynant, and Mr. Jorgensen.
How do you do?
Well, Mimi?
Nick, I've never been in such a state in my life. You know, of course, that I was the one who found Julia Wolfe.
So we've heard.
Oh, my dear, it was terrible. I walked in and there she was, lying dead on the floor.
I meant to ask you, Mother, was there much blood?
Gilbert, don't be so morbid.
But I'm interested in murders. You know, Mr. Charles, I formed a theory about this one already.
So?
In my opinion, the man who did it...
Gilbert, be quiet. You don't know anything about it.
Oh, but I do.
Be quiet.
You were saying, Mrs. Winan,
About finding Julia Wolfe. I was simply petrified, and such a mystery. Clyde Winans crazy, absolutely crazy to stay away at a time like this. No wonder the police think he had something to do with it.
What do you think?
Oh, I know he didn't, but I wish I could find him. I have something very important to tell him. Macaulay won't help at all. He thinks I just want money.
Well, don't you?
Oh, Nick, you're always teasing.
Mrs. Wyman, were you alone when you found Julia Wolfe?
Why, of course I was.
Wasn't Mr. Jorgensen with you?
I? Certainly not. I don't know anything about it. The first word I had that Julia Wolfe was dead was when Mrs. Wyman called me at my club.
Oh, she called you?
Yes.
Why?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, let's not even talk about it. The thing to do is to find Clyde. And that's what I've come to you for, Nick. You will help me find him, won't you?
I'm afraid I can't, Mimi.
Oh, Nick, please.
Now, Mimi, there are 1,000 detectives in New York. Hire one of them.
But Clyde knows you. All you have to do is to get in touch with him and tell him that Mimi says everything is all right, but that I've got to see him.
I tell you again, I don't want any part of it.
Is that final?
Final?
Well, if that's the way you feel.
He'll turn up. You just help all you can. Give the police every possible assistance.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Oh. Well, we'll say good night.
Good night. I'm sorry I can't help you, Mimi.
Hello. Is this the Normandy Hotel? I want to speak to Mr. Charles. Yeah, Nick Charles. Hello, Mr. Charles. Say, I'm sorry I woke you up. But, Mr. Charles, I'd like to lay a proposition before you. It's about the murder of Julia Wolfe. What's the difference who I am? Wait a minute. All right. Wait a minute. Don't hang up. I'll tell you who I am. But you gotta keep it under your hat. I'm Al Nunheim. Yeah, Nunheim. Now listen. I know who murdered Julia Wolfe, see? Sure I do. And I'll spill it to you for $5,000. I'll tell you how I know. Because I was outside of her apartment when she was shot. And I saw the one who did it. And I'll spill it to you when I get... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I can't talk now. I'll call you again.
Hello? Hello, you still there? Hello? Well, what's up?
Now what's up?
I don't know. Some crank, I guess. He hung up. You better get back to bed and get some sleep.
Nick, are you asleep?
Yes.
Good. I want to talk to you.
That's jolly.
Don't you think you'd like to go back to detecting once in a while just for the fun of it?
Can't you get to sleep?
No. Everybody says you were a grand detective.
They were kidding you.
I'd like to see you work.
Tomorrow I'll buy you a whole lot of detective stories.
Oh, that poor girl's in an awful spot.
There's nothing I can do to help her.
She thinks you can. It wouldn't hurt you to find out if you could, would it?
Darling, my guess is that Wynant killed Julia and Dorothy knows it. And the police will catch him without my help. Now, please put out the light. I'm tired.
Oh, all right. But I'm mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear a knock?
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Astor. You want to answer it, Nick?
Oh, good Lord.
All right, stay in bed. I'll do it myself. Well?
Mr. Charles here.
Yes?
I gotta talk to him right away.
What about?
What's going on? What's going on?
There's someone to see you, Nick.
That's great. I was afraid I'd have to go to sleep. Come in.
Yeah.
How about a chair, Mr.
Stay where you are, both of you. I got you covered, so don't move.
A stick-up.
No, it ain't a stick-up. I gotta talk to you, Mr. Charles. I want you to tell me something, and I want you to give it to me straight. You get me?
Do you mind putting that gun down? My wife doesn't care, but I'm a very nervous person. Thank you. All right, shoot. What's on your mind?
You don't need to tell me you're tough. I heard about you. I'm Joe Morelli.
I've never heard about you.
I didn't bump off Julia.
All right, you didn't.
I haven't seen her in 3 months. We were all washed up.
Why tell me?
I wouldn't have any reason to hurt her. She was always on the up and up with me. But that dirty little rat, Nunheim, well, he got sore because she liked me and hated him. So he put the finger on me.
That's all right, swell, brother. Only you're peddling your fish in the wrong market. I've had nothing to do with it.
Now, listen. The boys used to say that you were okay, a square guy. Now, that's why I'm here. What's the law doing to me? Do they think I did it? Or is it just something else to pin on me?
I'd tell you if I knew, but I'm not in on this. Ask the police.
Now, that'd be very smart. The boys would love to have me come in and ask questions. They'd like it right down to the end of their blackjacks. Now, I came to you on the level. The boys say you're on the level. Be on the level.
I'm on the level. If I knew anything, I'd...
Who's that?
I don't know. This is your party.
Open up. Open up. This is the police. The police? Dirty two-timer.
Look out, Nora.
Oh!
Give me that gun.
You rat, I'll show you.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
You'll double cross me, will you?
Come on, drop it. Give it to me. Give me the gun.
Grab it. Let me go. Let me go, I said. I'll take that gun.
Thanks, officer. You almost had me.
Get some water, Joe.
Nora. Are you all right? Nora.
I'm Inspector Guild of the Homicide Squad.
You're in a good place, Inspector.
Who's that woman on the floor?
My wife.
This guy shoot her?
No, he tried to shoot me. I socked her on the jaw to get her out of the line of fire. I guess I hit her too hard. Nora.
Oh.
Look at me, Nora. You all right, darling?
Oh. You darn fool. You didn't have to knock me out. I knew you'd take him, but I wanted to see you do it.
She's all right.
Okay, Slattery. Take Morelli downstairs. Don't push.
How'd you people have to pop in, Inspector?
We hear this is getting to be a sort of a meeting place for the Winan family. So we figured we'd stick around in case the old man himself shows up. Then we seen Morelli sneak in, and we decided to come up. And it was pretty lucky for you, too.
Yeah.
Morelli a friend of yours?
I never saw him before.
What's he want of you?
Wanted to tell me he didn't kill Julia Wolfe.
What's that to you?
Nothing.
What did he think it was to you?
Ask him. I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Keep on asking.
Oh, so you're going to keep mum, huh? All right, Mr. Charles. I won't bother you tonight, but I'll be in tomorrow morning, and I'll have plenty of things to ask. Good night.
Thank you, Inspector Guild. Next time you come, try to stay longer. Nick, wake up. It's Christmas.
Oh, yeah?
Look, here's a telegram for you. It just came.
Open it, will you? Probably a touch from somebody. Well?
Nick.
What is it?
It's from Clyde Winan. Listen. Will you take charge of investigation on Julia Wolfe murder? Communicate with Herbert Macaulay. Clyde Winan.
Where's it from?
Philadelphia. Then he didn't do it, did he, Nick?
I don't know. Communicate with Macaulay, huh? All right, we'll ask him up here this morning.
There you are, Macaulay. What do you think?
He wants you to handle the case.
Yes.
Huh? Well, what are the chances of you doing it?
Slim.
Oh, please, Nick.
Quiet, dear.
I wish you would, Mr. Charles. Would it help any if I could persuade him to meet you?
You might.
I had word from Winan myself last night. He gave me a code message to insert in the newspapers in case I wanted to get in touch with him.
It wouldn't do any harm to put it in.
I'm sure you could clear this up. Oh, Winan will only come back. It doesn't look well he's staying away at a time like this.
Yes? Oh, just a minute. For you, Mr. Macaulay. Police department.
Police department? Hello? Where? In Allentown. Yes. Well, when's the next train? Right. I'll get that. Well? Winan's tried to commit suicide. They want him to go down and identify him. Well, I guess this changes the whole story, doesn't it? That looks like an admission of guilt. Well, I had such hopes. I thought if you got on this case... well. Well, it's no use thinking about it now. Well, I'm sorry to have wasted so much of your time. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, that's that. A finish.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, the mystery's all gone. And I wanted you to find out who did it.
Maybe I will.
But Winans.
I don't believe he did it.
Why don't you?
No reason. Just a hunch. But I'm going to find out. Come on, Dr. Watson. We're going places. I want to speak to Inspector Gill.
Man to man, Mr. Charles. Are you working on this case?
Man to man, Inspector Gill, I'm not.
But he's interested.
I don't mind telling you, I'd rather have you in on the right side.
You mean not on the Winans side?
I'd rather have you working with us than against us.
So would I.
It's a bargain, then. Do you know about the case?
I read the papers. What about the suicide?
Oh, that's a phony. The men didn't even have to go down.
Yeah, I thought it might be. From now on, they're going to think that every thin man over 6 feet with white hair is Winan.
Do you think that Winans did it?
Looks like he planned something. He shut up his apartment and his shop. But there's nothing yet to clinch it.
50 will get you 100 that Winan didn't do it.
Who's your candidate?
I haven't got that far yet. I don't think that everything points to Winan. What about the alibis?
They're all okay. Mrs. Winant, the boy, Dorothy, Macaulay, even Morelli.
What about Jorgensen?
Oh, I'll check on that. Well, I'm afraid this is kind of dull for you, Mrs. Charles.
Dull? I'm sitting on the edge of my chair.
Frankly, I'm stunned. I don't know what to do next. What about you, Charles?
Me? No, but I've got a hunch.
What is it?
I got a call last night. I thought it was from a crank, but I changed my mind. Whoever it was knew something, and I've got a feeling I'll hear from him again. What time is it?
Almost 10. Still waiting to hear from the crank?
And how? Here, give me that, quick. Hello? Yes? Yes? This is Nick Charles? Who? Can't hear you. I said I can't hear you. Have to speak louder.
I can't speak any louder. Wait, this is Al Nunheim again. You know, I called you last night. Hey, listen. Are you still interested in that proposition? Yeah, huh? All right, then. Now, here's the dope. And get this straight. The man who killed Julia Wolf...
What's this, Gil? You think Winant killed Julia Wolf and Nunheim?
Right.
Why?
2 reasons. First off, Mimi Winant came across with a watch chain. She plucked off Julia's body.
Oh, she did, huh?
It belonged to Clyde Winant.
Yeah. What's the second reason?
A pip. The bullet that killed Nunheim came from the same gun.
That's all right, Inspector.
All right, it's perfect. Clyde Winant is guilty of both those murders.
Maybe.
What?
50 will still get you 100. I say Winant's innocent.
You can say what you want, but I'm spreading a dragnet for that guy over every town in these United States. And I'll get him, too.
You think they'll find him, Nick? He must be in New York.
Probably is.
Oh, it's getting me down. I saw Dorothy today.
Yeah? What?
She's broken off her engagement.
What for?
Oh, don't ask me. She was a little hysterical. Something about not wanting to ruin her fiancé's life. Daughter of a murderer and all that.
Poor kid. Well, see you later, darling.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to take us for a walk.
He's just been for a walk.
We're going sightseeing, aren't we, Esther?
Nick, what are you up to?
I've got a hunch. I'm going down to look at Winant's shop. I want to find out why it's closed.
Well, why shouldn't he close it? He went away.
He went away lots of times when I knew him, but he never closed his shop. I've got a hunch something's up.
You mean he might be hiding there?
I don't know, but this thing's got my goat. I've got to find out.
Nick, I won't have you going down there at this hour of the night. He's a crazy man. He might kill you.
He'll be all right. I've got Asta to protect me.
All right, go on. Go on. See if I care. But it's a dirty trick bringing me all the way to New York just to make me a widow.
You wouldn't be a widow long.
You bet I wouldn't.
Not with all your money.
You dog.
Goodbye, darling.
Nicky, Take care of yourself, won't you?
Sure I will.
Don't say it that way. Say it as if you meant it.
Why, I believe the little woman cares.
I don't care. I'm just used to you, that's all.
Sure. So long, darling. Come on, Asta. Come on, come on.
Goodbye. And call me, darling, please. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Asta, if you let anything happen to him, you'll never wag that tail again.
You are listening to the Lux Radio Theatre's production of The Thin Man, starring William Powell and Myrna Loy, with the music under the direction of Louis Silvers. This is W.S. Van Dyke speaking. We have here tonight the man who wrote the great picture, Lawyer Man, or Bill Powell here. He's a producer, too, but just on the writing end. He's done many great pictures. 42nd Street, The Gold Diggers, King of Burlesque, and lots of others, including an original musical, Ladies in London, which you'll be seeing soon. And here he is, the man whose name you'll see on the screen before the picture starts. One of Hollywood's greatest picture writers, James Seymour. Mitchell.
Thanks, Woody. I've been a movie writer for 10 years. That's the first kind word anybody has said to me.
Listen, Jim, the average person thinks a movie writer is a fellow that sits by himself at a typewriter, hammers out a lot of dialogue, and hands it in. Would you like to correct that impression?
I certainly would. Nobody works alone and by himself to make a picture. It's a matter of constant cooperation between producer, director, technician, actors, and the writers. Some of the best story ideas come out of the conferences.
Jim, how many writers would you say there are on an average picture?
Plenty. Believe it or not, I've seen pictures where there were more writers than actors. If all the people who contributed to the story got screen credit, it would look like a page from the telephone directory.
You've written on both the stage and screen, Jim. Tell the folks how they're different.
Well, pictures have less talk, but they tell more in less time. Like concentrated foods, all the good and none of the waste. In the theater, everything must be brought to the audience. On the screen, you take your audience wherever the camera can go. And here's another important point that comes right back to your Lux Radio Theatre. On the stage, the star just enters. But on the screen, she's introduced with a big close-up. A picture of the star's face many times larger than life-size. Every time a movie star's complexion is mentioned in this Lux Radio Theatre, I think of those close-ups. Those stars just have to be beautiful. And they found that Lux toilet soap helps them look their best. Producers know it, too. And that's why it's the official soap in all the great studios in Hollywood. Right, Woody?
Right on the nose, Jim. Thanks for coming over.
Thanks for asking me. Good night.
Good night.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Thin Man. Nick is on his way to Clyde Winer's deserted laboratory. In a dark and desolate section of the city, his cab veers sharply around the corner and pulls up in front of a gloomy, old, rickety building.
Say, mister, are you sure this is the place you wanted?
Looks like it. Come on, Asta, jump. How much owe you?
$1.20. Or do you want me to wait?
No, never mind.
Oh, that's good. You know, this ain't no neighborhood to be in at 2 o'clock in the morning. I want to get out of here.
There you are.
Thanks. So long.
Come on, Asta. Come on, what's up with you?
Hello.
Nora, what are you doing here?
I beat you down. I want to go with you, Nick.
Now, listen.
No. You're not going in that place alone, and that's settled. Now get out that skeleton key of yours and open that door. I'm here to stay.
All right, come on. Yes.
Darling. Nice neighborhood Wine picked out for his laboratory. I can almost hear the chains rattling. Do you believe in ghosts, Nicky?
There we are. Come in. Be quiet.
Hey, it's dark in here.
I've got a flashlight. We'd like to close the door. Shh. Asta, shut up. Or Nora.
Which way?
Straight ahead. Can you get the layout of the place?
Looks awfully big to me. You can't even see into the corners.
And don't let the shadows frighten you.
Who's frightened?
Hold it.
What's the matter?
This looks like Winans' work table.
More like a slab in a morgue. Look, Nick. There's a cement floor all around.
Yeah, probably a lot of weight goes on that table. Come on.
Where to now?
An old desk over there on the wall.
What do you expect to find?
Oh, if I knew what I'd find, I wouldn't be...
Nick. What's it, Nick?
It's a loose board, I guess.
It sounds like somebody was walking over that way.
Oh, just your imagination. There's no one in here with us.
No. What about Wyman's? His workshop. I couldn't even hiding out here. What's that?
Asta. Asta, come here. He's scratching on the cement around the work table. Asta. Stop it. Stop it. Did you hear what I said, Asta?
Nick, look at him. He's after something. I've seen him scratch the ground like that when he was looking for...
Asta. Asta. Nora, look. Look at this. New cement. Listen.
Nick.
It's hollow. And what if I could find something to dig it up?
There's an iron bar on the table I just saw.
Ah, good. Now, if I just knock a hole in that cement, we'll find out what's under there.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Asta, quiet. If you keep away, Nora.
Asta, come here.
Once more. Look. There she goes. I'm through the cement. Asta, get away from there. Get away.
Nick, what is it?
We must get Inspector Gill here.
What's under there?
A body. Must have been there for weeks.
Oh, Nick.
Wait a minute. Wait now, you reporters. You'll get your story as soon as I can give it to you. Until then, you gotta leave us alone. Come on now, get out. Those reporters are enough to drive a guy nuts. Well, you were right, Nick. It was a body. A skeleton, rather, buried in lime. I wonder what Wyman had against this one.
Did you find any clothes?
Yeah, but no identification on them. Just a silver belt buckle with the initials, DWR.
DWR? Who's that?
I got a good idea. That case you worked on, the guy who threatened to kill Wyman. What was his name?
Oh, Rosewater.
Yeah, Rosewater. He said Wyman tried to steal an invention, didn't he?
Yes, but we figured it was just blackmail.
Just the same, Wyman wouldn't mind having him out of the way, would he? And according to the doc, the body's been there at least a couple of months.
That's just about the time Wyman closed the shop.
Right.
Did you put the skeleton under the fluoroscope yet?
Half an hour ago. We found the bullet he was killed with, and something in the leg bone. An old piece of shrapnel.
Shrapnel?
Yeah. Why?
Shrapnel in the leg bone. He probably limped.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Well, so long, Inspector. I'm going to pick up my wife, take her home. It's been a long night.
So long. Give her my best, will you?
Right.
Where are we going, Nick?
Back to the hotel, my sweet. Pack our bags and take a nice trip somewhere.
A trip? Oh, no.
My soul, woman, I gave you 3 murders and you aren't satisfied.
I want you to stay and find one.
I did find him.
What do you mean?
He was down in the shop.
Nick.
It was his body that was buried there.
Wyman's body?
Yep.
But they all said it was Rosewater's.
Oh, that's what they think.
What makes you so sure it's Wyman's body?
Several things. Clothes, for instance. They were carefully preserved. And the body was just as carefully destroyed. The person who killed him counted on one thing, that all skeletons look alike.
Well, don't they?
Sure. But I remembered that Wynette had some shrapnel in his shin. They found it under the fluoroscope.
How long has he been dead?
A couple of months, anyway.
Then he couldn't have committed those other murders.
Smart gal.
Wynette did. Does Dorothy know?
No, nobody but you. I didn't even tell Gil.
Why not?
I want to lie low till I get the whole dope. I don't want to go off half-cocked.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get the real murderer. I've got an idea. Want to see me take him?
Yes.
Got a nice evening dress?
Oh, I've got a Lulu. Why?
I'm going to give a party, a dinner party. Everything from Russian caviar to camembert cheese, an orchestra behind the palms, subdued lighting.
What is this?
And I'm going to invite all of the suspects.
The suspects? They won't come.
Oh, they'll come. I'll have Gil issue the invitations.
Nick, who's going to be there?
Everybody. You, me, Dorothy, our ex-fiancé,
His name's Andy.
Right. Macaulay, Mimi, Gilbert, Jorgensen, and Morelli.
Oh, darling, what a lovely party.
Good evening, everybody.
Mr. Charles, what is the meaning of this?
The meaning of what, Mimi?
Why were we all rounded up like common criminals and brought to the dinner?
To eat, Mimi, and talk. Will everyone please be seated? Dorothy here.
Thank you.
Andy, next to her, please.
Mr. Charles,
Please.
Very well.
Mimi on the other side of Andy. Mr. Jorgensen over there, please.
Very kind, Mr. Charles.
Not at all. Mr. Macaulay next.
Of course.
Morelli?
What?
Right where you are.
Now, say, listen.
Sit down. And Gilbert, you can sit just opposite Mama.
Mr. Charles, I have a theory.
We'll listen to it later. Inspector Gill, you and your men will stand by the door, please.
Sure.
Fine. Now, Nora, if you'll sit here by me.
Delighted, Mr. Charles.
Pleasure, Mrs. Charles. Now, we're all ready to begin.
Will you please pass the celery, Mrs. Weiner?
No, I will not. I demand to know why we are here.
Before dinner? All right. I've got some important news. I've seen Weiner.
You've seen Robert?
Level?
Certainly, I mean it.
That's nothing. I saw him myself.
Yes, Mimi? When?
Last night. He came to see me in my apartment.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
He didn't say very much. He wanted to know how I was and how the children were.
I'm afraid you're lying, Mimi. You see, I really did see Wynant last night.
Are you kidding?
No,
Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you hold him?
because I found out for certain that he didn't commit the murders.
You know that's
Now, wait a
ridiculous.
minute. Let him have his say.
Thank you. Morelli, you knew Julia. Was she jipping Wynant? Taking dough on the sly?
Well, she don't say she is, but I figure she is, yeah.
Thank you. Now I'll tell you why I know Wynant didn't commit those murders. 3 months ago, Wynant found out that Julia was cheating him and was splitting with some man. He went to find the man, and he did. That man was desperate. He knew that he was caught dead to rights. And at prison, staring him in the face, he took the only way out. He killed Wynant.
Oh,
It's terrible to tell you this way, Dorothy, but your father's dead.
dead,
He's been dead for 3 months.
dead. Oh.
Oh, darling, don't cry, please.
Oh.
Oh, I know it's terrible, but isn't it really better this way?
Oh, Andy. Andy. You'd better take her home, Andy.
Yes, of course. Come on, darling.
Let them out, Inspector.
Oh, open up. Oh, don't cry, darling, please. It'll be all right now.
Okay, yeah, Big Daddy.
This is absurd. How can Clyde be dead? You said yourself you saw him last night.
So I did. I saw him lying buried in his shop.
You mean that body?
Was Wynant.
Perfectly absurd.
And the murderer is right here in this room tonight. He's sitting at this table.
What? Who is it?
I don't know. But I thought if we all had a little get-together, we might be able to find out. I'll tell you as much as I know. This murderer is a very clever man. He planned the whole thing beautifully. After he killed Wynant, he wired Macaulay, using Wynant's name, and told him to shut up the shop. Then he took Wynant's body and buried it in the shop with another man's clothes to throw us off the track. He even put a belt buckle with an R on it, hoping that we'd think it was Rosewater, an old enemy of Wynant's who dropped out of sight years ago. Morelli.
Yeah?
Would you mind holding your knife the other way? You're worrying Gilbert.
Oh, all right.
Nick, if that knife is missing, I'll look for it in your back.
I'll help you look. Well, after our hero had killed Wynant, he got a brilliant idea. He realized that he and Julia could still collect money. Wynant was supposed to be on a trip. No one knew where. So our dinner guest wrote letters to Macaulay, signing Wynant's name, so that Macaulay would continue to send the money to Julia. He even telephoned Macaulay. Do you remember Macaulay? The first day that you came to see me. He telephoned that he was in town.
Oh, it must have been Wynant. I should have known if it weren't his voice.
Oh, he was clever about that. He called when you were out. Now, that same afternoon, Julia telephoned him. She said that you were coming, Mimi, to ask about Wynant. He got terrified. He was afraid that Julia would break down and tell. So he went to Julia and killed her. And left Wynant's watch chain in her hand.
Mimi, what did you do about that?
If I ever get... I don't know. Guy that did that to Julia...
It makes sense.
I hope you're well.
Quiet, please. His plan was still working beautifully. The only hitch was a man named Nunheim who had found out something. So our hero bumped him off, too. But our hero overlooked just one item. The telegrams, wires, and telephones were all very well, but no one had seen Wynant. So the murderer picked on poor Mimi here to strengthen his case. Mimi is the only one at this table who can tell us who the real murderer is. Mimi? Who was it told you to say you'd seen Wynant?
Nobody told me. I did see him.
What did he pay you, Mimi, to stick to that story?
It isn't a story. It's true. I did see Winans. He's not dead.
You're lying, Mimi. But then you'd do anything for money. You're getting a good price for saying you saw Winans.
I'm not going to stay here and be insulted.
Sit down. You're getting a good price, Mimi. But don't forget this. 2 other people were in with him on this deal. Julia and Mannheim. When he thought they might spill something, he bumped them off. You ought to know darn well that he's not going to take any chances on you. What do you want to do, be next on his list?
No.
And who is he? Who paid you that money?
Macaulay.
Macaulay, you dirty little... I think that'll hold him.
Oh, boy, what a wallop. Hey, nice work, Mr. Charles.
There's your man, Inspector. Mr. Macaulay.
I can't believe it.
What do you want me to do, wrap him up in cellophane? Pick him up and get him out of here.
Come on, boys. Grab him. Let me get a handle.
Nick, you took him. I knew you would.
Yeah, another case like this and I'll develop into a prize fighter.
Oh, Nicky, you're grand. You're glorious.
I'll bet you say that to all the boys.
Well, that's that. The story of the Thin Man with William Powell and Myrna Loy. I'm going to get them back out here in a minute to talk to you. As you know, these broadcasts from the Lux Radio Theatre are quite an event in Hollywood. And among our many friends here tonight is one of the greatest stars of the silent pictures. I admired her from afar when she was doing such magnificent spectacles as Cleopatra, and I was just an extra. Today, she is the wife of one of our leading film directors. I've known her for many years as a most charming and gracious lady, and I want you to meet her now, Miss Theda Barra.
Thank you, Woody. Our Hollywood entertainment has certainly developed amazingly since I was making pictures.
Yes, everything's different now.
As you and I know, before pictures grew up and started to talk, we had to translate all emotion into pantomime. Oh, you may think you have trouble today, but do you remember the difficulties we had working with a split screen? We had to express jealousy, hate, love, or devotion, all in pantomime, and at the same time keep pace as the director guided us with a 1, 2, 3, 4, just as a metronome guides a pianist.
Pantomime has always been one of the greatest of arts. And may I say, Miss Barra, I have always thought that you were one of the greatest masters of that art.
Oh, you're very kind, Woody. We worked awfully hard making those pictures. For instance, in making Cleopatra, we had no research department at the studio. I worked myself for months with the curator of Egyptology at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. It was great fun, though.
I understand, Miss Barra, you're going to make some radio appearances.
Yes, I am. And I'm also going to do some motion picture work.
No, that's good news.
I'm considering an offer now, running through scripts and ideas. Oh, I just hope everyone will be as happy about another Theda Barra picture as I am. The public has been very good to me in the past.
And I know they'll be awfully glad to see you again. I'm sure it'll be a great thrill not only seeing you, but hearing your voice. Thanks, Miss Barra, for joining us tonight.
I'm glad I could. Good night.
Hearing Theda Barra talk of her plans brings to my mind some other plans I've heard discussed in Hollywood this week. Picture people are talking about Charlie Chaplin's recent statement that he will start work on a new picture very shortly. Miss Paulette Goddard will be starred. Chaplin will write and direct, but will not act in it. A disappointment to many of us. Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor are starting a new picture today, and I'm tickled to death that I got the job directing. It's called His Brother's Wife. Speaking of Bob Taylor, there's a lad who is going places. He's got a great future. And sometime in that future, he's going to do Armand to Greta Garbo's Camille. Bill Powell and Myrna Loy here are interested in the making of MGM's picture The Good Earth. Louise Rayner, who was with them in The Great Ziegfeld, and Paul Muni of The Stars. And now Bill Powell and Myrna Loy are coming out on the stage. Arise, Bill, Myrna. Kids, you did a great show. You're really marvelous.
What, no retakes?
No property man.
Yeah, Bill. I'll bet you're glad my property man isn't here. Remember how he used to swat you with a broomstick when you weren't hurrying on the set fast enough?
Yes, that Harry Alvarez is a great fellow. He's the most independent cuss in the whole picture business.
Listen, Bill, that fellow was with me in the Arctic when we made Eskimo. He was with me in African jungle when we made Trader Horn. And after a man has handled crocodiles, sharks, pythons, and polar bears, you can't expect him to be afraid of a mere actor.
There's only one thing I can ever understand about that picture, Eskimo, Woody. How did they tell you from the polar bears?
He wore rubbers.
I wore a hat.
It must be pretty tough, Woody, when you have to plow through swamps, jungles, tropics, and the Arctic. I suppose when you call up and say you're going on location, your wife says, oh, yes, location. Do you want the snowshoes or the snakebite medicine?
Unfortunately, she doesn't say that. When I say I'm going on location, she just says, you are not. Incidentally, I thought all about that traveling, I thought all about it when the Lux soap people asked me to do this broadcast. Isn't it funny? In the Arctic, soap is something they like to eat. In the tropics, they use soap for money. And here in Hollywood, soap is something that keeps the stars beautiful.
Now, I can see that it keeps Myrna beautiful, Woody, but when are you going to start using that?
Nice talk,
soap?
nice talk. What I do use is that. And that's no kidding. Anyway, thanks for coming up, kids.
Goodbye, Woody.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Before I tell you about next week's show, I'm going to ask our announcer, Mr. Rick, to tell you more about the cast and about Hollywood studios who are cooperating with us.
Our cast of characters tonight: Nick, William Powell; Nora, Myrna Loy; Mimi, Minna Gamble; Macaulay, Porter Hall; Dorothy, Barbara Luddy; Gilbert, William Henry; Chris Jorgensen, Brett Morrison; Julia Wolfe, Margaret Brayton; Inspector Guild, Thomas Jackson; Morelli, Wally Mayer; Nunheim, Ernie Adams. Our director, W.S. Van Dyke, and our stars, William Powell and Myrna Loy, appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, as did Mr. William Henry, and Porter Hall through the courtesy of Paramount. The musical director of this program, Mr. Louis Silvers, appears through the kindness of 20th Century Fox. And now, here is your producer, Mr. W.S. Van Dyke.
Thanks to all of you in the cast. You did a swell job. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theatre is going to have a great show for you, and believe me, Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler are going to be here to appear in Burlesque. It was a smash hit on Broadway and then a great moving picture, and now it's going to make a marvelous radio vehicle for Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler. I think you'll like it. Cecil B. DeMille will return to the Lux Radio Theatre in time to produce Burlesque. And you know he'll give you a great show. I've enjoyed being with you all, and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps.
Lux presents Hollywood. For your loyalty to our products, Lux says thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and brings you another hour of entertainment direct from the film capital. Tonight, we star Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Gene Lockhart, with Major C.E. Russell, formerly of the United States Intelligence Service, as the evening's special guest. Louis Silvers conducts the orchestra. And here beside me, our producer and your host. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The 39 steps lead an old friend and a newcomer, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, to the stage of the Lux Radio Theatre. Since here last, Robert Montgomery's been rushing back and forth between two lots. One is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio, where with Rosalind Russell he's completed Live, Love, and Learn. The other is a lot in Beverly Hills, on which Bob has just finished building a new home with a beautiful library. And Bob is a man who really uses his library, for he's constantly seeking new screen material. President of the Screen Actors Guild, Bob devotes at least 3 nights a week to that organization. So this fall he took time off to go to his farm in New York State for a few weeks of partridge and pheasant hunting. His favorite Hollywood sport is tennis, in which activity he's expert enough to be the frequent opponent of Sidney Wood, the ex-Davis Cup player. Bob is heard tonight as Richard Hannay in The 39 Steps, adapted from the Gaumont British film, which in turn was taken from the novel by John Buchan. Gaumont British will shortly release The Girl Was Young, starring Nova Pilbeam, and Derek DeMarney, directed by Alfred Hitchcock. Ida Lupino is a girl I've watched very closely and suggest that you do the same, for every Lupino seems destined for greatness in the theater. To American film audiences, she's the best-known representative of perhaps the oldest stage family in the world. 350 years ago, when acting was considered a crime in Italy, Alfredo Lupino, acrobat and troubadour, fled from Naples, turned gypsy, and eventually found welcome and fame in England. Ever since then, Lupinos have added to the excellence of England's entertainment. Ida's father is Stanley Lupino, among London's most popular comedians. She has a sister, 2 cousins, 3 uncles, and 5 aunts, all noted performers. While her mother is Connie Emerald, once a celebrated dancer. Along with 3.5 centuries of tradition, Ida has inherited a turned-up nose, violet eyes, and blonde hair. She's an excellent musician and painter, can speak the language of the deaf and dumb, whistles as well as a farm boy, likes to wear sneakers, and is a prize mimic. A highly entertaining miss, you meet her tonight in the role of Pamela. Isabel Jewell, featured in such hit films as Lost Horizon and Marked Woman, is heard as Annabella. And Gene Lockhart, top-flight character actor, back from the New York stage, is Mr. Memory. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps with Isabel Jewell and Gene Lockhart. A London music hall. The evening performance is on, and the theater is jammed to the doors. The audience is sat comfortably through the acrobats, the singers, and the whirlwind dancers. But now they're restless. The manager appears on the stage to announce the feature act. His hand is raised for silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory. Thank you. Every day this remarkable mentality commits 50 new facts to memory. 50, ladies and gentlemen. Facts from history, geography, newspapers, scientific books. Millions and millions of them. And he remembers them all. Test him, ladies and gentlemen, test him. Ask him any questions you like, and he will answer fully and freely. Mr. Memory. Thank you. Thank you. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, a question, please. A question from anyone in the audience.
Who won the Derby in 1921?
Mr. Jack Jewell's Humanist. Steve Donahue up, won by a length, odd 6-1. Am I right, sir? Thank you very much, thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Another question, please.
Who was the last British heavyweight champion?
Bob Fitzsimmons. He defeated Jim Corbett, heavyweight champion of America, at Carson City, Nevada, in October 1897. He was then 34 years of age. Am I right, sir? Thank you.
Mr. Memory, who won the Football Cup in 1926?
Would you mind repeating that question again, young man?
Who won the Football Cup in 1926?
Bolton Wanderers defeated Manchester City at Wembley by 3-1 in the presence of His Majesty the King. Am I right, sir?
Right.
Thank you. Another question, please.
Hey, where's my old man been since last Tuesday?
Madam, he's been where you can't ask him silly questions. Will the lady in the gallery please confine her questions to those of a more serious nature? Thank you very much.
What's the idea? Who killed Cock Robbie?
Gentlemen, no fighting. No fighting, please, gentlemen. Keep your seats. Everybody keep your seats. Don't crowd the aisle. Orchestra, play something. Quick, there'll be a panic. Play something.
Please let me out of here.
Let the lady through there. Will you stand back, please?
Oh, help me, please.
Hold on to my arm, miss. I'll get you out of this. Get back there. Clear the aisle there, will you? This way, miss. This way. Come on. There you are, miss. Take a good deep breath.
Oh, thank you.
You all right?
Yes, sir. I had to get out of that theater, that's all.
A lot of people had that idea.
Oh, it wasn't the panic that frightened me. It was something else.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm in terrible trouble. Will you help me?
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
I can't tell you here. Can we go someplace and talk?
Well, my flat is nearby.
Oh, let's go there. But hurry, please.
Go in, miss.
Thank you.
Now, if I can find this light switch.
Oh, no. Don't turn on the lights.
What?
Don't turn them on. It will be safer.
I'm afraid I don't...
Will you pull down the blinds, please?
Very well. This just puts me doubly in the dark. My name's Richard Hannay. Any objections to telling me yours?
No, it's Annabella Smith.
Smith? Not really.
Is there anything wrong with it?
No, just an unusual name. What's this all about? You said you were in trouble.
You don't believe me, do you?
I believe you're slightly hysterical.
If I am, I have good reason. I was the one who fired those shots in that theater tonight.
You? Why?
I had to do something to create a disturbance. I had to get away from there. There were 2 men in that theater who wanted to kill me.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
now.
you've got to believe me.
But why should anyone want to kill you?
Because I'm what you would call a professional spy.
Spy? Whom do you spy for?
Anyone who pays me.
I suppose you're here to dig up some big state secret.
No. I'm here to save a secret. For England.
Oh. Go on, please.
The agent of a certain foreign power is on the point of obtaining a secret vital to your air defense. I tracked 2 of his men to that music hall. Unfortunately, they recognized me. That's why they're after me now. You still don't believe me, do you?
No, frankly, I don't, Annabella.
Very well. If you will look out of that window, you will see 2 men standing across the street. Look, please do.
All right. I'll play your game a bit further.
Oh, don't let them see you. Well?
By Jove, you're right. 2 of them. They seem to be looking up here.
Come away, please. Do you believe me now?
Well, I suppose I must.
I'm going to tell you something that's not very healthy to know. But now that they've followed me here, you're in it as much as I am.
Yeah, so it seems.
Have you ever heard of the 39 steps?
39 steps? No, what are they?
Well, never mind, but this much you must know. If those men are not stopped, it's only a matter of days, perhaps hours, before the secret is out of the country.
Why not call the police?
Because they wouldn't believe me any more than you did. And if they did believe me, how long do you think it would take them to get going? Those men are acting quickly. You don't know how clever their chief is. Clever and ruthless.
Well, what's his name?
He has a dozen names, and he can look like 100 people. But there's one thing he can't disguise. The top of the little finger on his right hand is missing. Oh.
Come on now, you're trembling.
I'm frightened.
Well, you needn't be. You're safe here, you know. What you need is a good night's rest.
Oh, yes, I do.
You can have my bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch here in the living room.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Sleeping on the couch? Well, I've done it dozens of times.
No. I mean, being in danger.
I'm not quite convinced of that yet. Is there anything I can get you?
Yes. Have you a map of Scotland, please?
Map of Scotland. I have an atlas over here somewhere. If I could... Oh, yes, here it is. You, going deer stalking or just plain hiking?
There's a man in Scotland I must see next if there is anything to be done.
I see. Are the
Are there 39 steps in Scotland?
Perhaps I'll tell you tomorrow. Good night, Mr. Henning. Thank you.
Good night, Annabella. Pleasant dreams. Annabella! Annabella, was that you? Annabella, open that door. Will you open that door, or do I have to break it down? Annabella, where are you?
Oh,
Here, look at me. What's happened? What's the matter?
They came through the window. One of them had a knife.
Knife?
Oh, don't touch me.
But you're hurt. You're bleeding. Here, I'll call a doctor.
Oh, no, it's no use. Listen. You've got to stop those men. In a few days, they'll have the secret out of the country.
But how will I stop them?
Kinrich. Professor.
Kinrich?
Kinrich. Scotland.
What's there? Who is this professor? What's in Kinrich?
They're up. They'll get you. Just like they did me.
Annabella. Annabella. Good God.
Aberdeen Express, Edinburgh, Kirkcaldy, Dundee, Aberdeen Express.
Ticket to Kinrich, please.
One, sir?
Yes, one. Hurry, please.
One to Kinrich, Scotland. Here you are, sir.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Not by us, it ain't. Sit down, young fella.
Thank you.
I said, Jess, who won the 2 o'clock at Epsom?
Here it is. Bachelor Button, odd 7 to 4.
Ah, Bachelor Button, eh?
Hello, look at this. Another woman murdered in a West End flat.
Murdered, eh? Who was she?
A well-dressed woman of about 25 was found with a knife in her back. The tenant, Richard Hannay, is missing.
Why, if that ain't the blasted limit. Missing, eh?
The police are hot on the trail and watching with careful eye all points of departure from London.
Oh, so that was what they was a-doing, eh?
Who?
Scotland Yard. 2 plainclothes bobbies. I seen them get on this train. Asking plenty of questions they was, too.
Look here. Here's a picture of that Hannay chap.
Let's have a squint at it. Rum-looking lot, ain't he?
Excuse me.
Here, young fella, where you going? Don't you like that seat?
Oh, thank you. I just remembered.
In a bit of a hurry, wasn't he?
He was that. I say.
What?
I say.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is a private compartment.
Oh, is it?
Yes, and it happens to be occupied.
Yeah, so I see. Very charmingly, too.
Well, what do you want, please?
Your hospitality for a short while.
Really? Well, I'm not interested. Now, will you please go?
I can't.
What?
It isn't safe.
Listen, are you going or shall I call the conductor?
No, don't do that.
Stop, you're hurting my wrist.
I'm sorry. Listen to me. I want your help.
My help?
I'm Richard Hannay.
Hannay? Why, you're the man the police...
Yes, but I'm innocent. I swear I'm innocent. Listen, you've got to help me. It's terribly important that I be free for the next few days. You will help me, won't you?
Yes. Yes, of course I will.
That's fine. I'm sorry if I hurt your wrist.
Oh, that's all right. You say the police are on this train looking for you?
Yes, that's why I forced my way in here.
Oh, I see. And just how am I supposed to help you?
Well, they're looking for a man traveling alone. If I stay here with you, they'll think we're together. We'll pose as man and wife, and they won't pay any attention to us. They'll just pass us by.
How clever you are.
You'll do it?
Yes, of course.
Say, you're all right. What's your name?
What's that got to do with it?
Nothing. I just wanted to know who my benefactress was, that's all.
No, I'm Pamela Stewart.
Pamela. Oh, that's rather pretty. Suits you.
Thank you.
There they are now. Remember, I'll sit here and pretend to read. You do the talking.
All right. Come in.
Excuse me. Have either of you seen a man pass here? Young fella, smooth-shaven?
Why, no. Wait, are you the police?
That's right, miss.
Then this is the man you want. He forced his way in here and told me his name was Richard Hannay.
Why, did I? Come here, you.
Let go of me.
Are you Richard Hannay? Well, speak up.
Yes. Thank you very much, Miss Stewart.
Well, you didn't expect me to harbor a murderer, did you?
Unfortunately, I did. And I am not a murderer.
We'll see about that. Come on, Hannay.
Certainly, gentlemen. I'll go with you willingly. In fact, I'll lead the way.
Grab him. He's gone. Here, get after him. Open that door. I can't. He's holding it from the other side. Here, let me try. Together now. 1, 2, 3. Get out of the way. Where is he? Where did he go? Here he is, down the passageway. Stop him. Grab him before he gets to the vestibule. Come back here, you. Come back, you. Stop. Have you got him?
No, he's gone.
What?
He jumped off the train.
The fool. He's probably lying dead in a ditch.
No. The last I seen of him, he was on his 2 feet and running like a rabbit.
During our first intermission, and while waiting for Act 2 of the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, we'd like you to go with us to one of the millions of homes where Christmas secrets are in the air and listen in on a very interesting conversation.
Aunt Sally, come here. I want to see you alone.
More secrets, Betty? Well, the house is full of them.
Now the door's closed, we can talk. Aunt Sally, what can I give Mother for Christmas?
Did you ask her, dear?
Yes, and she just says all she wants from me is love and kisses.
Well, I did hear her say she needed more stockings. How about getting her some of the lovely sheer ones we saw in the store today?
But she always says sheer stockings are extravagant.
Not necessarily, dear. They wear very well if you're careful about washing. Just dip them in Lux suds every day. Lux keeps the silk nice and springy, so it doesn't break so easily into runs.
Then I'll tell you what. I'll buy some and tell Mother I'll Lux them for her every time she wears them. I'll buy a big box of Lux and give it to her with the stockings.
Now, that's a real Christmas gift, Betty.
Okay, I'll get some Lux Flakes right away.
And be sure to use nothing but Lux Flakes, dear. You know, rubbing stockings with a cake of soap is bad for them. And some soaps are strong, too harsh for delicate silk things.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Sally. You're an angel to help me. Mother's the most perplexing person on my list.
Stockings for Christmas and Lux Flakes for stockings. A perfect combination. We return now to Mr. DeMille and our play.
Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Jean Lockhart continue with the 39 Steps. 2 days have passed, and Richard Hannay, wanted for a murder he did not commit, is still at large. Determined to discover the secret of the 39 Steps, he's made his way to Scotland. The driver of a donkey cart has given him a lift, and he's now on the last leg of the journey, the outskirts of the village of Kinreach.
Are you going to stay long in Kinreach, laddie?
Well, it all depends. I'm looking for work. You suppose I could find something?
I hae me doubts, laddie. Kinreach is a mighty small town. What do you do?
I'm a chauffeur.
Well, I'm thinking you'd better try somewhere else, then. What folks as need chauffeurs, and Kinreach has had them for years.
Oh, I see. But, aren't there any newcomers? I mean, somebody told me about...
Now, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I did hear something. About a retired professor moving into the big house on the edge of the moor.
A professor? Yes. Yes, that's it. I can try it anyhow.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see the master, please.
What name shall I say?
He doesn't know my name, but you might ask him if he knows Annabella Smith.
Yes, sir. Would you mind waiting in the...
There's someone for me, George?
Oh, yes, Professor.
How do you do?
How do you do? My name is Hammond. I've come from London. From Annabella Smith.
Oh. Well, do come in, please. You must be tired. We can talk in the library. My daughter's having an engagement party. I'd rather not disturb her.
Yes, of course.
Go right in, please.
Thank you.
Sit down. Will you have a drink?
No, thank you.
Well, now what did you want to see me about, Mr. Hannay?
Hannay? You know me?
Yes. I suppose it's safe to call you by your right name now. What about our mutual friend, Annabella?
She's been murdered.
I know. Poor girl. The police are looking for you.
Yes, but I didn't do it.
Oh, of course you didn't. But why come all this way to Scotland to tell me about it?
Well, I believe she hoped to come to see you about some air ministry secret. She was killed by a foreign agent who was trying to steal it.
Oh. Did she tell you what this foreign agent looked like?
No, she hadn't time. She... Oh, yes. There was one thing. She told me the top of his little finger is missing.
On which hand, Mr. Hannay?
On the left, I believe.
Are you sure it wasn't on the right?
It might have been.
Like on my hand, Mr. Hannay?
Good Lord. Then you're the one she...
The one she was trying to warn you against. The chief. You misunderstood her. She meant for you to kill me, not to bring me information.
Yes. Well, what are we going to do about it?
Ah, that's just the point. What are we going to do? You see, I live here as a respectable citizen. I should hate to have it known that I am not what I seem to be. You understand my position?
Oh, yes, quite.
What makes it doubly important that I shouldn't let you go is that I'm just about to transfer some very vital information out of the country.
What?
Oh, yes. I've got it already. I'm afraid poor Annabella would have been too late in any case.
Well, that's that, I suppose.
Yes. Well, what about it, Mr. Hannay?
What about what?
Yourself. It seems to me there's only one way out.
And what's that?
I've a small revolver here. Pretty little thing, isn't it? Supposing I left you alone with this. The newspapers could then announce tomorrow morning that the murderer had taken his own life.
You want me to kill myself?
Yes.
You're mad. I won't do it.
Then I'm afraid you leave me no alternative. You should have stayed in London, my friend. Oh, George.
Yes, Professor?
I want your help, please. There's a little job for us inside.
Hannay?
Yes. We'll carry him to the garage. When it gets dark, we can drop him off on the road somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Where is he, sir?
Behind that table.
Yes, sir?
Yes. Pick him up and...
I'm sorry, sir, but there's no one here.
What?
You could see for yourself.
But I shot him. The body was lying there on the floor.
The body, sir? Seems to have disappeared.
Get out of the road, please. What do you mean by standing in front of my car? You might have been killed.
Sorry, lady. I just wanted a lift. Would you mind... Well, Miss Stewart, how do you do?
You? Well, what are you doing
Richard
here?
Hannay is my name. I believe we've met. On a train, wasn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, if I remember correctly, you handed me over to the police. You did, didn't you?
Oh, get away from me.
No, don't worry. I don't hold it against you, really.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Yes, isn't it? What are you doing in Kinreach?
I live here.
It's a charming place, isn't it? You know where the local police station is?
Oh, of course I do.
Will you take me there?
What?
The police station, in a hurry, please.
Certainly. Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Oh, yes. You see, I know who killed Annabella Smith.
Is that so?
The same man who shot me a few minutes ago.
Shot you?
Yes.
Where?
Right in the cigarette case. See? There's a hole in one side of it. Handy little thing, cigarette cases. If I hadn't been carrying it about in my vest pocket, the hole would have been in my chest.
And who was this arch villain?
A gentleman called the Professor.
Professor? Oh, now, you don't mean Professor Bartlett.
I didn't stop to inquire his last name.
Oh, that's very
come
funny.
now. It isn't as funny as that.
Do you actually mean you're going to the police with this story? That Professor Bartlett shot you? That he's the one who killed Annabella Smith?
Of course, why not?
Oh, and you expect them to believe it, I suppose.
Well, you don't, evidently.
No, and neither will they. Professor Bartlett, a murderer. Why, he's one of the best-liked men in the village and a very good friend of the sheriff's. I'm sure the sheriff will be interested in your story, Mr. Hannay.
Yes, I see your point. Hadn't occurred to me that... Stop the car, please. I'm getting out.
Oh, no, you're not.
Stop this car.
You said you wanted to go to the police. Well, that's just where you're going. And if you touch me or make a move to jump, I'll turn this car into a ditch.
Well, aren't you the sweet little thing?
Now, you just sit tight, Mr. Hannay, and don't make any sudden gestures. We're going rather fast.
You haven't the nerve, of course.
Haven't I? Just try me.
All right, I will.
Don't touch that brake.
Hang on. Where are you? You all right?
Quite all right, thank you.
You little fool, we might have been killed.
Hello there!
There's someone coming. Keep down.
Let go of me.
Hello!
Shut up.
Over here, Richard Hannay!
Why, you...
Richard,
There you are.
over!
Grab that man.
All right, Hannay, we've got you. And don't try any funny business. Stand up.
Yes, of course.
Are you the police?
We've been looking for you, honey. Put the bracelets on him, Joe.
Right you are. Put out your hand. There we are.
Now put out the other one on the girl.
Here, what are you doing?
We are handcuffing you to your friend here. Any objections?
Now see what you've done.
Oh, shut up. Listen, you can't do this. I don't even know this man.
You ride around the country with him in a car, but you don't know him. Of course you don't.
Yes, but I'm telling you,
Keep
I
your
don't.
mouth shut. All right, Joe. Take him to our car. It's a good day's work for us.
Will you please move over?
You talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Very well.
Ow, my wrist.
Well, you asked me to move, and if I move, you move with me. It's a scientific fact that when two people are handcuffed together...
Officer, must I be chained to this man?
Aye, you must. And keep quiet about it.
Wait a moment. Where are you taking us? This isn't the way to the sheriff's office.
Well, we're not exactly going to the sheriff's office. Eh, Joe?
Not exactly, no.
Well, where are we going?
Well, it's the real head we are going to see. The sheriff principal. Eh, Joe?
Aye, the sheriff principal.
I don't understand.
Would you like to have a small bet with me, Pamela Stewart?
Now, what do you mean?
I'll bet you 100 to 1 that the man they call the sheriff principal has the top joint of his little finger missing. Am I right, gentlemen?
You shut your mouth, young fellow, or I'll shut it for you. For good.
You see, Pamela? I win. They're taking us to your old friend, the professor. Charming gentleman, the professor. Best-liked man in the village and a personal friend.
Oh, be quiet, will you?
What are we stopping for?
Sheep. A whole flock of them across the road.
Well, blow your horn. Maybe that'll scare them.
Stubborn beast, they won't move an inch.
Well, come on. We'll have to get out and shoo them off.
Here, get on there, Shoo. Get on there.
Go on. Get out of the way. Go on.
Now's our chance. We'll make a run for it.
Run? How can we?
Come on, when I say jump, jump and run for your life.
Yes, but they'll catch us.
Go on, jump.
Hey, look, they're getting away.
Stand where you are.
There they go.
Give it to him.
They're shooting.
Come on, you little fool, run for it.
Please, don't go so fast. You're hurting my wrist.
Shut up.
Oh, I can't go any further. I've lost my shoe.
Where?
Oh, back there.
Well, forget it. All right. Sit down. Sit down for a while.
You think we've lost those men?
Now it's as black as pitch on this moor. They'll never find us now.
You know this is all very silly. You can't escape. What chance have you got handcuffed to me?
Keep that question for your husband when you get one. Meanwhile, I'll admit that you're the white man's burden.
Oh, yes, I know, and I can't tell you how it comforts me. Oh, why don't you give yourself up?
To whom?
Oh, give yourself up to Scotland Yard.
Thank you, but it's a little impractical at the moment. Listen to me. I told you the truth on the train, and I'm telling it to you now. There's a dangerous conspiracy against this country, and I'm the only man who can stop it.
Ha-ha, I don't believe you.
All right, very well, then. I'm just a plain, common murderer who stabbed an innocent, defenseless woman in the back in Portland Place, London. I don't know how innocent you may be, but you're a woman, you're defenseless, and you're alone on a desolate moor in the dark. And you're manacled to a murderer who would stop at nothing to get you off his hands. If that's the story you prefer, have it, my lovely, and welcome.
Well, I'm not afraid of you.
Why not? For all you know, I murdered a woman. You listen to a bit of advice. From now on, you do everything I tell you to do, and do it quickly.
Oh, you wretched boy.
I admire your pluck, but you keep a civil tongue in your head. Otherwise, I might feel the next killing was a bit overdue. All right, on your feet now.
Well, where are we going?
I see some lights over that way. We'll do a little investigating.
Well, I won't go. I'm going to stay right here.
Pamela, are you forgetting I murdered a woman? Well...
Don't you strike me. I'll go. Hey, what kind of a place do you think this is?
I don't know. Looks like an inn. Now remember what I said. A civil tongue or else. And you back me up in everything I say or do. You understand?
Yeah.
Stay close to me and hold my hand. It'll hide the handcuffs. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to King's Head Tavern. And what can I do for you and the lady?
We had an accident with our car a few miles back.
Hey, that's too bad now. You want to stay the night, I suppose?
Yes, we do.
And will it be 2 separate rooms or one?
Oh, 2 separate rooms.
One room, please. One.
Well, which?
One, thank you.
Oh, one. And what's the name?
Hawkinson. Hawkinson, yes. Henry Hawkinson and Mrs. Hawkinson.
Well, come along, Mr. Hawkinson. The rooms are at the top of the landing.
Thank you. Nice place you have here.
It'll do. Here's the room.
Oh, thank you.
Well, good night to you.
Wait. Now, wait, please, you mustn't go.
What's the matter, lass? Is there anything wrong?
Yes,
Of course there's nothing wrong. She wants to tell you something, that's all.
Yes, I wanted to...
You see, we're a runaway couple.
Ah, you know.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we've been running all night. If anyone inquires for us, you won't give us up, will you?
That I won't. I was young myself once. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Inside, Pamela.
Of all the outrageous things. Listen, you don't think I'm going to spend the night in this room with you?
Personally, I don't see how you can help yourself.
Stop jerking my arm.
I'm so sorry. I want to take my shoes off. My feet are tired. You better stand here by the fire and get warm. You'll be catching cold.
And if I did?
Stand by the fire.
Don't yell at me like that. I didn't ask to come with you.
And I didn't invite you. Here we are.
Well, aren't you afraid the men will find us?
I'm not thinking of that so much as some way to get out of these handcuffs.
Oh, I have a nail file in my pocket. Maybe that'll help.
That would be dandy. If you file 24 hours a day, 10 years from now, we might be free. Imagine, tied to you for 10 years. It's a horrible thought.
I've had enough of your insults. I'm going to tell the innkeeper the whole story.
You want me to hang for a murder I didn't commit?
As long as you hang, I don't care whether you committed it or not.
What a bloodthirsty creature you are. Haven't you any pity?
Nope.
Ow! What are you up to now?
I'm merely trying to file the handcuffs.
Well, don't jab me in the wrist that way. I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
You're going about it in a very amateurish fashion anyway. I can see you know nothing about filing handcuffs.
I'm sure you do. Tell me, how did you start being a criminal?
So you want the story of my life. It's really very interesting.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I was born a poor orphan boy. From the beginning, I hadn't a chance. Ouch!
I'm sorry it slipped.
Accidentally?
Accidentally. Go on, please.
I started by pilfering pennies out of other children's lockers at school. And a little pocket picking and car pinching. And at last, my efforts were rewarded, and I graduated into straight burglary.
With diploma?
With diploma.
Oh.
I killed my first man when I was 19. It scared me at first, but I soon got hardened to it. Lady, you wouldn't believe me if I
It was your fault. The whole thing was your fault.
My fault? How do you make that out?
If you hadn't have stopped the car for those blasted sheep, we'd have had the 2 of them in the professor's parlor right now.
We'd better have them there soon, is what I say. The professor was anxious about Hanny. Knows too much, he said. Get him.
Get him? We had him. And the girl, too.
You don't suppose they'd head in somewhere, do you? Stop at a tavern, I mean.
They might, in this weather.
There's a place about 4 miles back. King's Head Tavern, it's called.
King's Head Tavern. That'd be somewhere near where they gave us the slip. Turn around. You'll find out.
Right.
And if we see him again, blast you. Shoot straight.
I will, all right. You can depend upon that.
Little by little, and year by year, I sunk lower and lower.
And you got better and better.
That's right. You might have read about me in the papers. They call me Hannay, the Cornish Bluebeard. And that, me lady, is the horrible story of my life.
Dear, dear, and you have such a nice face. How many people have you killed altogether?
9. If you don't watch the point on that nail file, it may be 10. Ouch!
At least I'm trying to do something.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to try and get some sleep.
I haven't had a wink for 48 hours.
Well, I'm not in the least bit tired. Besides, I have to stay by the fire and get dry.
All right. You don't mind if I stretch out in the chair, do you?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this. I said I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this.
I'm hardened to it. That's all. Hardened criminal to sleep any time.
Listen, did you hear that? There's a car out there. It just drove up, a car.
It's your imagination.
It's not my imagination. I heard a car. Oh, all right, if you don't care.
Don't care. Just don't care.
Oh! Don't do that! What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You mustn't get frightened, Pamela. I have awful nightmares. I guess it's my conscience bothering me. Good night.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We pause now between the scenes of the 39 Steps. Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino will be back shortly when we raise the curtain on Act 3 in this play about spies. Spies may be roughly divided into two classes. There are the mercenary spies who traffic in state secrets, selling them for cash to the highest bidder. And there are patriots who risk their lives solely for the protection of their country, who receive the smallest monetary rewards, and whose names never get into the newspapers. The Richard Hannay of our play belongs to this second group, and so does tonight's guest, Major C.E. Russell of the United States Army, retired. Before this country entered the World War, Major Russell temporarily loaned his services to Scotland Yard as one of their American operatives. Back in the United States Army during the war, he served on a special staff in France. He later instructed our Army officers in the art of espionage and is the author of a standard military textbook on this subject. With such a background, Major, there should be no better authority to answer the question, just what are the qualifications that make a valuable spy?
The qualifications today, Mr. DeMille, are exactly the same as in biblical times, and the instructions which are taught follow very closely those which Moses gave to his men when he sent them forth to spy out the land of Canaan, to learn what the land contained, the strength of the enemy, if the people were content, and how strong were the walls. Then, as today, spies had to have powers of observation, of memory, and description. These are the three traits that must be developed in a capable espionage agent, and are the least developed of all human traits. In addition, he must have common sense, a good general education, an ability to take orders, and preferably a knowledge of foreign languages.
I've noticed that the opinion held of a spy varies greatly. Some people have only the greatest respect and admiration for a spy. Others consider them vicious, double-dealing scoundrels who stop at nothing to attain their end.
How well do I know that? But I think these people would change their minds if they only realized that spies are one of the greatest forces for world peace. I am, of course, referring to patriotic spies, not mercenaries. I believe that a patriotic spy, by keeping his country informed of military activity in other lands, enables his own nation to properly prepare itself, and a properly prepared nation is a nation seldom attacked. The war that they are ready for rarely comes.
If what I've observed is true, you soldiers who fight with your brains instead of bayonets are finding more and more women as your co-workers. How does a woman compare with a man as a spy?
Very favorably, up to one point. A woman's heart will rule her head much more quickly than a man's. Today, there is probably one woman to every 2 men in the world's espionage service. We've learned that if you want to make a man talk, send a pretty woman. And when we want to make a woman talk, we make her jealous. Both theories work amazingly well.
It would appear to me that spying is one activity which provides little or no room for modernization. Along with qualifications, I presume that methods have changed little since the days of Moses.
That's very true, Mr. DeMille. They remain essentially unchanged, but there have been radical technical changes in carrying out those essentials. For instance, there's a machine recently developed in this country so delicate and so accurate that it can etch an invisible secret message on a surface no larger than a grain of corn. Or, to employ a commodity with which perhaps you're more familiar, it could etch the map of an entire country on a single Lux flake. And that's probably the finest, thinnest, and most fragile thing I can think of for the moment.
I know that you can read through a flake of Lux, Major. It's actually only 2/1000th of an inch thick.
I see. Almost as amazing as this machine I'm speaking of. Lux flakes remind me of women, and women, in turn, recall an amazing spy story I encountered during the World War. It concerns a Swiss opera singer who volunteered in the French Red Cross as an entertainer. For 2 years, she made periodic visits to a home in Switzerland, each time using the same route over the French border. One day, she started to cross and found a new officer in charge. He took a good look at her and immediately ordered his women assistants to search her. They returned with the petticoat of this famous singer. Suspecting that it might contain invisible writing, the lieutenant called for hot irons and himself applied them to the petticoat. The heat revealed what had been invisibly written in lemon juice, the complete working drawings of a new French war tank. The reason the lieutenant had suspected Madame was that before the war, he had been a style designer in Paris. One of the first things he observed about the singer was that while she was dressed in the height of fashion, she wore a starched petticoat, and starched petticoats had been out of style for 10 years.
And to me, one of the truest utterances of the great French General Marshal Foch was his statement to a group of his espionage agents. You will die 1,000 deaths, he told them, before oblivion comes, while the man in the trenches dies but once.
And no better example can be found, Mr. DeMille, than that patriot of Revolutionary War, John Honeyman. Too old to carry arms, he became a confidential spy at Washington's urgent request and posed as a Tory. Despised by his wife and family, ostracized by his friends, he became a cattle buyer for the British Army. American soldiers were ordered to shoot him on sight, but John Honeyman kept his promise never to disclose his real identity. Once he allowed himself to be captured, knowing he might be shot, but there was a chance of being brought before Washington first. This fortunately happened, and Honeyman was able to disclose to Washington how some of his own men were on the verge of assassinating him by placing poison in the general's food. And it was John Honeyman who on Christmas Eve crossed the Delaware alone, entered Trenton, discovered the condition of the Hessian troops, and reported back to Washington on the other side. On Honeyman's unsupported testimony, Washington made his celebrated crossing, won his celebrated victory that turned the tide. Honeyman returned to his New Jersey home after the war, still an outcast, still an object of hate and scorn. His magnificent services were never announced until Washington himself made a special trip to Hackensack and publicly proclaimed him one of the greatest heroes of the American Revolution. His example will always remain a shining light to Americans who seek to serve in the silent, secret, and sometimes inglorious ways of espionage. I thank you.
Thank you, Major. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Once again, the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, with Isabel Jewell and Jean Lockhart. It's early the following morning. Richard Hannay stirs restlessly in the armchair and rubs his eyes sleepily. Suddenly, he jumps from the chair and stands in the middle of the room, staring down at the handcuffs which are dangling from his wrist. Pamela Stewart, on the other side of the room, smiles cheerily.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkinson. Looking rather dazed this morning.
How did you get free?
Oh, very simple. A little matter of work while you had your nightmares.
I suppose you filed the handcuffs.
No, darling, I picked the lock. I was trying to do the same for you, but the file broke.
Say, what's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing that I know of. Oh, you mean my shoes? Yes, they're rather large, aren't they? I borrowed them from the innkeeper's wife.
Oh, no. It's not the shoes. Why are you being so nice? You don't feel ill or anything, do you?
No, why should I?
Why didn't you leave? You were very anxious, too, if I remember correctly.
Well, something happened last night that convinced me you've been telling the truth.
May I ask what earthquake caused your mind to work at last?
When I got free, I went downstairs. That car you said I imagined belonged to our pursuers. They were sitting downstairs when I got there.
Did they see you?
No, I hid behind the counter. They asked the innkeeper about us.
What did he say?
He said he hadn't seen us. Then they ordered something to eat. And while they were eating, they talked a lot about the 39 steps.
39 steps?
Oh, don't ask me what it means because I don't know.
Anything else?
Well, they said the professor was clearing out of the country.
Then he has got the secret. Did they say how soon he was leaving?
No, but they did say that he was going to London first to pick up someone at a music hall.
39 steps. London Music Hall. It doesn't make any sense. Which room are these men in?
Oh, they left.
When?
Oh, about 4 or 5 hours ago.
And you let them go after hearing what they said? Oh, you button-headed little idiot, you.
Don't you speak to me like that.
My dear girl, I'm accused of murder. The only way I can clear myself is to expose those spies.
Then why don't you go to Scotland Yard?
What's the use? You said yourself that no one would believe me.
Well, then why don't I go to Scotland Yard?
Why not? They'd listen to you.
Of course they would.
Come on, we'll get the next train for London.
You wish to order now, sir?
No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone.
I beg your pardon, sir. Your face looks familiar. Are you in the cinema?
No, I'm not. Bring me a bottle of ale, will you?
Very good, sir.
Oh, make that 2, please.
Yes, miss.
Pamela, sit down.
Did you think I was never coming?
Not exactly, but I was getting nervous waiting. Well, what happened? Did you go to Scotland Yard?
Yes.
Well?
Prepare yourself for a shock.
Why?
They've checked every possible channel. The Air Ministry are positive that no papers are missing that would be of any possible use to spies.
But that's incredible. Are you sure?
Well, that's exactly what they said.
I don't know what to make of it.
I think you've been tricked.
Well, it certainly is all very bewildering.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. Really, I am. Look, I think you better go now.
Go where?
Oh, any place. Leave the country. I'll help you.
You?
Oh, I know it sounds funny, but somehow I couldn't bear the thought of them catching you again.
Why, Pamela?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I've just changed my mind about you, that's all. Of course, you're as vain as a peacock, and I couldn't stand you for any length of time, but you're not so bad.
Well, you're not so bad either. If I weren't in this jam, I'd...
What?
Nothing. Come on, let's get out of here.
No, you better stay. I'll run and get you a ticket for Liverpool. There ought to be a boat train
Pamela.
soon. Well, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Look out the window. Do you see that billboard across the street?
Yes, is there anything strange about it?
A list of acts playing this week at the Palladium. The feature attraction is Mr. Memory.
But I don't understand.
Come on, we're going to get out of here.
Well, where are we going
to the
now?
Palladium.
But why?
I don't know, but we're going just the same.
Here are your seats, sir. First 2 on the aisle.
Thank you. Sit down, Pamela.
This is silly. In the first place, the show's almost over. If anyone sees you here, what are you looking for?
Be quiet. I'm just playing a hunch, that's all.
Well, you're playing a fool if you ask me.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission and attention, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory.
Pamela.
What?
Look at that right-hand box nearest the stage. You see that small man sitting in front?
Why, yes,
It's the professor himself.
You better get out of here before they see you.
No. Sit down. Listen.
Every day he commits to memory 50 new facts, and he remembers every one of them. Facts from history, from geography, from newspapers, from scientific textbooks.
Pamela,
Yes.
I've got it. I've got it.
What?
Don't you see the details of this Air Ministry secret have been borrowed, memorized by Mr. Memory, and then put back again before anyone could know?
Why, that's it. Of course it is.
Pardon me, sir, but there's a gentleman who would like to speak to you.
Who, me?
You, Richard Hannay?
Well,
You're under arrest.
Wait, officer. Listen, there's something here you ought to know.
That'll keep, Hannay. Come along quietly.
Yes, but you must listen when that man on the stage can...
Come on, we don't want any excitement here.
All right, I'll go quietly.
Richard, you're not.
Distance from Montreal,
Pamela.
1,424 miles. Am I right? Thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Your question, please.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Memory, what are the 39 steps? Come on, answer up. What are the 39 steps?
The 39 steps. The 39 steps is a secret organization headed by Professor...
There's your man up there in the box. He's the one who shot him.
Stop that man!
Stop that man! Stop him! Stop him!
I want to see Mr. Memory, please. Where's his dressing room?
Number 5, but you can't go in now.
Well, I'm afraid we have to. Detective, have you a pencil and a piece of paper?
Yes?
I want you to write down everything you hear.
But listen here, I
Do as he tells you, please.
I'm going to prove to you that the man who shot Memory is the murderer of Annabella Smith.
What is it?
We want to see Mr. Memory. How is he, Doctor?
Very bad. Did they get the man who shot him?
Yeah, we got him all right. He'll hang for it, too.
Oh. Mr. Memory. Mr. Memory, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Memory, there's something I'd like you to tell us, please.
Yes.
What was the secret formula you were taking abroad?
Will it be all right, my telling you? It was a big job learning it. The biggest I've ever tackled. I don't want to throw it away, sir.
It will be quite all right.
The first feature of the new engine is its greatly increased ratio of compression, represented by the formula 1 minus 1/r to the power of gamma minus 1, where R represents the ratio of compression and gamma dimensions of cylinders diameter. This device renders the engine completely silent. The exhaust gases impinging on a series entirely eliminating all sound. Am I right? Am I right, sir?
That's quite right, old chap.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad it's off my mind.
Memory. Mr. Memory.
Richard, what is it?
The Air Ministry's secret will never leave England.
This way, please. We can pick up the police car on the corner.
The police car? Where are you taking us?
The Scotland Yard, of course.
Scotland Yard?
But you can't do that. You heard what that man said. He didn't kill anybody.
Easy now, easy. He'll be all right. All we want is to put the story on the record.
Oh,
that's better.
You've nothing to worry about at all. He'll be a free man in her now, Mrs. Hannay.
Hannay? Well, what are you talking about?
Well,
Mrs.
I'm
Hannay.
sorry. I thought...
That would be just fine, that would. We were together for one day, and we fought for 24 hours.
20? You were asleep 4 hours.
Can you imagine what it would be like? Fight for breakfast, fight for lunch, fight for dinner. One long, drawn-out battle for the next 30 or 40 years.
Oh, 30 or 40 years. Do you think we could keep it up that long? I mean, really.
Well, we could try.
Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino have completed the 39 steps, but they'll take a 40th when they return later to the microphone. First, a word from Melville Ruick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Just a moment for a suggestion to the women who begin when winter comes to be bothered by rough, chapped hands. Perhaps they don't realize that the trouble may start in the simple daily task of washing the dishes. Here's the reason. There are oils in your skin which give it a protective coating against cold weather outdoors and steam heat indoors. If you use a strong soap in the dishpan, these oils are dried up. Your skin gets rough and red. To protect these beauty oils, simply change from your harsh soap to Lux Flakes. Women find the difference between Lux and ordinary soaps for dishes almost unbelievable. They feel it the moment they put their hands in the dishpan. There is no sting in the very gentle, soothing Lux suds. Almost at once, your hands will begin to look smoother and whiter. Begin tomorrow to keep your hands lovely by washing dishes with Lux Flakes. I turn you back now to Mr. DeMille.
At the moment, both our stars, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, are having a breathing spell between pictures. Bob is back after 6 weeks in the East. And Ida's been indulging in her favorite avocation, composing music.
And not just simple little ballads, Mr. DeMille, but the real thing. Not so long ago, the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra played Ida's symphony, Aladdin and the Lamp.
Oh, thanks for the nice boost, Bob. You know, composing's really very exciting, although I had no thought of attempting it until 2 years ago. It was just about this time of year. I was riding in a taxicab down Hollywood Boulevard. The street was crowded with Christmas traffic, and all of a sudden the noise seemed to take the form and tempo of a melody. Well, I rushed right home, worked straight through till morning, and there it was, and I've been at it ever since.
What's your latest composition?
Something I've just sent to London, a score and book for a musical comedy. Look, I hope no one's going to get the impression that I think I'm a great musician. In fact, I know so little that I often use a code to take the place of notes and musical symbols until I have time to figure out what I'm trying to do. I use the letters of the alphabet for a code. If you ever saw one of my scores, you'd think someone had spilled alphabet soup on an orchestration sheet. But I think our listeners are a lot more interested in what Bob's next picture is going to be than in my music. So, Bob, suppose you tell them.
Well, if I knew, I'd be glad to. I'm having story difficulties at the moment.
Don't we all? Can't you find the right one?
Well, the trouble is I found the right two. And MGM and I can't make up our minds which will make the better picture. Number one is a light comedy, the type of story that audiences have been favoring so much lately. Plenty of laughs and sophistication. Number two, also a modern story, presents a definite problem of living that any one of us might have to face. A very interesting story for an actor, but the question is, will it interest an audience?
And in the meantime, you're perched on a fence, eh?
Exactly. And since that's not a very comfortable spot to be in, perhaps the Lux Radio Theatre audience will help me out. I'd really be very grateful if you drop a card or a note to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, to me, or the Lux Radio Theatre, and let us know which of these two types of pictures you prefer to see. A light comedy or a story with a social problem. In the meantime, my thanks and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Ida. Good night, Bob.
Thank you, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns in just a moment with news of next week's play and stars. In our cast tonight were Leonard Mudie as Professor Bartlett, Reginald Sheffield, Herbert Evans, and Keith Kenneth as detectives, Lionel Belmore as innkeeper, Vernon Steele as cart driver, Edgar Norton as manager of the music hall, Eric Wilton and Raymond Lawrence as Cockney travelers, Ward Lane as butler, Eric Snowden and Norman Ainsley as Scotchman, Sybil Harris as a rowdy, and Phyllis Coughlin as a woman. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Love and Hisses. And now, our producer.
One of the most glamorous beauties of the screen that the screen has ever known appears in the Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night. Marlene Dietrich. Our play is taken from the highly successful motion picture in which Miss Dietrich starred, The Song of Songs, the love story of a Viennese girl and the three men who tried to win her. Miss Dietrich will be surrounded by an all-star cast headed by Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwell. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and Lionel Atwell in The Song of Songs. The special guest of the evening will be the creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies, Mr. Walt Disney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Radio Theatre presents Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson in The Front Page with James Gleason. Lux presents Hollywood. We appreciate your enthusiasm for Lux Flakes. It is your regular purchase of Lux which enables us to bring you this program, sponsored by Cecil B. DeMille, with Louis Silvers conducting. Tonight's stars are Walter Winchell, Josephine Hutchinson, and James Gleason. we had hoped at this time to bring you Miss Amelia Earhart. However, she has not yet completed her sensational round-the-world flight, so will be heard instead next Monday evening from the Lux Radio Theatre, if she will have arrived by that time. Our guests tonight are Miss Kathleen Howard, fashion editor of Photoplay magazine, and John McSood, fabric expert and motion picture technical advisor. From our stage on Hollywood Boulevard, we welcome you to another hour in the Lux Radio Theatre. Before we start our play, I'd like you to hear a letter we received from Miss Miriam Kint, who lives in Easton, Pennsylvania. Here's what she says.
I can never thank you enough for your fine products and your equally fine entertainment. I'd miss both of them very much if I ever had to do without them. I never get tired of them. I'm a radio fan, a movie fan, and a Lux fan. I couldn't keep house without it.
Well, Mrs. Kent and others will agree that one thing which makes housekeeping much easier is washing dishes in Lux. Lux Flakes dissolve instantly into rich, creamy suds, which mean easier dishwashing and softer, prettier hands. And no wonder, for Lux is free from harmful alkali that roughens and cracks your skin. Lux for all your dishwashing costs only a trifle a day. And now, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. His mother named him Walter Winchell, but they call him the man who owns Broadway, the Burbank of the printed page. He made a halo of an orchid and turned a scallion from a vegetable to a stinging rebuke. He's the most original, most highly paid, most copied, and most widely known among reporters. When at a loss for words, Walter simply makes up new ones. To him, people don't get married, they middle aisle. They don't talk on the radio, they radiorate. They're not glamorous picture personalities, but cinema actors. He's found that news walks at night, so he chases it in a car with a radio and a police siren. He's left-handed and does not carry a gun. Born in New York in 1897, he knew that a good education was essential to success. So instead of quitting school at the 4th grade, he patiently plodded through till the 6th. At 14, he was singing in a newsboys' sextet produced by Gus Edwards. His teacher was our musical conductor, Lou Silvers, who had to rescore the music every day because Walter's voice changed every 2 minutes, like a woman's mind. Walter got his first smell of printer's ink by publishing a small theatrical sheet called News Sense. It was the spark that set off the journalistic skyrocket, which has carried him along to his present berth on the New York Mirror and 136 newspapers from New York to London, Paris, and Honolulu. Starred currently in Wake Up and Live, Walter reverts to type tonight in playing the part of Hildy Johnson in the front page. In the role of Peggy Grant is Josephine Hutchinson, called upon at the last moment to play the part due to the illness of Joan Bennett. Miss Hutchinson brings to our theater the same spirit and talent that flavored her acting on Broadway. From Eva Le Gallion's celebrated civic repertoire, Miss Hutchinson came to Hollywood as a member of Warner Brothers, as a Warner Brothers star. Just a few days ago, she signed a long-term contract with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. James Gleason, after a notable career as actor, writer, and producer, also came to Hollywood from Broadway. Now at RKO Studios, he makes his third appearance on our stage in the role of Walter Burns, managing editor. Our deadline has arrived, and we send tonight's edition to press as the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of the front page, starring Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson with James Gleason. A newspaper office in the city of Chicago. At his desk in the inner sanctum, Walter Burns, the managing editor, talks to one of his staff on a telephone. He's just received a disquieting bit of news, and he pounds the desk violently, sending a shower of papers onto the floor.
Don't give me that. He can't quit. When did he walk out? Why didn't you stop him? Well, you're a help. Well, stop him now. I don't care if he's getting married to the Empress of China. Hildy Johnson works for this sheet and is going to keep on working for it. Listen, Duffy, there's a hanging scheduled for tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. They're hanging Earl Williams at the Cook County Jail. Hildy Johnson has got to cover that hanging for us. And if he doesn't, by heaven, I'll hang you. Now get to work. Find out what he is. Stop the wedding ceremony. Do anything you want. But get Hildy Johnson or I'll kick you from here to Michigan Boulevard. Back again. Yes. Yeah, and I said if Burns asked for me, tell her to go dunk his head in the lake. I'm finished, through, and then I walked out.
Oh, Hildy, you really quit.
I promised I would, didn't I?
Yes, darling, but it's almost too good to be true.
Hildy Johnson, ex-newspaper man. That's me, honey. From now on, I'm going to eat my dinners at home. Then afterwards, I'm going to curl up on the radiator with a good book. I'm going to let the other guys hustle for the news. I'll be reading it, and it better be good. Boy, what a life.
Oh, Hildy, we will be happy, won't we?
We can't miss, honey.
We'll be married in New York, darling, just as soon as we get there.
Can't be too soon for me. Geez, I almost forgot. Hey, driver.
Yeah?
Stop at the criminal courts building, Cook County Jail.
Okay.
Hildy, what for?
I gotta say goodbye to the boys, honey.
What boys?
The so-called gentlemen of the press. They'll all be up there covering the hanging and wishing they were home in bed. I gotta give them the horse laugh.
But, Hildy, we're supposed to be at Cousin Emma's at 7 sharp, and the train leaves at 11:15.
It's all right, baby. Don't you worry about me. You run along to Emma's. I'll be up right away.
Hildy, you'll never get away from them. When you get talking with those friends of yours, Emma will be furious if you don't get there, and so'll Mother.
Listen, Peggy, I know what this means to you. You don't think I'd let you down at a time like this, do you? I'll be up at Cousin Emma's before she drags out the cake. And what's more, I'll eat it, too. But I gotta see the boys, Peggy. You understand, don't you? I may never see them again. I hope.
Well, all right, but...
Atta girl. Give us a kiss.
Hildy.
Come on, driver. Get going.
Deal me out.
I was ahead a minute ago.
All right.
Hello? Press room. Hildy Johnson? No, he ain't here. I said he ain't here. Okay.
Hey, who was that, Wilson?
Burns again, trying to reach Hildy Johnson.
Hello, give me Sheridan 2000.
Hey, Murphy, what is the idea? Is that the only telephone in the place?
The only one with a mouthpiece on it.
How many times have I got to tell you fellows to leave my phone alone? If you've got to talk to a mouthpiece, go buy one like I did.
Shut up.
Give me Sheridan 2000.
I won't shut up. I'm trying to keep this phone clean of germs.
Hey, Benzinger, what is this? A hospital or something?
Oh, look
now,
at
come
this
on, run
drawer.
those
Look
cards,
at
will
it.
you?
Who put that pie in there?
I did, but don't eat it, Benzinger. It's rotten.
I don't intend to eat it, but I don't intend to let you fellows use my desk as a garbage can.
It's too big a desk anyhow. It takes up too much room. Okay.
LaSalle, 3400.
Hey, Bensinger, did you see the sheriff?
Oh, why don't you get your own news?
All right. You understand
hello,
the
Jake. This is Benzinger. Yes, here's a new lead on the Earl Williams hanging. Yes, I just saw the sheriff, yes. He won't move the hanging up a minute. I don't care who he promised. All right, I'll talk to him again, but it's no use. The execution is set for 7 o'clock in the morning. And get this, the condemned man ate a hearty dinner. Yes, mock turtle soup, chicken pot pie, hash brown potatoes, combination salad, and pie a la mode.
Make mine the same.
No, I don't know what kind of pie.
Hello,
Now
this is
listen.
Wilson. Give me a rewrite,
I
man.
said I don't know what kind of
Ready,
pie.
Charlie?
I don't know.
Get
Really,
this. Very hot stuff.
Yes?
The doomed man ate a hearty dinner. As follows. Noodle soup, roasted beef, chicken potato, cranberry sauce, and pie a la mode. Yeah. Peach pie.
Peach pie. It's a scoop pie.
Yes. Peach pie. Oh, shut up, will you? Oh, all right, Jake. Yes. Oh, yes, and one thing more. Dr. Max J. Egelhofer. Yes, Max J. Egelhofer from Vienna. Well, he's going to examine Williams to see if he's sane. No, I don't know when. In an hour or so, I'll let you know.
Hold it, Charlie. I just seen the sheriff again. They're going to look for screws in Williams' dome. Yeah, psychologist. Dr. Egelhofer. Wait a minute. Hey, Benzinger, how do you spell that doctor's name?
Go and find out.
All right, sourpuss. I don't know, Charlie. Spell it any way you want.
Get over there real quick as you can.
Hello, you lazy tramp.
Hello, Hildy. How are you?
Hildy, we heard you quit.
Sure, I quit. Hey, will you look at this guy? Look,
Yum,
he's wearing
yum.
a case. Kiss me, Hildy.
Let go, now let go.
He's got a shave and a haircut.
Hey, Hildy, it's Walter Burns on the phone. Tell that phony he knows where he can go. Will you do me a favor and talk to him? He's called you 9 million times.
What's the matter? Scared of him, Hildy? Yeah, are you?
I'll talk to that maniac with pleasure. Give me the phone. Hello, Mr. Burns. What's that, Mr. Burns? Why, your language is shocking, Mr. Burns. Now listen, you big baboon. Get a pencil and paper and take this down. And get it straight, because this is important. It's the Hildy Johnson case. Yeah, the Hildy Johnson case. The next time I see you, I'm going to walk right up to you and hammer on that monkey skull of yours until it rings like a Chinese gong.
Oh, boy.
That's telling it. No, I ain't going to cover any hanging. I wouldn't cover it for you if they held it in the middle of Clark Street. Never mind the oil, Jocko. It won't do you any good this time. Because I'm going to New York, and I'm going to get married. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay west of Gary, Indiana. A Johnson never forgets. And that, boys, is what they call telling the managing editor. Goodbye forever. Goodbye.
Oh, shut up. What'd you quit for, Hildy?
Yeah, we hear you're going to get married. I'm getting married, all right. See these? 3 tickets to New York.
What do you mean, 3?
Me and my girl and a old lady.
Kind of Saturday.
What do you want to get married for?
Maybe he's
in love.
He's in love.
Hey, when's the wedding, Hildy?
It's in New York, so you guys ain't going to have any fun with it. None of them fake warrants are kidnapping the bride with me.
Everybody's getting that New York bug. It's a rube town for mine.
I was on a New York paper once. Say, you might as well work in a bay.
Which one of them journals are you going to work for?
None of them. Who wants to work on a newspaper?
What are you going in for, the movies?
I am not. Publishing office. 150 smackers a week.
Yeah?
Here's the contract. I was just waiting to get it down in black and white before I took apart her and burned.
And his burn sore.
That rotten snake brain. The ungrateful ape. Call me a traitor. A traitor. After 10 years of sweating my pants off for practically nothing. Traitor to what? What did he or anybody else in the newspaper business ever do for me? Except try to make a bum out of me. Says you can't quit without notice. What does he think I am, a hired girl? Why, one more waiting, I'd have gone over there and busted him right on his Durante.
Hey, why didn't you tell a fella you were going to quit?
And have Burns hear about it? I've always wanted to quit. Just like that. I've been planning this for 2 months. Packed up everything yesterday. So did my girl, furniture and everything.
You're going to miss a swell hanging, Hildy.
Yeah, you can have it. I'm a businessman now.
I got a dumb brother went in for business. He's got 7 kids and a mortgage. Belongs to a country club. He never gets worse every year. Just a fathead.
Listen to who's talking. Journalists. Peeking through keyholes. Running after fire engines like a lot of coach dogs. Waking people up in the middle of the night to ask them what they think of Mussolini. A lot of daffy Badinskis borrowing nickels from office boys. And for what? So a million nitwits and their wives will know what's going on. What's that?
They're stretching the rope for Earl Williams.
Yeah, making it nice and soft.
I don't believe that guy ever did shoot that cop.
He don't look like he's got enough brains to pull a trigger.
Whether he did or not, he's hanging high in the morning.
Well, I gotta beat it. So long, you mug.
No, you can't.
Close that door, Kruger.
You can't do that, Hildy.
Now, wait a minute.
It's your last night, Hildy. We gotta celebrate.
Nothing doing.
Listen,
I gotta go
don't
up my
be a heel.
Yes, don't be a heel.
I'm not a heel.
You are so a heel.
Sure, walking out on us and us the losers.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about all the dough you lifted around here playing poker.
That's right. You got to give us a chance to get it back, yeah.
Are you kidding?
You won it, didn't you?
Sure, but what's the idea?
Then sit down. Don't let him out, Kruger.
What are you trying to do, pull a walk out on us after taking our dough?
Well, all right, you dirty tramps. I'll play only for a half an hour.
Half an hour,
Only a half an hour, and I hope I trim the pants off you.
Ante up, boys. Come on,
I'm out
Ante up.
$7
Hey,
now.
where are those sandwiches? Hey, you come ordered? on, Hildy. Come on. Stop looking at your watch.
Listen,
will you?
fellas, I gotta go. No fooling.
Hey, sandwiches.
No, come on. Well, hello, Sheriff. Hi.
Yelling up here.
That was me, Sheriff. Sit down and take a hand.
You can have my place,
Oh, no, you
Pinky.
don't, Hildy. Sit down.
Now listen, boys, listen. You gotta be quiet. There's a man over there in the death house. How do you suppose he feels listening to all this revelry?
A lot you care how he feels.
Keep your shirt on, Pinky.
Wait a minute, you. I don't want to hear any more of that Pinky stuff. I got a name, see? Peter B. Hartman.
What's the matter with Pinky?
He's all right.
Who's all right?
Stop now, honest boys. What's the idea of hanging a name like that on me? Pinky Hartman. How's that going to look to the voters?
Now, never mind the voters. What about moving the execution up to 5 o'clock so we can all make the city edition?
Yeah, that's a good idea. How about it, Pinky? Come on, be a good guy, will you?
Now, that's kind of raw. You can't hang a fellow in his sleep just to please a newspaper.
No, but you can reprieve him twice, so the hanging will come 3 days before election, so you can run the law and order ticket. You can do that all right, don't you?
I had nothing whatsoever to do with these reprieves. That was entirely up to the governor.
Oh, yeah? Well, how do we know there won't be another reprieve tonight?
There won't be.
No? What about that doctor? Suppose he finds Williams insane or something?
He won't find he's insane because he isn't.
Even if he was, you'd hang him to get the vote.
Boys. Now, easy now.
I know you.
Now, he's going to look him over in my office in a couple of minutes, and then you'll know all about it. Besides, there's nothing he can find out. Williams is just as sane as I am.
Saner, Pinky.
There's no use in talking to you, boy.
Yeah, I wondered how long it'd take you to find that out, Pinky. Hello? Oh, yes, ma'am? Hey, Hildy, it's your girl.
Holy shit. Give me that. His girl. Ain't it romantic?
What's the matter, honey? I know, but I couldn't help it.
Here's your sandwiches, boys.
Oh, so am I, baby. How many?
What's the matter? Haven't we got any muffins around?
Sweetheart, there's nothing to cry about.
Yeah, come on. Lay off those potatoes.
Oh, honey, it's the boys. They're all yelling. Of course, darling. Of course I'll be there. I'm leaving now.
That's mine.
Oh, Peggy, if you talk like that, I'm going to ride out and jump in the lake. I swear I will. I can't stand it. Listen.
We're listening. Go ahead.
Darling, I love you.
Hildy loves that.
I said I love you.
Oh, wait a minute, fellas. Give him a break, will you?
That's the stuff. That's better. I'll be right there, honey. Now, don't take it easy. Right away. I'll be right over.
Honey, baby, you'll be right over. Did you hear that?
Hello? Yeah. Hey, Hildy, it's Burns again. Tell him to give us a rest, will you?
Hello. Listen, Burns, you're making a nuisance of yourself. What's the idea of calling up all the time? No, I'm through with newspapers. I don't give a hoot what you think of me. I'm leaving for New York tonight, right now, this minute. Well, goodbye, you rotten wage slaves. When you're crawling up fire escapes and getting kicked out of front doors and eating a Christmas dinner in a one-arm joint, don't forget your old pal, Hildy Johnson.
Well, goodbye.
When will we see you again, Hildy? The next time you see me, I'll be riding on a 16-cylinder wagon giving out interviews on success.
Goodbye, Hildy.
Well,
Goodbye,
take care of
Hildy.
yourself, Johnson.
So long, fella. Holy! What is it? It's a jailbreak.
Get over to the window. Hey, what's the matter? What's happened? What's the game? He's probably trying the game. Who got away? Who was it? Earl Williams.
He got away.
Give me that telephone. This is going to make a bomb out of it. Wait, look out. Look out where you're able to. The state's attorney's office.
Oh, nuts. Hello. Give me Waller, Burns. Quick. Hello, Waller. This is Hildy Johnson. Forget that. Forget it, I tell you. Listen. Earl Williams just slammed out of the county jail. Yeah. Just this minute. Don't worry. I said don't worry. I'm on the job.
We continue with the front page presently. But for the moment, I'd like to take you into the famous Laurel Canyon in Hollywood. There on a vine-covered porch, sitting in a swing hammock, are a boy and a girl, very much in love and trying hard to be practical. Just now, Dick is doing the talking.
I wish we could get married soon, Anne. But I don't know how I'm going to buy you dresses like that new one you got on. Why, I bet that cost a week's salary.
Darling, this dress isn't new, and it costs practically nothing.
Well, it certainly looks expensive.
That's because I know how to get things at bargain prices.
Yeah. And say, it is swell looking.
And I know how to keep them nice, too. I only buy dresses that are luxable.
What do you mean, luxable?
You can keep them nice in Lux, darling. Lux Flakes.
Oh.
It hardly costs anything to take care of things that way, and they look like new so much longer.
Yes, Anne, you're one of the millions of girls who know that Lux brings down the cost of looking smart and well-dressed. This year especially, stores everywhere are showing so many smart, inexpensive clothes that are luxable. Cottons, silks, and linens, all kinds of summer fabrics will stay new-looking much longer if you care for them with Lux. These gentle flakes are safe for anything that's safe in water alone. Lux cuts down expensive upkeep and makes your things look like new all season long. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with the front page, starring Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson with James Gleason. With a condemned man roaming free somewhere in the city, things are happening fast around the criminal courts building. The press room is deserted for the moment, when suddenly Hildy Johnson bounds through the door and grabs the telephone.
Hello. Give me Waller Burns. Hello, listen. Keep this wire open every second, you understand? Hello, Burns. Now listen. I got the whole story from Jacoby, the assistant warden, and I got it exclusive. That's right, and it's a pip. Only listen. It cost me $260, see? Just a minute, I'll give you the story. I'm telling you, first I had to give him all the money I had, and it wasn't exactly mine. $260, and I want it back. Well, what did you hear? Did you hear what I said about the money? All right, then here's your story. It's a jailbreak of your dreams. Dr. Max J. Egelhofer, a profound thinker from Vienna, was giving Williams a final sanity test in the sheriff's office.
You know, sticking a lot of pins in him to get his reflexes. Then he decided to reenact the crime. So as to study William's powers of coordination. Well, I'm coming to it. Will you shut up? Of course he had to have a gun to reenact it. And who do you suppose supplied it? Peter B. Hartman. B for brains. I tell you, I'm not kidding. Hartman gave his gun to the professor. The professor gave it to Earl, and Earl shot the professor right in the stomach. Ain't it perfect? Egelhopper? No, not bad. They spirited him away to Passavant Hospital. No, we got it exclusive. Now listen, Burns. It cost me $260 for the story, and I want it back. I had to give it to Jacoby. I had to give it to him before he spilled it. $260, the money I'm going to get married on. Never mind about my fine work. I want my money. No, I tell you, I'm not going to cover anything else. I'm going away. Listen, you big stiff. I just did this as a personal favor. Now I'm leaving town and I haven't got a dime. When will you send it over? Well, see that you do or I can't get married. I'll be waiting right here in the press room.
Hildy!
Oh, hello, Peggy.
What was that over the telephone?
Nothing. I was just telling Walter Burns I was all through, that's all. How are you,
You haven't
darling?
done something foolish with that money.
No.
You still have it.
Of course, gee, darling, you don't think for a minute.
I think I'd better take care of it from now on.
Now, listen, honey, I can look after a couple of $100, all right?
Now, Hildy, if you still got that money, I want you to give it to me.
Now, sweetheart, it's going to be perfectly all
Then
right.
you haven't got it.
No, not this minute,
You
but it's...
did do something with it.
No, he's sending it right over. Burns, I mean. It'll be here any minute.
Hildy!
Listen, darling, I wouldn't have had this happen for the world. But it's going to be all right. Now, here's what happened. I was just starting out to the house to get you when this guy Williams breaks out of jail. You know, the fellow they were going to hang in the morning.
Yes, I know.
Oh, sweetheart, I had to do what I did. I had to give him the money so he wouldn't give the story to anybody else. Jacoby, I mean. That's the assistant warden. I got the story exclusive. The biggest scoop in years.
Do you know how long Mother and I waited out there at the house?
Oh, Peggy, listen, you ain't going to be mad at me for this. I couldn't help it. You'd have done the same thing yourself. I mean, the biggest story in the world busting and nobody on the job.
I might have known it would happen again.
Oh, listen.
Every time I ever wanted you for something. On my birthday and New Year's Eve, when I waited till 5 in the morning.
But a big story broke, don't you remember?
It's always a big story. The biggest story in the world. And the next day, everybody's forgotten it, even you.
What do you mean, forgotten? That was the Clara Hammond murder on your birthday. Oh, Peggy, it won't hurt to wait 5 more minutes. The boy's on his way with the money now.
Do you know that Mother's sitting downstairs waiting in a taxi cab? If she knew about that money. It's all we've got in the world, Hildy. We haven't even got a place to sleep in except the train.
Oh, gee, I wouldn't do anything in the world to hurt you, Peg. You make me feel like a criminal.
It's all that Walter Burns. Oh, I'll be so glad when you get away from him. You simply can't resist him.
Peggy, I told you what I think of him. I wouldn't raise a finger if he was dying.
Then why did you loan him the money?
I didn't. You see, you won't listen to me, or you'd know I didn't. Now, look, I had to give the money to Jacoby, the assistant warden.
Here they are, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Grant. I was just explaining to Peggy.
Mother, I thought you were going to wait in the cab.
Well, I just came up to tell you the meter's gone to $2.
Yeah, sure, but that's going to be all right.
I had a terrible time finding you. First, I went into a room where a lot of policemen were playing cards.
Yeah, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Then I met that policeman and asked him where Mr. Johnson's office was, and he brought me here.
Now, listen, Mother, I think you'd better go downstairs, and we'll come just as soon as we can.
You've got a big room, haven't you? Where do you sit, Hildy?
Now, I'll tell you what you do. You and Peggy go on over to the station and get the baggage checked. Here's the tickets.
Now, Hildy.
I'll be along in 15 minutes, maybe sooner.
How do you mean? That you aren't going?
Of course I am. Now, I'll meet you at the information booth.
Come on, Mother. Hildy has to wait a few minutes. It's something about the office. He's getting some money.
Money?
Yeah, they're sending it over. It's my salary. They're sending over my salary.
Your salary? At this hour?
They were awful busy, and I couldn't disturb them very well.
Well, the trouble is you're too easy with people, letting them wait till this hour before paying you your salary. How do you know they're going to give it to you at all?
Mother, now, we'll go on over. Hildy'll be along.
Do you know what I'm beginning to think?
What?
I think you must be a sort of irresponsible type or you wouldn't do things this way. It just occurred to me you didn't do one blessed thing about our getting away.
Now, you stop picking on Hildy, Mother.
Well, I had to sublet the apartment and pack all the wedding presents. That's a man's work. You weren't even there to put the things in the taxi. And I had to give the man 50 cents, too. And now here you stand with the train leaving any minute.
Now, Mother, I never missed a train in my life.
Come on, Mother.
That's the girl. Now, go ahead. Go ahead.
You'd better be there, Hildy.
Don't worry about me. I'll be there. Goodbye.
Sheriff's Office. Hartman speaking. What? Yes, where? Well, surround him. Put 100 men around the house. And if he gets away, I'll break every cop on the force.
Well, Sheriff?
They've spotted Earl Williams. He's in a boarding house over in Clark Street.
That's a break. Those newspapers would hound the tails off of us if he ever got away.
Listen, Jacoby, he ain't going to get away. This thing means votes, and I'm going to hang Earl Williams if it's the last thing I do.
Oh, Sheriff.
Who are you?
My name's Pincus. I got a paper here for you. It's from the governor.
What's from the governor?
The reprieve for Earl Williams.
For who?
Earl Williams, the reprieve.
Wait a minute. Is this a joke or something?
Huh?
It's a mistake. There must be a mistake. Look at this, Jacoby. Insane, he says. He knows darn well that Earl Williams ain't insane. This reprieve is pure politics. It's an attempt to ruin us.
What can you do? I only brought it over. You can't blame it.
No, wait a minute. Listen, Mr. Pincus. You didn't bring this over. You couldn't find me. I never saw the reprieve.
Huh? But you got it in your hands, right?
Well, for 150 miles. Now you shut up and listen. How much money do you make now?
$20 a week. And car fare.
For 150 a month, you could forget this reprieve business, couldn't you? You could say you couldn't find me, couldn't you?
But I did find you.
Oh, ye God. Look. Here. Take this reprieve away. Go away. Don't come back until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and keep your mouth shut. I'll settle everything with you tomorrow.
Well, all right.
That's the boy. Now go on.
It sounds awful funny to me, though.
You're taking a big chance, Sheriff. Oh, chance? Don't I know it? Don't you think I realize...
Hey, Sheriff!
What do you want, Johnson?
Did Walter Boyne send anybody here with some dough for me?
No, he didn't.
All right, Pinky, don't get sore. I hear you surrounded Williams.
Yes, we have.
Nice work, Pinky. I bet you'll let him go so he could vote on Tuesday.
Get out of here.
If anyone comes for me, I'll be in the press room. Hello, Duffy. Hello, Duff. This is Hildy. Listen, where's Burns? Where did he go? Well, listen, Duffy, I'm waiting here for the boy to bring over my money. The $260 he owes me. Yeah, in the press room. He told me the boy was on his way. What are you laughing about? Listen, Duffy, has that maniac started that money over or not? No, I ain't got time to come over to any office. I missed the train. Oh, shut up, Duffy. Listen, will you? Wait a minute. Who's at that window? Who's out there? I'll call you back, Duffy. Who's out there? What's the idea of crawling around on fire escapes?
Excuse me. I had to come in. I had to.
Well, who are you?
Me? I'm Earl Williams.
Earl Williams?
They're after me with searchlights.
Put down that gun.
It ain't loaded. I fired all the bullets already.
Well, give it to me.
Here. I surrender. I couldn't hang off that roof any longer.
Yeah, get away from that window.
I'm not afraid to die. I was telling that fellow that when he handed me the gun.
Shut up a second. Let me lock the door.
Waking me up in the middle of the night, talking to me about things I don't understand, calling me a murderer. I ain't a murderer, but sometimes I just can't think straight. I get a pain up here.
Be quiet. Let me think.
Go on, take me back and hang me. I done my best.
Will you shut up? Sit down over there. Go ahead now. Go on, sit down. Hello. Give me Burns, quick.
I didn't mean anything. I just didn't think.
Hello, Burns. Geez, Burns, listen. You gotta get over here. I said you gotta get over here. I got Earl Williams. He's here with me now. Earl Williams. Yeah! Who is it?
Open up. It's me, Burns. Well, where is he?
I thought you'd never get here.
Come in, Louie, and close that door.
Okay, boss.
I brought Louie along to give us a hand. Well, where is he? Where's Williams?
He's in the desk.
What desk?
The big one, right here. I stuck him in there and pulled down a roller.
Open it up and let's get a look at him. Hello, Williams.
Let me out of here. I can't stand it. Please let me out.
Keep quiet, you mug. You're sitting pretty. Close that desk.
Who's out there?
Hildy, what's holding you up?
Oh.
Who's the dame?
It's my girl's mother.
Yes, and I've waited just as long as I'm going to wait.
Shut up.
Shut up. What? Out of here, please. Who's that? There's somebody in that desk.
Don't be silly, lady. What would a man be doing in a desk?
I don't know, but there's something going on here.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. Who's in that desk?
Now, Mother, please.
Take her out of here, will you, Louie?
What did you say?
Now, look here, Burns.
Louie, get some guys to help you and take this lady over to Polack Mike's and lock her up. See that you don't talk to anyone on the way.
Okay, boss. I take a good
What's
care
that?
of her. Come on now, Burns. You can't do that.
Don't you touch me.
Tell him it's a case of delirium tremens.
Let me go.
Listen, Burns, this will get me in an awful jam.
I really go.
Shut up, lady.
Hey, wait, don't.
Take it easy here.
Let me go, will you?
What for?
Let go of me. I got my girl downstairs. She's downstairs in the cab all alone.
Your girl. What are you, some half-baked college boy? Why, in time of war, you could be shot for what you're doing. For less than you're doing.
Never mind that. There's your story. Locked up in that desk. Smear it all over your front page and take all the credit. I covered your story and I covered it right. Now I'm getting out.
You drooling saphead. What do you mean, a story? You've got the whole city by the seat of the pants.
I know all about that.
You don't know beans. You've got the brains of a pancake. Listen, Hildy, if I didn't have your interest at heart, would I be wasting time now arguing with you? You've done something big. You've stepped into a new class. Honest? Listen, we'll make such monkeys out of Hartman and his ward healers, nobody will vote for them, not even their wives.
Expose them, huh?
Expose them, crucify them. We're going to keep Williams undercover till morning so we can break the story exclusive. Then we let the opposition party in on the capture. Share the glory with them.
I see.
You kicked over the whole city hall like an apple cart. They've got Hartman backed against the wall. You put one administration out and another one in. This ain't a newspaper story, it's a career. And you stand there bellyaching about some girl.
I wasn't figuring it that way, I guess. We'll be the white-haired boys, won't we?
Why, they'll be naming streets after you. Johnson Street. You and I are going to run this town, do you understand that?
Yeah, but wait a minute. We can't leave Williams here. One of those reporters will be back.
We're going to take him over to my private office right away. Where's our phone?
That one, the red one. How you going to do it? They'll see him.
Now that he's inside the desk, we'll carry the desk over. Hello, give me Duffy.
You can't do that. It's crawling with cops outside.
We'll lower out the window with pulleys. Quit stalling. Get that machine start pounding on the lead, will you? Come on, snap into it.
How much you want on?
All the words you got. Hello.
Can I call the sheriff an animal at bay?
Call him anything you want. He can't read anyhow. Hello, Duffy. Get set. We got the biggest story in the world. Earl Williams caught by our own reporter, Hildy Johnson. I want you to tear out the whole front page. That's what I said, the whole front page. Out. Johnson's riding the lead.
Hildy.
What do you want? Get out of here.
Wow. Hildy.
Listen, miss, you can't come in here.
Listen.
Where's Mother?
Hello,
Peggy, I gotta ask you to do something. A big favor.
You're not coming.
Now, listen, take all those...
Don't get sore and fly off the handle. What happened was this. Let me
You're
tell
not, are you?
Now,
Tell
wait a
me,
minute,
Hildy.
Duffy.
Tell me the truth.
Now, look here, little girl.
You're doing this to him. He was going and you stopped him.
Something terrific's happened, Peggy. Wait till I tell you. I just couldn't.
You're telling nothing. She's a woman.
Well, I'm not going to let you do it. You're coming right now with me.
It's the biggest chance of my life. Now, listen, honey.
Oh, shut up, will you?
You don't want to marry me, that's all.
That ain't true. Just because you won't listen, you're saying I don't love you when you know I'd cut off my hands for you. I'd do anything in the world for you, anything.
You never intended to be decent and live like a human being.
Peggy,
You were lying
don't
all the
keep saying
time.
that. Don't say that.
Lying, that's what you were, just lying.
All right, if that's what you think.
I see what you are now. You're just a bum. Like him over there and all the rest.
Sure, that's what I am.
You're just a heartless, selfish animal without any feelings. And you're worse, Mr. Burns. It's all your fault. And if you think I'm going to put up
Shut up, will you? Duffy,
Hildy.
the bush.
Shut up, will you? Yeah, that's what I am, a bum. Without any feelings. And that's all I want to be.
Get a hold of Butch as fast as you can.
You never did love me, or you couldn't talk to me like that.
If you want me, you'll have to take me as I am. You can't turn me into any lottie-da with a cane. I'm no stuffed shirt. I'm a newspaper man.
All right, then. Stay a newspaper man. Tie yourself to that rotten old typewriter. Do anything you want. But I'm finished with you. Do you hear? I never want to see you again.
Hildy, have you got that lead?
Have I? Take a look at this. It's terrific.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We leave the front page for a moment and turn to the motion picture section. There, under the caption of Hollywood personalities, we encounter John McSood, one of the world's foremost linen experts. Picture studios, in their endless effort to perfect every detail of a film, use Mr. McSood as technical advisor in scenes showing table linens, handkerchiefs, and linen costumes. In close-ups particularly, they must be absolutely correct. Mr. McSood has devoted a lifetime to that which we ordinary mortals dismiss with a sneeze, the handkerchief. When not at the studios, he spends his time operating one of our more exclusive shops. It's known as the Kerchief Bar at the crossroads of the world, where many of our stars are frequent visitors.
Handkerchiefs, ladies and gentlemen, have been a collector's item for centuries. Among the screen's more avid fanciers of handkerchiefs are Jane Withers, Jeanette MacDonald, Leslie Howard, Tyrone Powell, who prefers them in silk, Gracie Allen, and Joan Blondell. George Raft may be tough on the screen, but he goes in for handkerchiefs with his name embroidered in petty point.
Which isn't so strange when we consider that even Napoleon took time off between battles to collect about 3,000 handkerchiefs made of lace.
Napoleon probably started the handkerchief vogue of the early 19th century. Every well-dressed lady carried a fine lace handkerchief. but it was never employed for practical purposes. She used her petticoat instead. Today, of course, we use handkerchiefs both for blowing and showing. In my shop, I have 12,000 different patterns and handkerchiefs for which people pay as high as $750 apiece.
To pay that much for a handkerchief, a fellow must keep his nose to the grindstone.
Then take a less expensive one, the kind, for instance, that sells for $100. That's 12 inches of the finest hand-spun, lustrous linen. It comes from Ireland, France, or Belgium. From there, it goes on a long journey through the Suez Canal to China for expert handwork. It's hem-stitched in southern China and is sent to my headquarters in Shanghai. From there, it goes to northern China for embroidery and back again to Shanghai for the finishing process. Before this takes place, a year and 3 months of hand labor have gone into that handkerchief. Back in Shanghai at my headquarters, it gets 7 baths. 3 are in a secret solution which removes all stains. 3 more are in rainwater, and the final bath is in Lux flakes. Why Lux in particular? Well, there are very good reasons. In the first place, fine linen should be washed only in the most gentle of soaps, free of alkali, and that require no rubbing which might spread the weave. The second reason is that Lux Flakes restores to linen its original creamy whiteness and luster. Only after its bath in Lux is the handkerchief brought to the United States. By this time, it has traveled about 17,000 miles. Many of the least costly handkerchiefs, those that come few for $1, travel just as far.
While a handkerchief is considered a necessity in civilized society, I believe that the savage bushmen of Australia were the first to use them. Their handkerchiefs were large leaves.
That's correct, Mr. DeMille. Then came the Romans, who wore plain linen handkerchiefs around their necks as a symbol of social distinction. Today, in Ireland, many girls, when they go to bed, put a linen handkerchief under the pillow, believing it would work wonders in getting them husbands. And also, at the present time in China, if you embroider a handkerchief with a certain type of stitch, you'll go to prison. They call it the forbidden stitch. So intricate that many people who attempted it went blind. It has been banned for 100 years. So you see, there's drama even behind the simple word Gesundheit, just as there is in this great play you're presenting tonight, which I don't intend to hold up any longer. Many thanks.
You win by a nose, Mr. McCurdy. Back again to Walter Winchell, Josephine Hutchinson, and James Gleason in The Front Page. Police have discovered their mistake, but the man they surrounded was not Earl Williams. The search has been renewed again around the county jail. In the press room, Walter Burns and Hildy worked furiously against time to spirit away their prisoner concealed in the roll-top desk. Burns is on the phone again.
Hello. Hello, Duffy. Where have you been? Stick in this phone. Listen, did you impress it on Butch to take a taxi? That every minute counts? Who's he bringing with him? What do you mean you don't know? But you told Butch it was life and death, huh? All right, stick on the wire. Butch is on his way, Hildy. He's going to help us move the desk. All we got to do is hold out for 15 minutes.
The boys will be back. They'll be coming in here to phone.
Hey, Williams, you all right in there?
Knock on the desk.
Listen, Williams, I'm going to knock 3 times. That's our signal, see? Get it? Answer with 3 knocks if you're okay. That's the boy. 3 knocks is me. Don't forget. Got enough air? Good boy. Oh, come on, Hildy. Get going in there. Tear into it. Don't sit there like a frozen robin.
You've just bollocksed up my whole life. Do you know that?
What?
She was the most wonderful girl I'll ever know. She had spirit, brains, looks, everything.
Who in blazes are you talking about?
My girl. Who do you think?
What are you going to do, start mumbling about your girl now? You've got a story to write.
I practically threw her out. Like she was a thing.
You acted like a man for the first time in your life. Now don't start crawling now.
I'll never love anybody else again. They don't come like that twice in a guy's life.
You'll sleep it off. Now listen, Hildy, I got enough on my mind.
When she was sick in the hospital and you sent me on that wild goose chase all over Kentucky for 3 weeks, she never even complained.
Oh, sick in the hospital?
She was. She nearly died.
I see. She didn't complain, but she just nearly died, that's all.
I would have been on the train now. I would have been almost a Gary.
Listen, Hildy. You've had a good rest. Now get back on the story. Who is it?
It's the new boss, Louis.
Louis, what's he doing back here?
Hello, boss.
Well, what's the matter with you? Where'd you get that black eye?
Where's the old lady?
What'd you do with her?
What happened?
You been in a fight?
Oh, down the Winterworth Avenue. We were going 65 miles an hour. You know what I mean, boss.
Take the mush out of your mouth.
Where's the old lady? I'm telling you, we were on a smack into police patrol. You know what I mean? We broke him in half. Was she hurt?
Where is she? Tell me.
I'm telling you, can you imagine bumping into a load of cops? They come rolling out like oranges. What did you do with her?
What became of her? I'm asking you.
Oh, search me. When I come to, I was running down 35th Street. Get me?
Oh, you screwball. I give you an old lady to take someone, you hand her over to the cops.
What do you mean I hand her? The patrol wagon, she was on the wrong side of the street.
She's probably squawking her head over to a police station. Now everything is fine.
Well, I don't think she's talking very much. You know what I mean?
You mean she was killed?
Well, I ain't sure, but there's a good chance. Oh, my God, dead! That finishes me!
Listen, Hildy. That's fate. What will be, will be.
What am I going to say to Peggy? What will I tell her?
You're never going to see her again. Snap out of it. Would you rather have the old dame dragging the whole police force in here?
I killed her. I did it. How can I ever face her?
Listen, Hildy, if it was my own mother, I'd carry on. You know I would.
Shut up, you murdering no good.
No matter how I felt, if my heart was breaking, I'd carry on. For the paper.
Where was it, Louis? I'll go out.
You stay here.
Let me alone.
Right when I'm surrounded with my back against the wall, you ain't gonna lie down on me.
I'm gonna lay down on you and step in your face, you murderer.
Scared, huh? Yellow running out of your collar.
I don't care what you think. I'm gonna find my girl's mother.
Who's that?
What's going on in there?
The sheriff. Sheriff and the rest of the boys. Now we're in a sweet spot.
Spot or no spot, I'm leaving.
Don't open that door.
Hey, there he is, Sheriff. That's the guy. Don't let him get away, Sheriff.
Just a minute, Johnson.
Let me alone. Come on, get away, Sheriff. Take your paws off me.
Hold him, boys.
Hey, Sheriff, what do you think you're doing breaking in here like this?
You can't bluff me, Burns. I don't care who you are or what your paper you're editor of.
Let me go, fellas. Something happened to my girl's mother.
Hang on to him.
What's the idea?
I'll tell you what the idea is. One of the prisoners was looking out of the jail window about an hour ago, and he saw a man come down the fire escape and into this window. That man was Earl Williams.
What are you doing, Hildy? Hiding him for a scoop? Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Let me out of here. He knows plenty. Come on, Piggy. Give him the third degree.
Where is he, Johnson? Where you got him?
You're barking up the wrong tree, Hartman.
I'll give you 3 minutes to tell me where he is. Come on, Johnson. Where is he?
All right. He went over to the hospital to call on Professor Eggelhoffer.
What?
Yeah, with a bag of marshmallows.
In here, madam.
This is the place.
Mother!
And that's the man. His name is Burns.
Mother, I'm so glad to see you. Are you all right? Tell me.
You let me alone, Hildy Johnson.
What's the idea here?
This lady claims she was kidnapped.
What?
They dragged me all the way downstairs. I tried to get help and they began to pinch me. I'm black and blue, all over. Then they ran into another automobile and I was nearly killed.
Just a minute. What did Walter Burns have to do with this lady?
He was the one in charge of everything. He told them to kidnap me.
Madam, are you referring to me?
You know you did. You told that man to take me out of here.
What about this Burns? Kidnapping, eh?
It's beyond me, Sheriff. Who is this woman?
Oh, what a thing to say.
No, madam, be honest. You were out joyriding, drunk, and you got in some scrape. Why don't you admit it instead of accusing innocent people?
You ruffian. You unprincipled man. How dare you say a thing like that?
Please, Mother, don't mind him. He's just crazy.
I'll tell you something else, officer. I'll tell you why they were hiding. They were hiding a man in here.
Hiding him?
Yes.
In here?
Madam, you're a two-faced liar.
Hey.
Holy...
What was that?
There's someone in that deck.
Yeah, someone knocked back.
On the deck.
Someone knocked back? Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Stand back, you men. Come out here, Williams. Come out, do you hear? We've got you covered. Open that desk, Jacoby.
All right. You got me. Now go ahead. Shoot me.
Grab him. Grab him. Take him down to the jail. Swear out a warrant for the arrest of Walter Burns and Hildy Johnson.
You can't do this to me.
I can't, eh?
Listen, Sheriff, I gotta get married tonight.
Aiding and abetting an escaped criminal. Johnson, you'll be lucky if you can get married in the next 20 years. Sheriff speaking. Oh, yes, Pasalski. Come over to the press room as soon as you can. Jacoby and I are holding a couple of important birds. I want you to take their confessions.
You'll live to regret this, Pinky Hartman.
If he lives at all.
Hear that, Jacoby?
Whistling in the dark, Chief.
You're through, Burns.
Yeah? The last man that told me that was Barney Schmidt, a week before he jumped out of the window.
Is that so?
Yeah. And when that doctor sued us, remember? False arrest.
Oh, yeah. Dr. J.B. Godolphin. Dr. Godolphin sued us for $100,000. It seems we called him a quack. Well, the day of the trial came, and the doctor was on his way to court.
With all his lawyers and medical witnesses.
Drowned, by heaven. Drowned in the river. With their automobile, their affidavits, and their law books. And I've got the same feeling right now I had that 5 minutes before the accident.
Your luck ain't with you now, Burns.
Hello, Sheriff. It's Pincus. Here's your reprieve.
Get out of here.
You can't bribe me.
Get out of here, you.
I won't. Here's your reprieve.
What's that?
Who is this man?
Throw him out.
Come here, you. Who was bribing you?
And they wouldn't take it.
Oh, you're insane.
What did I tell you? An unseen power. What's your name?
Irving Pincus.
It's a frame-up. That's what it is. A frame-up. He's an imposter.
Murder, huh, Sheriff?
Hanging an innocent man to win an election.
That's a lie. I never saw him before in my life.
When did you deliver this reprieve, Pincus?
Who did you talk to?
Tonight they started right and bribing me.
Who's they?
The sheriff and Jacoby.
Well, that's absurd on the face of it, Mr. Burns. Oh, he's talking like a child.
Just a minute. All right, Mr. Pincus. Let's have your story.
Well, I've been married for 19 years.
Skip all that. Skip that.
Wait. Jacoby, take those handcuffs off the boys. That wasn't at all necessary.
Well, I was just going to.
Boy, I can't tell you how badly I feel about this, Burns. There was no excuse for Jacoby flying off the handle and putting you under arrest.
Well, I was only doing my duty. There wasn't anything personal intended.
Listen, you guys had better quit politics and take in washing.
Jacoby, this document is authentic. Earl Williams, thank heaven, has been reprieved. And the Commonwealth of Chicago has been spared the painful necessity of shedding blood.
Go on, you chiseling heel. You'd hang your own mother to win an election.
Hildy.
Peggy, darling.
Hildy, what's the matter? What are they going to do? Mother said...
Peggy, don't bore me out now.
Nobody's going to do anything to anybody.
Why, of course not. My good friend Walter Burns and I understand each other perfectly. I trust.
Sure. Everything's okay, Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Thank you. Come on, Jacoby. Come on, Pincus. We've got to deliver that reprieve.
Wait till those two birds read the paper tomorrow. Hildy, tell me what I want you to do.
What?
I want you to get this guy Pincus up at the office tomorrow.
Nothing doing, Waller. I'm all washed up. I mean it this time.
Hildy, if I only thought you did.
Listen, Peggy, I'm telling you the absolute truth. I'm going to New York with you tonight, if you give me this last chance. I'll cut out drinking and swearing and everything connected with the newspaper business. I won't even read a newspaper.
Listen, Hildy, I've got a great idea.
There's nothing you can say can make me change my mind. This time I'm through and I mean it. I know I don't deserve you, Peg. I've done everything in the world to prove that, I guess.
Oh, Hildy, please, now don't say things like that.
I've got a rotten nerve to ask you to marry me. I'm a prize package, all right. But if you'll take me, here I am.
Darling, don't talk that way. I just want you the way you are.
Peggy.
Oh, Hildy, I didn't notice anything like this. Why don't you say something? I'd be the last person in the world to want to come between you and your happiness. Why? You ought to know that. I love you, you crazy Swede. You're getting a great guy, Peggy.
Never mind the Valentines. Goodbye, you big bohunk.
You're a great newspaper man, Hildy. I'm sorry to see you go.
Well, if I ever come back to the business, which I won't, there's only one man I'd work for, and you know that, don't you?
I'd kill you if you ever worked for anybody else.
Hear that, Peggy? That's my diploma. Well, Burns, I don't know what to say, except that I'm going to miss you like blazes.
Same here, Hildy.
Hildy, if I thought you were going to be unhappy, I mean, if you really wanted to. No, it's your chance to have a home and be a human being, and I'm going to make you take it.
Well, I wouldn't let him stay. Go on, Hildy, before I make you city editor.
Hurry up, Peggy. He means it.
What time's your train go?
Well, there's another one about 12:40.
New York Central, eh? I wish there was a time to get you a little wedding present. It's awful short notice. Here, take my watch, Hildy.
Oh, no, boy.
Shut up. You're going to take it, I tell you. This watch was a present of the big chief himself. If you look inside, you'll find a little inscription. To the best newspaper man I know. When you get to New York, you can have my name scratched out and your own put in.
I wouldn't do that, and you know I wouldn't. This is too good for me. I can't take it.
You've got to.
Go on, Hildy. Take the watch if Mr. Burns wants you to. You don't want to hurt his feelings.
Well, this is the first and last thing I ever got from a newspaper.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns. I always had a queer opinion of you, Mr. Burns. I still think you're a little peculiar, but you're all right underneath. I mean, I think you're a peach.
So are you, Peggy. You look just like a little flower.
Come on, Peggy. Goodbye, you big baboon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Johnson. Be good to yourself and the little girl.
The same to you and many of them.
Hello, Duffy. Walter Burns, listen. Want to send a wire to the chief police at LaPorte, Indiana. That's right. Tell him to meet the 1240 out of Chicago, New York Central. And arrest Hildy Johnson and bring him back here. Why? I'll tell you why. The squint-eyed weasel stole my watch.
So we complete the last page of the front page and devote the next few moments to a meeting with Kathleen Howard, editor and actress. Starting her career as an opera singer, Miss Howard was a favorite throughout Europe for several seasons prior to her debut at the Metropolitan Opera Company, where she sang for 12 years. Turning author, she contributed to many national magazines, became fashion editor of Harper's Bazaar and president of the Fashion Group. A desire to act brought her to Hollywood, where she played opposite W.C. Fields in 3 pictures. Much of her time, however, is spent as fashion editor of Photoplay magazine, and in this capacity she comes to us now. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Kathleen Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Hollywood fashions are growing more and more important. Almost every week, some prominent visitor from the East comes out to investigate them. Most of them are kind enough to come and chat with me. They are all struck with one thing, the thousands of costumes that make up the wardrobe departments of our leading studios. Many of these costumes, I tell them, are not new. Some of them may be 2 or 3 years old, but they look like new because, as most of the world knows, Hollywood takes care of its wardrobe with Lux Flakes. Lux means light, according to the Latin, and the wardrobes of our famous studios are certainly alight with cleanliness. An odd fact is that when I go to the homes of the stars to ask them to pose for me in their private wardrobes for my color page, they frequently tell me that they haven't any clothes. At first, I thought this was just a polite way of saying, "Oh, don't bother me just now, Miss Howard." But I found out that it's often literally true, and it's so understandable. You see, when you're on a picture, you fuss and fuss all day about your hair and your makeup and your clothes. And when you have a few precious days of leisure, you revel in tossing all that overboard, in becoming an ordinary individual in the adored privacy of your own home.
What's your answer, Miss Howard, to the ancient question? Do women dress for men or for other women?
I think women dress for men and against women. That is, they dress to please men and to disarm the criticism of other women. However, the primary purpose in showing fashions in photoplay is to give the fans a chance to copy the styles of their favorites. In doing this, it is advisable for girls to find out first what type of screen star they resemble. Long ago, I divided girl types of beauty into 2 basic categories, the kitten and the fox. The kitten type, roughly speaking, if one may speak roughly of these charming girls, is represented by Janet Gaynor and Claudette Colbert, the short face with a small, piquant nose. The fox type is the longer face with a straight nose, like Joan Crawford or Merle Oberon. The fox type looks best in sophisticated, tailored clothes, while the kitten may do very well indeed by going fluffy and feminine if she wants to, and all will be forgiven.
What have you to say about fashions for fall?
Oh, just a note of warning. Fashion shows a huge range of choice for the coming fall, with many amusing, whimsical notes stressed. Hats are crazier than ever. Delightful, but crazy. So, unless you have an unlimited budget, the best plan is to go safe, sane, and simple at first, and add the highlights later. If you hear that the low waistline is coming back, don't shudder and think that we're going back to the badly proportioned silhouette of 1926. This time it will be much cleverer, and there's nothing to be afraid of. And now, till we meet again in photoplay, all my thanks.
Thank you, Miss Howard. We now present a Lux Radio Theatre Extra, headlining our headliners, Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson. In reading the criticisms of your last picture, Wake Up and Live, the critics all agree on one point, Walter, that your performance was the first genuine portrayal on the screen of what reporters are really like.
What do you mean, my last picture? That wasn't an eye job, Mr. DeMille. That was a weed job. The big credit should go to screenwriters Curtis Kenyon, Harry Tugand, and Jack Yellen.
You know, most of us think that the prototype of all police reporters is Hildy Johnson.
That's not quite true, Joe. Not many of his kind are left anymore. I mean the old swashbucklers. Most of them are now working on their second million. having given up all thought of ever acquiring the first.
It's interesting, I think, to look back on the names of those who were in the front page when it played on Broadway. 9 of them have since come out to Hollywood. Lee Tracy, Osgood Perkins, Alan Jenkins, Willard Robertson, Joseph Calleia, Dorothy Stickney, George Barbier, Eduardo Cianelli, and Francis Fuller.
Barrel of genius there. But what can you tell us, Walter, of your 2 friends who wrote the play? Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur.
Hecht and MacArthur are both ex-Chicago police reporters, Mr. DeMille. They started the front page to belittle the newspaper craft. They found they couldn't do it. To quote them, the front page is a Valentine thrown to the past, a ballad full of love. Hecht used to be a roadshow acrobat. He changed his mind and turned violinist. Changed his mind again and became a reporter. He's got a habit of carrying a torch for mankind. Harry Hansen calls him the Pagliacci of the fire escapes. MacArthur, husband of Helen Hayes, is the son of a minister and studied for the pulpit himself. With Hecht, he's written such other hits as 20th Century and several great pictures, including The Scoundrel, the Academy Award winner, which they also produced. An orchid, then, to a couple of the ablest craftsmen of our time.
Just one more question, Walter, which all Hollywood is anxious to hear the answer. Have you swapped Broadway for Hollywood Boulevard, or are you going back to New York?
Of course I'm going back, Josephine, just as soon as I finish the next picture, probably in October. It's called Love and Hisses, with the last 2 syllables dedicated, of course, to Ben Burney. And now to you, James Gleason, and to you, Josephine Hutchinson, thanks for a very fine lesson in acting.
Speaking for myself, it's the other way round. And special thanks to you, Mr. DeMille, and the Lux Radio Theatre.
Let's hope you'll be back here in a flash with a smash.
Mr. Winchell, Miss Hutchinson, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Our play and stars for next week will be revealed in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Tonight's cast included John Butler as Wilson, Frank Sheridan as Sheriff, Georgia Kane as Mrs. Grant, Edward Marr as Murphy, Victor Rodman as Bensinger, Lou Merrill as Swartz, Matt Moore as Kruger, Eddie Waller as Jacoby, Rolf Sedan as Pincus, Sidney Newman as Diamond Louie, Bud McTaggart as Earl Williams, and Ross Forrester and Frank Nelson as police officers. We thank the Andrew Jurgens Company for Mr. Winchell's appearance this evening. Miss Hutchinson appeared through courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios. James Gleason, RKO, where his new picture is entitled 40 Naughty Girls. Mr. DeMille is from Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Shirley Temple's new picture, Wee Willie Winkie. And here is our producer.
There are stars in the heavens and plays in the theater, whose brilliance time cannot dim. Such a play we present next Monday night. A tender romance made famous by Richard Mansfield. Many of you saw it on the stage or screen. All of you will have a chance to hear it 1 week from tonight, when the Lux Radio Theatre offers Beau Brummel, starring Robert Montgomery with Madge Evans, Leo G. Carroll, Bramwell Fletcher, and Jean and Kathleen Lockhart. As guest of honor, if she arrives in time, Miss Amelia Earhart will give us the highlights of her amazing flight around the world, which she is now completing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Robert Montgomery in Beau Brummel with Madge Evans and an all-star Hollywood cast. Our prospective guest, Amelia Earhart. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born.
Lux presents Hollywood. Back on the air again after a summer vacation, our first production brings you Janet Gaynor, Robert Montgomery, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in one of the greatest stories the screen has ever known, A Star is Born. With us also, here on the stage of the Lux Radio Theatre on Hollywood Boulevard, we have as guests Sid Grauman, founder and managing director of one of the most famous motion picture theaters in the world, Grauman's Chinese, and John Leroy Johnston, managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood magazines. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Now, I turn the microphone to our producer, discoverer of stars, director of 63 motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 9 weeks have passed since I last stood here to ring up the curtain in the Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight we return, as we shall every Monday night at this time, bringing you Hollywood's celebrated stars and the most distinguished plays of stage and screen. We've had a vacation, but more than that, we've had an opportunity to plan ahead. As a result, the greatest series of dramatic treats it has ever been our pleasure to offer is in store for you. We alone could not have made this possible. You, through the friendship shown our products, are equally responsible. For a fitting inaugural, we made a long and careful search. We found it in the stars and story we're about to bring you. Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in the brilliant Technicolor screenplay from Selznick International Studios, A Star is Born. From these same studios has recently come another record-breaking film, The Prisoner of Zenda, which, starring Ronald Colman and featuring Madeleine Carroll and Douglas Fairbanks Jr., is now duplicating the sensational success of tonight's story. Miss Gaynor's performance in A Star is Born is bringing her a national acclaim, approached only by her debut performance several years ago in Seventh Heaven. She was scarcely more than a child then, and if you could see her now, you'd realize she's still a little girl. In fact, there's only 100 pounds and 5 feet of her, topped by large brown eyes and dark red hair. Among her treasures is a little pair of black low-heeled shoes that once pattered from studio to studio as their owner searched for work. They never stopped at my door. I wish they had. As Esther Blodgett, Miss Gaynor makes her first appearance in the Lux Radio Theatre. Compared with her, our co-star, Robert Montgomery of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, is a veteran. His portrayal tonight of Norman Maine is his fourth on our stage. Bob's popularity wherever pictures are shown, his versatility in all kinds of difficult roles, leaves me little more to say than welcome home to an old friend of our theater. Bob's new MGM picture with Rosalind Russell is Live, Love, and Learn. Lionel Stander resumes the role he played on the screen, Libby, the publicity man. Also from the original cast as Granny comes that actress now in her 54th year of trooping, May Robeson. Lou Merrill is heard as Oliver Niles. And now for our play. The Lux Radio Theatre returns to the air, bringing you Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. An isolated farmhouse on the windswept plains of North Dakota. The house is silent, sleeping, but moonlight streams through the window of one of the upstairs rooms, where a young girl is still awake. She lies across her bed, sobbing quietly into the pillow. The door is inched open, and an elderly woman in an old flannel wrapper calls to her softly.
Esther? Esther? Yes, Granny? Oh, I thought you'd still be up. Oh, now stop crying. That isn't going to do you any good.
Oh, I'm crying because Aunt Mattie and Alec and everyone else in this family makes me so mad.
Aunt Mattie, Alec, fiddlesticks. They're not important. You're the only one who counts.
Oh, but I could be an actress, Granny. I could be. And I'd go to Hollywood, too, if I had the chance. But they just laugh at me because I want to make something out of myself. They think it's funny.
Esther, Everyone in this world who ever dreamed about better things was laughed at. Don't you know that?
Oh, I suppose I do, but...
But there's a difference, dear, between dreaming and doing. You modern girls give me a pain. Why, when I wanted something better, I came across these plains in a prairie schooner with your grandfather. And don't think for a minute it was easy, Esther Blodgett. We burned in summer, and we froze in winter. We used our guns when we needed food, and then fought the Indians to keep it. But we kept on going, and we didn't complain, because we were doing what we wanted to do. Can you understand that?
Yes, I can.
Could you do it? Could you do it even if it broke your heart? Because for every dream that you make come true, you'll pay the price in heartbreak.
I'm not afraid, Granny.
All right, then. Here, take this money.
Oh, but Granny...
Go on, and go to your Hollywood.
But I can't take your money.
And why not?
It's your savings.
Well, I haven't got anything to save up for now, except my funeral. And I'm never going to die.
Oh, Granny, how can I ever thank you?
Good night.
Oh, Granny, Granny, darling.
On Hollywood Boulevard, the heart of the movie metropolis, on your right, Grauman's Chinese Theater. Notice the paved blocks containing the hand and footprints of your favorite star. And in just a few minutes, we'll be in Beverly Hills. Hello? Oleander Arms Apartments. Yeah, we got a vacancy. $4. Running water, convenient to all studios, and you can look at it whenever you want. What do you do? Huh? Listen, wise guy, don't waste my time. The ad said no cowboys.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Blodgett.
Mine's Randall. Day, week, or month?
Well, it's a little hard to say. You see, I'm going into the movies.
Well, take it for a week. It'll break the jump to Beverly Hills. Sign here.
Are all the studios really near here?
All except Gaumont British.
I suppose the best way to get a job is to go straight to the studios, isn't it?
Oh.
I haven't any illusions, you know. I'm perfectly willing to begin with a little bit of a part, or even as an extra.
$4, please, in advance.
Come in.
I beg your pardon. Is this the Central Casting Office?
Yes.
I'd like to register for extra work, please.
To register? How long have you been in Hollywood?
Nearly a month now.
Well, you know, we have 12,416 extras registered with us now. That's 16 times as many as we can use each working day. Why, we haven't put anyone on our register in over 2 years.
Oh, I see.
Come over here. I want to show you something.
Yes, Central Casting.
Those 4 girls operate our switchboard. Every time one of those little lights flashes, it's someone asking for a job. And every time a girl says, try later, it means there isn't any job. We can't keep the girls at the switchboard long. They go crazy. And every one of those little lights thought it was going to be a star. Do you still want to go into movies? You know what your chances are. 1 in 100,000.
But maybe I'm that one.
Afternoon, Miss Blodgett.
Any phone calls for me, Mr. Randall?
No, Jesse Lasky and Sammy Goldwyn must be writing your letters instead. How was their luck today?
There wasn't any.
Maybe you don't go at it right.
If I haven't learned in 3 months, I guess I never will. But I'm not giving up.
Hey, Esther!
Hello, Danny.
Hello, McGuire. How's the big assistant director? And say, how's about some rent?
Never mind that. Listen, Esther, I gotta speak to you right away. Come in the parlor.
Danny, what's the matter?
Remember when you first came here, I said I'd keep my eye out for a job for you? Well, believe it or not, I've got one.
Danny, that's wonderful. When do I go to the studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to the studio.
Oh, it's on location.
Well, it isn't exactly on location either. It isn't really a movie job at all. It's to be a waitress.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it is kind of a movie job in a way if you look at it right.
You said it was a waitress.
Yeah, but it's waitressing for Casey Burke, the big director over at our studio. He's throwing a party tonight, and there'll be a lot of big people there.
I'll bet there'll be any number of big directors. And if you're there, maybe they'll notice you.
I could make them notice me.
Sure you could. This is your chance, Esther.
My chance. All right, I'll do it, Danny.
Good girl.
Hello? Mr. Burke's residence?
Let me speak to Mr. Oliver Niles and quick.
Who, sir?
Oliver Niles. Niles, the producer.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Niles. Yes? It's for you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take it inside. Hello? Oliver Niles speaking.
Hello, Niles. This is your publicity department.
Well, what is it, Libby?
Your publicity department begs to advise you that your star, Mr. Norman Maine, has once again been thrown in the Los Angeles jug.
What?
Yes, Mr. Norman Maine, America's Prince Charming, was apprehended driving down Wilshire Boulevard with a siren going full blast. He explained he was a tree surgeon on a maternity case.
Well, where is he now?
I bailed him out an hour ago. He ought to be at Breaks any minute.
Will it be in the papers?
No, it won't be in the papers. But that's a nice, expensive hobby of yours, keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Now, look, Libby, I don't care what it costs, but...
Evening, Norman.
Never mind, Libby. He's here now. I'll call you back.
Hi, Oliver. You look worried about something.
Do I?
Well, go ahead and say it. I've got it coming to me.
Oh, don't make it any tougher for me, Norman. I don't want to stand here and preach.
Yeah, I know. The costs are going up and the grosses are going down.
Oh, no, it isn't that, Norman. I've made a lot of money with you. I can stand a loss or two, but, well, I hate to see you go the way of so many others.
I tell you, why don't you get Lloyd's to insure you against me?
You're a great star, Norman, but you're starting to fall apart.
And just what do you mean by that?
Oh, the first signs are always the same, Norman. Not being able to remember your lines, the cameraman struggling to cover up your hangovers, all because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
Okay, Oliver. You're a swell guy. You won't lose any money on me, I'll promise you that. I'll be ready for the curtains when the time comes. And when it does, here's my epitaph. For amusement only. Let's get back to that party.
Hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Maine. The caviar's very good.
No, thank you. Oh. Yes, please. Very beautiful. I mean, very good. Never seen you around here before.
I'm just working for the night.
Hey, come back here. Starving. Oh, let's see. Which would you take?
Well?
I believe I'll take caviar.
Norman.
Hi, Anita. Where have you been?
Looking for you, mostly. Come and join the party.
Wait a second. Caviar, anchovies...
Oh, take the tray away, please. Mr. Maine doesn't care for any more. Do you, Normie?
No, Normie doesn't care for any more. Greetings.
Oh.
You mind if I help?
In the kitchen. Won't they miss you?
Oh, no, they'll just look under the table, and when they see I'm not there, they'll forget the whole matter. What's your name?
Esther Blodgett.
My name's Maine.
I know.
What's so funny?
I was thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now helping me put plates away.
They don't know my finer side.
He'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person this way.
Tell me, you disappointed?
Yes. Now you've done it.
Never mind. It makes the room look lived in. Why are you disappointed in me?
I was sitting right behind you in the Hollywood Bowl that night you didn't want to be photographed and you smashed the photographer's camera.
Yes, I'm told I crept into many a heart that night.
Oh, I'll never be able to explain this.
You've got very pretty hair.
You better get out of here.
And a sensitive mouth. And a charming little... Anita, darling.
Precisely. Why are you in here instead of with the rest of the guests?
I just want to be helpful.
Oh, I see. Are you sure there was no other attraction?
Well, it might be that my old mania for putting plates away is coming back on me again.
It's rather odd that I always know where I can find you if there's a pretty girl around.
It's not only odd, it's embarrassing. And we aren't married, darling, so...
You're being deliberately insulting, Norman. I put up with enough...
Dear, don't lose your temper. Remember, we must try to keep the voice low. I know you'll excuse us if we go on with our work.
Oh, please. Let me help.
Put that plate down.
Ooh. Oh, Mr. Maine, get up. He's unconscious.
Unconscious? Now see what you've done.
Oh, but I didn't do anything. I didn't...
Hey.
Oh.
Help me up, will you?
Are you hurt?
No more than usual. Listen to that. The wolves are on us. Come on, we've got to get out of
But
here.
I can't. The dishes aren't finished.
Oh, yes, they are. Watch. Come on.
That's my house, Mr. Maine, the one with the oleander bush.
Oh, right.
Well,
I'll bet I know what you're going to say now.
what?
Good night.
Good night, and thanks.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I've found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh, that's
So why don't we
awfully
go up
nice
to
of
my
you.
place and talk it over?
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. The least I can do is to see you to your door. Will I see you again?
I hope so.
Has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
No?
Well, now you know.
Thank you.
This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm well, you know. In private life, I'm, well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. You understand that?
Yes, I think I do.
And it's not that bump on the head that's doing this either.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Good night.
Good night.
The Lux Radio Theatre presentation of A Star is Born continues in just a moment. In the meantime, let's imagine we are in the living room of an American home. A husband and wife are listening to the Lux Radio Theatre. It's intermission time.
Oh, this is a marvelous play, Joe.
Sure is, but then I go for Gaynor anytime.
She is lovely.
Come to think of it, she reminds me of you a little. There's something about you that...
Joe, if I'm anything like Janet Gaynor, the only resemblance is in our complexion. I take care of my skin the same way she does, with Lux toilet soap.
It's really that good, is it?
Good. It's a soap with active lather. It really gets your skin thoroughly clean.
Thoroughly clean? What do you mean?
Well, if you let dirt and stale powder and rouge stay on your skin, they work in and stop up your pores. That ruins the complexion. Your pores get enlarged. Haven't you ever heard of cosmetic skin?
Cosmetic skin? What's that?
Well, oh, who is there who has it? Oh, Sally Hanford. You know how dull-looking her skin always is.
Pity she didn't know about that soap you use. One look at you ought to sell Lux soap to any girl.
Shh. Here comes the second act.
Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson continue in A Star is Born. A few hours have passed since Norman Maine left Esther at her doorstep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. In the bedroom of Oliver Niles' home, the telephone jangles wildly. Niles, half asleep, gropes blindly for the receiver.
Hello? 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 This Oliver Niles?
Yes, Oliver Niles.
This is Norman.
What is it? Who?
Norman Maine.
Norman? What have you done now? You're not in jail, are you?
No. Oliver, I have met a girl.
Oh, so that's it again.
Oliver, this girl, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful, yeah. Yes, I know. You want me to give her a screen test?
Oliver, this girl has wonderful possibilities. She's got something, I know it.
You know it. You knew all the others had something, too.
No. I tell you, Oliver, she has that sincerity and honestness, sincerity and honestness. It makes great actresses. I'm so sure of this girl that I want to do the test with her myself. Tomorrow morning, Oliver. Oliver.
What?
Tomorrow morning, screen test.
Yes, anything.
That's fine, Oliver. I knew you'd appreciate this little tip. I've got another one in the 6th tomorrow. Now, you try and get a little sleep, old man. Good night, Oliver.
Light too hard?
Move that gobo over there. Yeah.
Get that inky spot in it.
All right. This is just a test, gentlemen. Get going.
All set, Mr. Burke.
All right, then, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Ready?
Ready, Miss, what's your name?
Esther Blanche.
Okay.
He'll soon know your name, Esther. The whole world's gonna know it.
But I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today.
Oh, come on now, don't be foolish. They all had to go through this. Crawford, Lombard, Myrna Loy, and Esther Blodgett.
All right. I'm ready.
All set, Burke.
Quiet.
Quiet. This is the take.
Roll him.
Quiet, everybody. Please.
Action.
The last time I saw you was the only time in my life I ever wanted to be a man.
I think I prefer you as a woman.
You know why I wanted to be a man?
No, why?
Cut.
Just sign right there, Miss Blodgett.
There, Mr. Niles?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niles.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone a little nuts to sign you. Maybe they're right.
I hope they aren't.
Well, we won't know either way for a while, will we? You look like a nice girl. I think I'm going to like you. That's not important. I think the public will like you. That is important.
I know it is.
We're going to change your name, of course. Esther Blodgett is, well, you understand. From now on, your name is Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester. Why, it's beautiful.
Good evening, everybody. This is Billy Moon, your own Billy the Hollywood Star Chaser. Flash. Oliver Niles Studio discovers a new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies. Her name is Vicky Lester. Those who have peeked tell me she couldn't be more Davoon. She's putting in her training period now, and in a few months we may get a look at those fair features. The best of luck to Vicky Lester from her future fans.
Listen, you dress people. We're shooting on the set this morning, not in the commissary. Shake it up. Shake it up.
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, Mr. Maine. What'll be this morning?
Oh, the usual, Mabel.
Orange juice and bicarbonated soda.
Make it 2 bicarbs, but it was a very successful party last night.
Acme Trucking Company. No, the Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith's not in.
What goes on over there?
Vicky Lester. She's rehearsing again.
Bring that stuff over to her table, will you?
Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme. No, Smith ain't in. Acme Trucking Company.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith is not. Oh, Norman.
What's this between you and Smith?
I've got a part. It's one line, but it's in a picture.
Oh, so it's ambition that made you break that date with me last night, eh?
Well, I had to be here so early this morning.
Yeah, so did I. I had to stay up all night to make it, too.
You started your picture, haven't you?
Oh, we're still in the testing stage. Can't seem to find a girl for the lead.
Gee, you think with all the girls there
Yeah,
are...
but this girl's got to be different. She's got to be little, and cute, and sweet, and... Well, blow me down.
What?
Well, close these tired old eyes.
Norman, what's the matter?
Come on, hurry up.
Where are we going?
Oliver Niles' office, on the run. Tell you, Oliver, it's surefire. You've gone through the whole casting directory, haven't you?
I'll work day and night, Mr. Niles.
And I'll work with her, Oliver.
I can be mean or nasty or anything you want, Mr.
If
Niles.
she clicks, Oliver, you've got a star overnight. Well, what do you say? Okay, she's in. Esther, she's fainted.
And just as your Star Chaser predicted on this program some months ago, little Vicky Lester has made good. Just how good was known early this evening after the preview of her first picture, in which she plays a featured role opposite Norman Maine. Norman may be starred, but he is decidedly not the main attraction.
It's cooler out here. You see those lights, Esther? Down there? That's Hollywood.
It's wonderful, isn't it? A crazy quilt.
No, that's a carpet spread for you. It's yours from now on, you know. It's come, Esther. A star is born. You'll have everything in the world you want. And I hope it'll make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
Well, there's one thing I've never had. Lots of times I've told myself I'd found it, but I always knew I was lying. Still, I never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come.
I think it has come, Esther. And I wish it weren't too late.
Oh, but it's not too late.
You can't throw away your life the way I've thrown away mine and have anything left that's good enough now.
You can. Norman, you can.
Oh, you mustn't tell me that, Esther. I'm so afraid I'll believe it.
I want to, Norman. I want you to believe it because I love you, too.
Folks, maybe I'm not thinking fast this morning. What are you two trying to say?
Just this, Oliver. We're going to get married.
You're going to what?
I guess I didn't read that line very well. I'll try it again. We're going to get married.
Both of
to
us.
each other. What do you think of that?
When? Where?
Well, we're going to elope in the conventional manner.
What's the matter, Mr. Niles?
He's trying to decide whether it's good for the studio.
Is it?
It is. And bless you, my children. When's it going to happen?
Well, we thought we'd just sneak out sometime.
Sure, but you mustn't hurt people's feelings. Matt Libby, for instance, he has a very sensitive nature. He'd feel offended if he didn't have a chance to congratulate you. Get Libby in.
I've been trying to keep him out.
Listen to this. The screen's ideal romance blossomed into breathtaking reality today when Vicki Lester and Norman Maine, America's dream lovers, slipped quietly through the portals of holy matrimony. How did that sound?
Horrible.
But you see, we're going to elope.
Sure you are. It'll be the biggest elopement this town ever saw. We'll get a tie-up with the Army. I'll have you escorted all the way down to Yuma, Arizona by 20 of their new bombing planes. From there, you can make personal appearances in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Vancouver. Let's make this thing international.
Norman, is he going with us?
Say, Niles, don't you think we can work this thing out better alone? No use bothering the happy couple with all these details.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't realize we were in the way. While you're settling the details, you don't mind if I go out and buy this woman a ring, do you?
Sure, go ahead. We want everything legal.
Come on, honey. See you later, Oliver.
There's a charming couple for you. A nice girl like Vicki and public nuisance #1.
Norman's all right, Libby. If you'll pardon my pointing Vicky's business as her own. It doesn't require any comments.
I didn't comment. I just said it's a rotten
You go
shame.
ahead and plan the elopement.
What's the matter? You sore or something about this elopement?
No, I'm not sore. Go on, Libby, beat it. I'm busy.
And here's the Hollywood question mark for this week, folks. What famous star, since his marriage to another famous star, has turned over a brand new leaf and is now taking a non-alcoholic honeymoon? But why do his friends think his bride came about 6 performances too late as far as the public is concerned? Because the star's last 6 performances have been what is politely known as turkeys, box office flopolas. Yes, sir, folks, it was a gay life and a short one.
But, Norman, I just can't believe it. Would you mind telling me again, very slowly?
That's your new house. This is your new grass. And those are your new trees, and here's your new husband. Now, come on, the garden's been waiting long enough for you. Do you like it?
It's the most wonderful surprise anybody ever had. And there I was, thinking we were going to live in the beach house.
Oh, we'll keep the house at the beach. But this is special. This is our castle, where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in those gates, we'll check the studio outside.
Oh, Norman.
Hey, hold that pose. That's it. Get it, Otto?
Got it.
Caption. Their honeymoon never ends. How are you?
Well, this is a surprise, Libby, and a very unpleasant one.
Oh, just dropped over to welcome you home. How are you, Mrs. Maine?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Miss Lester. Hiya, Norman. Nice little place you got here. Very tasty.
Otto, if you didn't like it, we'd sell it.
All right, let's get some pictures. Now, if the bride will just sit here and the groom stand behind her, we'll have something unique. Swell. All right, Otto. Caption, their honeymoon still continues.
Hello.
Ah, the producer. Their honeymoon ceases abruptly. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Norman. Glad you're back. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Oliver.
Am I interrupting?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, we just want a couple more.
Well, that's enough of both of them. What they're asking for is the exclusives of Miss Lester alone.
Oh, I see. Come on, Oliver. Let you and I get exclusive.
Sure.
Stay for dinner, Oliver.
All right now, Miss Lester. We'll take one of these letters.
Well, Oliver, what's on your mind? How's the dividend situation?
Oh, very pleasant. I think we'll show $2 million on the next quarter.
Oh, boy. That was a smart move of mine to sell my stock, wasn't it? Well, anyway, you can thank me for some of those dividends of yours. can't you?
Oh, sure.
That was a little too quick. The Enchanted Hour was a smash hit, wasn't it?
Made Vicky a star overnight.
Yes, and it should have. Well, what about me?
Let's wait and talk business at the office, Norman,
Didn't they like me?
Well, maybe the part wasn't just right.
It's the best part of the year. Now, look here, Oliver. Do you think I'm slipping?
Norman, can you take it?
Go ahead.
The tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've slipped.
Well, my fan mail's still pretty big.
Norman, fans will write anybody for a photograph. It only costs 3 cents for the stamp. That makes photographs cheaper than wallpaper. But every quarter they pay for a theater ticket. Buys them the right to be a critic. Your last few performances, Norman, haven't pleased your critics.
Remember I told you I'd be ready for the curtains when the time came? Well, here it is. Let's call off the contract, and no hard feelings.
Oh, we're not quitting yet, either of us. There's no explaining these things. We've all seen how quick the public turns. Well, maybe we can turn it back. I've got a swell script lined up for you.
Oh, about Esther. If you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, as it happens, there isn't anything for her in this story. I'd more or less planned to star her in a picture of her own, maybe with that young Pemberton opposite her. He's coming along very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver? We'll make a try at it. And let's hope it's not too late.
Yes, Norman. Let's hope it's not too late.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's been our custom between the acts of our plays to bring you little glimpses of Hollywood, to give you a view of film activities from backstage. We continue that custom with a word from John Leroy Johnston, Western manager of Fawcett Publications and managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood Magazine. The last time we met, he interviewed me. Tonight, with the tables turned, I'll drop my first question by asking Mr. Johnston what he'd like to be interviewed about.
Well, Mr. DeMille, that's easy. After all, the product that makes this program possible is Lux Toilet Soap. There's a commodity that's dedicated to charm and beauty, as evidenced by its tremendous popularity among the screen's most attractive women. From what I've found out myself, visiting the stars, and from what our writers tell me, Lux Toilet Soap has no more enthusiastic boosters than the biggest names in Hollywood.
I still would like to know the subject of our interview.
Well, I'd like to express a few of my views on beauty, or rather, on the most beautiful women of motion pictures in 20 years. They say a fool walks in where angels fear to tread, so here I am, a perfect casting job.
What's the basis of your choice? The best subjects for your magazine covers?
No, magazine covers are chosen to acknowledge the popularity of certain established or rising young players. I'm guiding myself by what strikes me as being a typical American conception of beauty. By this, I mean normal, charming, finely chiseled features, clear, expressive eyes, intelligence, poise, well, to be brief and honest, loveliness.
Which predominates in your list? The old-fashioned type of yesterday or the athletic girl of today?
Frankly, I don't believe the American ideal of real beauty has or will ever change. I think every man admires the lovely, dainty, feminine woman. If she's truly beautiful, she'll look beautiful in crinolines or slacks. So, from the silent days onward, here's my all-American team. Selections representing every section of the continent. Alice Joyce, Corinne Griffith, Clara Kimball Young, Billy Dove, Mary Nolan, Joan Crawford, Janet Gaynor, Jeanette MacDonald, Dolores Del Rio, Norma Shearer, and Madeline Carroll. And for a second team, I'd say Anne Harding, Carol Lombard, Joan Bennett, Anita Louise, Madge Bellamy, Virginia Bruce, Mary Astor, Gloria Stewart, Olivia de Havilland, Mary Bryan, and Marla Shelton.
Well, offhand, I can't say whether or not I agree with your choice, Mr. Johnson. But I wish I could have all your all-American beauties in one picture.
And I wish you'd provide a police escort so that I can sneak out of here before folks start throwing things. I'm on my way.
Good night. Back to Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in A Star Is Born. One year has passed. As Esther rose steadily in public favor, Norman dropped just as steadily into oblivion. At his own request, his contract was canceled, and he began to devote his time to making Esther happy. But she was busy at the studio, shaping a career such as he had thrown away. And left to himself, Norman slipped gradually back into his old ways. It's the night of the Academy Award dinner. At a table in the corner, Esther and Oliver Niles wait anxiously for Norman to arrive. The master of ceremonies is speaking.
We have already applauded with our hearts as well as our hands. While awards have been given to those gentlemen...
I wish Norman would come. Do you suppose anything's happened to him?
Of course not. He's just been held up in traffic. Now, you think about that nice statuette you're going to get.
Or rather,
go on, listen.
One lady. We present to her the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year. The unforgettable Anna in Dream Without End. Miss Vicki Lester.
Go on, Esther. Get your award.
I wish Norman were here.
Miss Lester, if you please.
Thank you.
What more can I say, Miss Lester? This statuette says it for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, when something like this happens to you, and you try to tell how you feel about it, you find that out of all the words in the world, there are only two that really mean anything. Thank you. All I can do is say them to you from my heart. All I can do is tell you that I'll keep...
Ray!
Norman!
That was a very pretty speech, my dear, and I want to be the first to congratulate you on that valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. And now I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers, I got one of those once for the best performance once. It don't mean a thing. People get them every year. What I want's a special award.
Norman, please.
Something nobody else can get. I want a statuette for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statuettes for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last masterpieces of mine knows I've earned them. What I'm here to find out is, do I get them or do I get them? Answer me yes or no.
Music, quick.
Answer me yes or no.
Norman.
All right, Esther, all right. I've got him. Come on, Norman. Come over to the table.
Oh, hello, Vicky, dear. Allow me to congratulate you. You must be terribly proud and happy tonight.
Thank you. Norman, dear.
Oh, God. What have I... Somebody give me a drink.
Who is it?
Oliver Niles calling.
Oliver, come in.
How are you, Esther?
Oh, Oliver, I've missed you. Everybody's missed you. Sit down. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, a 3-month tour over the theater circuit scarcely comes under the head of pleasure. By the way, they're screaming for your pictures all across the country. Miss Lester, if I may talk shop, you're a knockout.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
You've been crying.
A little?
Why?
Why, I guess maybe I'm a little worried about this next picture.
Oh, you needn't be. I've seen the first week's work. You're headed for another Academy Award this year. How's Norman?
He's trying awfully hard, Oliver.
Has he been... Is he all right?
He's gone to a sanatorium. You see, he really wants to stop drinking, and I think he could only...
Well, perhaps if he were going to work again, it'd be some encouragement.
Oliver, could you do that?
I might be able to manage it.
Oh, thank you. But he mustn't ever know I told you.
He won't know, Vicky. And you mustn't worry. I want you to be good in this picture.
I'll try, Oliver. That's the least I can do for you.
And one more for the book folks. What star, recently released from a sanatorium where he underwent a rescue, is now hanging around the Santa Anita racetrack while he gets into shape for a comeback? Your guess is as good as mine, and mine's no guess.
What are you picking up for today, Joe?
Hello, Charlie.
Well, hello, Mr. Maine. Haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, no, I've been resting. Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale and what?
Ginger ale and ginger ale.
A new leaf?
A whole new book. Thanks.
Shake it up, Charlie.
Hello, Libby.
Why, it's Mr. America of yesteryear. Do they let you wander around now without a keeper?
I'm a trustee now. Didn't expect to find you here at Santa Anita. What do they do with the actors when you're away?
Oh, they cut them in slices and fry them with eggs. I suppose you'll be here all the time, now that you've retired from the hurly-burly of the silver screen.
Well, we're staying down at the beach house now, and it's pretty lonesome with Esther away working all day.
Well, I wouldn't squawk about that if I were you. It's nice somebody in the family's making a living.
Say, go a little slow, Libby. I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated face.
Pretty work, Libby. Always wait till they're down and then kick them, eh?
Say, listen, you fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you even if nobody else will.
Why, you...
Take a swing at me, will you? Get up, you four-star ham, and I'll knock you down for keeps.
Yeah, throw him out.
Get up and get out of here.
Yeah, throw him out.
Don't bother to throw him out. He's harmless.
Well, all right, Mr. Libby, if you say so.
Sure, let him go. What can he do? He can't fight any better than he can act.
Sixth race coming to the post. You okay, Maine?
Yeah, I'm okay. Give me a scotch. Double.
Vicky, you'll be ill. Why don't you try and get a little sleep?
But he's been gone 4 days. 4 days and not a word. Oliver, I can't. I just can't. Will you?
Surely. Hello? No, this is Oliver Niles speaking. What? Oh, thank heaven. Where? In the night court. He's all right, Vicky. He isn't hurt. I'll go right down and get him out.
What is it? What's wrong?
He's been arrested on disorderly conduct charge.
I'm going with you.
Vicky, please, it isn't any place for you. If it gets in the papers...
What do I care about the papers? Norman's in trouble and I'm going to...
Alfred Henkel, known as Norman Maine. Where is he?
Here.
Drunk and disorderly. Crashed car into tree. Resisted arrest and injured one of arresting officers. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you Norman Maine, the actor?
Yeah.
You've come pretty low, haven't you? 90 days in the city jail.
Wait, please. Your Honor, I'm his wife.
Yes, I recognize you, Miss Lester.
Please, I promise you, Judge, this will never happen again. I'll be responsible for him if you'll just not send him there.
Do you realize that this man, when drunk, is obviously a menace to public safety?
Yes.
You realize, too, the responsibility you would be assuming to the court and to the Commonwealth?
I do.
Very well. Sentence suspended. Prisoner remanded to custody of wife. You may take him home, Miss Lester.
Norman, are you all right, dear?
Yeah. I'm so tired, Esther.
How is he, Esther?
Talk low. He's still asleep in there.
Oh, well, that's the best thing for him.
Oh, it's awful to see this happen to someone you love. And know in your heart that it can't get any better.
You still love him, Vicky? Or do you just feel sorry for him?
Oh, it's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help him.
So will I, Vicky. Between us, we'll take care of him.
You're very fond of him, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm very fond of both of you.
That's why I know you'll understand what I have to tell you. I think that after what happened last night, you already know what it is. I can't do any more pictures. I'm going away for good. with Norman.
But, Vicky, you can't do that. Why, you're at the very peak of your success. You've worked so hard to achieve it.
Yes, I've worked hard, Oliver, and what difference would that have made if you and Norman hadn't worked harder to help me?
Oh, no. No one can help people to careers. You made your own career, and it's your life.
That's what's been wrong, Oliver. I thought it all out. Maybe if I hadn't been away from him so much, last night and what went before it wouldn't have happened. Too late to think about that now. But it may not be too late to go away with him and start over again somewhere.
It's your life you're giving up, Vicky.
So I can try to give Norman back his. Can you honestly tell me I'm wrong to do it?
No. No, Vicky. I can't honestly tell you that.
Then there won't be any more Vicky Lester, Oliver.
Goodbye, Vicky Lester. You're a swell girl. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Goodbye, Oliver. And thank you. Norman.
This is Maine coming in to apologize again, darling.
Norman, have you been out there long? Oliver Niles was here.
Yeah, yes, I know. I mean, I thought he would be. You're looking sad, darling. What other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a scene with myself.
Now, look. I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll promise to brace up if you'll go on the wagon.
I guess I have been drinking too much.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with great big muscles and everything?
Roughly speaking, yes.
Are you going to join the YMCA?
Oh, no, that costs too much. I'm going wading in the Pacific.
Now?
Sure.
You won't go out too far, darling.
A little water once in a while wouldn't hurt me any.
Crazy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be running along. Could you have a hot some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup?
And I'll make the sandwiches.
Norman, do you have to?
Give me a kiss, honey. I'll see you later.
Don't be long.
I won't. Oh, darling.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look? So long, sweet.
Norman Maine drowned. Read all about it. Norman Maine drowned at Malibu Beach. Paper! Norman Maine commits suicide.
Will that be all, Miss Lester?
Have you packed everything?
Yes, ma'am. The bags, the trunk, everything.
Have the car brought around, please. Yes. Granny, darling. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. What made you come?
Oh, I know when I'm needed. Here, girl, please get out, will you? I want to talk to my granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I got here just as quickly as I could.
But I'm going home. I sent you a wire yesterday.
Sit down. Now, is it true that you're going to quit the movies?
I never want to hear of them again.
What are you running away from, child?
I'm not running away. It's just that I can't go on. My heart isn't in it anymore.
You remember I told you once, if you got what you wanted, you'd have to give your heart in exchange. And you said you were willing. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Well, you got more than you bargained for. More fame, more success, even more personal happiness. And maybe more unhappiness. But you did make a bargain. And now you're whining over it. I wouldn't be very proud of myself if I were you, Esther.
I'm not, Granny, but my mind's made up.
Oh, well, then I'm very sorry I lent you that money to come here. It was just thrown away, wasted.
I know. Well, I want to be strong, but I can't go on. I can't.
But you must. Tragedy is a test of courage, Esther. I never knew Norman Maine. He was sweet to me in the letter he wrote when you were married. He said that you told him how much I had meant to you. And I know how much you must have meant to him. I can't believe that wherever he is, Esther, he's very proud knowing that all that his love did for you was to make you a quitter.
The car is ready, Miss Lester. We'll have to go now to make the train.
Put the car back in the garage. We're going to stay.
Granny, oh, my Esther, my darling.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great occasion. The entire picture industry has come to the Chinese Theater for this opening tonight. It has come to pay tribute to a great star on her return to the screen. The girl who has won the heart of Hollywood, the girl who has won the heart of the world, Miss Vicki Lester. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Lester's car has just driven up. Yes, it is her. I'll see if I can get her to say a few words. Here she comes now. Oh, wait, she's stopping, folks. What is it, Jim? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lester has stopped at the footprints of her late husband, Norman Maine. She's a little upset. I don't think we're going to get her up here. No, wait now. She's pulling herself together. She seems to be all right, ladies and gentlemen, and she's approaching the microphone now. Miss Lester, will you... Miss Lester, this microphone is on an international hookup. Throughout the world, your fans are hoping you'll say a few words to them. Will you, please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
For their splendid performances, our thanks to Miss Gaynor and Mr. Montgomery, who will return in a few minutes. It was most appropriate that our play should end with a scene at Grauman's Chinese Theater. It was there that the most thrilling premieres in Hollywood history have been held. There also originated the spectacular stage productions, copied though never equaled the world over. Grauman's Chinese is also famous for the hand and footprints of the stars, recorded in the courtyard of the theater. To make your mark there means lifelong membership in Hollywood's Legion of Honor. The founder and guiding light of that theater is here tonight. One of the greatest showmen and best friends that motion pictures have ever had, Sid Grauman. Sid, how did you happen to get that idea of the hand and footprints?
Well, before answering that, Cecil, I'd like to say something you overlooked. That it was your picture, The King of Kings, that opened the Chinese Theater. It was a great break for me. For your question, the answer is pure accident. I walked right into it. While we were building the theater, I accidentally happened to step in some soft concrete, and there it was. So I went to Mary Pickford immediately. Mary put her foot into it.
And so became the first to sign your concrete autograph album.
Yes, along with Norma Talmadge and Douglas Fairbanks. But the latest we have done, so are William Powell and Myrna Loy, who used to dance in my prologue.
Well, most of us have heard of your theater and footprints, Sid. Few people realize that you've helped scores of players on their way to fame, like Raquel Torres, who started as one of your usherettes, Raymond Navarro, or Jackie Coogan, whom you discovered.
Yes, it's a strange how things work out, Cecil. I used to put on Sunday morning concerts in the $1 Million Theater in Los Angeles. Before the prologue and picture was shown, a young singer asked me for a job. After hearing him, I said, "You're on, but the price is only $10 for the concert." He said he needed the work, and if I'd give him 6 concerts in a row, the $10 would be all right. I did. His name, Lawrence Tibbetts. To this day, one of my best friends is Charlie Chaplin. Before he ever appeared on the screen, Charlie worked for me on the stage in San Francisco, and I gave him a letter of introduction that brought him to the screen. I claim no credit for this. It just happened. And now a little Shirley Temple story. When Shirley came to the theater to leave her footprints, she asked me if I mind if she took off her shoes and socks. I told her that we couldn't do that because she'd get her feet all full of concrete. As usual, she had an answer ready. "We can get some warm water and a towel, and I'll wash them very carefully." "But why?" I asked. "Do you want to make your footprints in bare feet?" "Mr. Grauman," she said, "I just want to be different. Well, Cecil, if I don't stop now, there's no telling when I will. Good luck to you and to this splendid radio theater, which has come to be as much a part of Hollywood as the excellent commodity it represents, Lux Toilet Soap. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye. And now, as the stars they are, Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery.
I'm glad to be able to take this curtain call, Mr. DeMille, because it gives me a chance to say something that I really want to say as regards A Star is Born. Often when a picture is a success, all the credit goes to the individuals who happen to star in it. We're inclined to pass by the off-screen personalities who made that picture possible. To Mr. David O. Selznick, the producer of A Star is Born, and Mr. William Wellman, who so brilliantly directed it, and all the others who contributed, I am very grateful. But now, what about Mr. Montgomery? I hear some talk around town that you're to go east.
Yes, Montgomery the actor is about to become Montgomery the farmer. I'm going back to the farm for a spell.
Yes, you told us that some months ago, and you haven't reached there yet. I'm beginning to think that your back to the soil movement is just a fable.
At least it provides Bob with some swell stories about that neighbor of his back there, Zeb Davis.
Zeb is on the way to becoming a national character. What's he done lately, Bob?
Well, Zeb probably won't speak to me for telling this one on him, but here goes. Zeb has a wife who likes to keep him, well, shall we say, under control. Not long ago, she decided that Zeb ought to get a new car. Zeb couldn't quite figure that out because the one he had was only 11 years old. So he got a new car. Well, the Davises were having a little party one night when Mrs. D told Zeb to drive to town for some ice cream and to be very careful of the car. It's a 16-mile trip, and Zeb sort of hit her up on the way back. He was just about to turn up the road to the house when he stepped on the gas instead of the brake. He ran into a ditch, turned over a couple of times, and ended up with the car on top of him and the ice cream in his hand. A couple of the boys ran up and tried to pull him out, but Zeb was stuck. He didn't say a word until the boys started to get the car off him, and then he let loose. "Leave me alone," he hollered. "Leave me alone and get that ice cream home before it melts. There's enough trouble around here as it is."
Very good, Bob. I hope you'll find Zeb completely recovered and with a lot more stories.
As you said, Mr. DeMille, this was my first appearance here. But really, I felt quite at home because I'm well acquainted with the product behind this program. I'm happy to say that Lux Toilet Soap has been in my dressing room and in my home, too, for several years. I wouldn't be without it.
Thank you, Janet. And you too, Bob, for launching our program in such distinguished fashion.
Thank you,
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. DeMille. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. News of next week's thrilling show comes to you in just a moment from Mr. DeMille. Assisting in tonight's cast were Lou Merrill as Oliver Niles, Chester Clute as Pop, John Gibson as Danny McGuire, Margaret Brayton as Anita, Edwin Max as Master of Ceremonies, Forrest Taylor as Judge, Frank Nelson as Moon, Lucille Meredith as Maid, Grace Kern as a waitress, Myra Marsh as Miss Phillips, Sidney Newman as Director, James Eagles as Otto, Gil Patrick as Police Officer, and Ross Forrester as a photographer. Miss Gaynor and Miss Robeson appeared through courtesy of Selznick International Pictures, Mr. Montgomery, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, Mr. Stander, Columbia Pictures Corporation, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. And here is our producer.
Not because he happens to be the star of my new film, The Buccaneer. Not because he starred in two of our biggest successes last spring, but because he happens to be, on and off the screen, a citizen of whom Hollywood is most proud. It gives me particular pleasure to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theatre stars Frederick March. And with him, Florence Eldridge, who in private life is Mrs. March. Our play is from the stage and screen success, The Outsider. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, and an all-star Hollywood cast in The Outsider. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program was Afraid to Dream from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux Radio Radio Theatre presents Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our guests, Melvin Purvis, greatest G-man in history, and Carolyn Newell, showgirl. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To the visible audience with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, and to our unseen listeners the world over, greetings and good wishes from Lux. And now, a brief word to the ladies. Suppose you had spent millions of dollars just for clothes. Wouldn't it be logical for you to spare nothing to safeguard so huge an investment? Well, that's exactly the position motion pictures are in. Yet, go to all the leading studios here in Hollywood, and you'll find they use inexpensive Lux Flakes. Try a box tomorrow. Your clothes will wear longer and look newer when cared for in these gentle, marvelously effective flakes. And now, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play came out of the darkest chapter in the life of O. Henry. Under his real name, William Sidney Porter, O. Henry served a term in the Ohio State Penitentiary. While there, he met Jimmy Connors, a safecracker, who told the author the history of his life, which O. Henry wrote into a short story, and from this, Paul Armstrong fashioned our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine. Tonight's Jimmy Valentine, Pat O'Brien, made his debut on the stage as an angel in a Christmas pageant. A rather disastrous beginning because his wings kept falling off. Years later, Pat landed on Broadway and came to Hollywood as Hildy Johnson, the star reporter of the front page. Pat has remained a headliner ever since and is seen next in The Great O'Malley. Madge Evans made her screen debut at the age of 3. She has been chosen by 69 universities as the typical American college girl, but she never went to college. Madge, whose current picture is Piccadilly Jim, is heard tonight as Mary Lane. Besides Pat, there are 2 other Irishmen on our program. Alan Jenkins, heard as Red, and William Frawley as Doyle, the detective. And here goes the curtain as the Lux Radio Theatre presents Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien in the title role and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Our story begins behind the grim, forbidding walls of Sing Sing Prison, Ossining, New York. In the gray light of early morning, an endless line of men plods steadily through an endless corridor. Somewhere in that line is a quiet, easy-mannered young prisoner. Number 87403, serving a term for safecracking. As the men near the entrance to the jute mill, the guards keep careful watch.
Halt! Number 87403. Step out, 87403.
Here.
The warden wants to see you, Valentine. Go to his office.
Right away?
Right away.
Thanks.
Ready? Out! Oh, come in, Valentine.
Yes, sir. Guard said you wanted to see me.
Yes. I suppose you know what it's about.
Pardon?
It came through last night. You'll be leaving tomorrow.
Well, that's certainly good news.
3 years off. I told you to behave yourself in here.
Yes, sir.
It also pays to behave yourself when you're out.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do, Valentine?
Get a job, I hope.
A steady one?
If I can.
Good. I'm not going to give you the usual talk, Valentine. I don't think you need it. You're smart enough to know your way around, and nothing I can say is going to make much difference. Just remember that from now on, it's up to you. You can go straight, or you can crack a couple of safes and land back here with a second offender's sentence. Now, which is it going to be?
Oh, I'm going straight.
Sure of that?
Positive.
That'll be all. You can report to Wilson now over at the jute mill. Tell him I said you're to be off all duty today.
Thank you, sir.
See you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Well, Valentine?
Warden said to report to you I'm off duty today.
Oh, you're going to leave us, eh?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, take your last look at the jute mill.
Thanks. I've seen enough of it right now.
I just wanted you to remember what it's like so you won't be itching to get back.
Don't worry. I'll be hearing this noise in my sleep for the next 10 years. I'm going to get a job in a nice, quiet office where they even put silencers on the pencil sharpeners.
Well, lots of luck. Seem to know what it's all about, Valentine. You think you could hold down a job like this? Pretty important.
Well, I'd certainly like to try.
Well, I'm almost tempted to let you. Where'd you work last?
I haven't had a job for a long time, Mr. Nolan. You see...
Well?
I've been in prison.
Prison?
Yes, I thought I'd better tell the truth about it and maybe...
Prison? I'm afraid that killed your chances, Valentine.
Oh, but I'm straight now. If you only let me out...
I'm sorry. I appreciate your telling the truth, but we won't be able to take you on. Good morning.
Back today, Mr. Sharp. I thought it was all set.
Well, it was. But I've been doing a little investigating, Valentine. You're not the man for the job.
Oh, I get it.
Why didn't you tell me you'd served time?
Would it have made any difference?
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry, Valentine.
All right. Thanks, anyway. There must be some mistake. Mr. Woodley told me he was completely satisfied.
All I know is that he doesn't want to see you. You're to get your check from the cashier.
Fired, huh?
I'm afraid so. You see, there was a man in yesterday. A detective. And... well...
Sure, I know. Checking up on me. Okay. Give me a little time to clean up my desk.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you'll get another job, too.
Yeah. Maybe.
Was it black coffee you wanted, mister?
That's right.
Anything else? There's toast on the breakfast.
No, don't bother.
Yes, sir?
Hello, Valentine.
Huh? Well, if it isn't Mr. Doyle. How's the detective business, Doyle?
Fine. You mind if I sit down?
Suit yourself.
Thanks. I saw you come in here, Valentine, and thought I'd come over and pass the time of day.
Yeah, well, that's nice of you. What time is it?
Oh, still a smart guy, huh? I guess being in the big house ain't changed you any. Who sprung you?
I beg your pardon?
You know what I'm talking about. Who got you out of stir?
Oh, the governor. He pardoned me.
When?
About a month ago.
That's great.
Yeah, you don't seem very pleased, Doyle.
Why should I be? I had enough trouble putting you up there.
Sure you did on framed evidence.
What do you mean, framed evidence?
Just what I said. I didn't pull that bank job in Danville, and you know it, but you bribed a couple of double-crossing stool pigeons to swear they saw me in Danville the night the bank was cracked. You weren't smart enough to get me on your own, Doyle. You had to frame me.
Why, you cheap little crook. I ought to sock you right on the chin.
Oh, sure you ought to. But I wouldn't if I were you. You haven't got me in the jug now. I'm a decent, law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, well, you won't be for long. I'll slap a big stretch on you if I have to follow you to China.
Yeah, but you'll have to get something on me first.
I'll take care of that, mister. Wait till you pull your next job.
How do you know I'm going to pull one?
How do I know? I get you. You're going to hand me that line about going straight, huh? Well, I'd like to believe you, Valentine. I'd be the first guy to give you a break. But guys like you can't go straight. It's in your blood. You'll be cracking another safe inside of a month. And when you do, I'll be right behind you with a pair of bracelets.
All right, copper. But you get this. Until that time comes, I want you to lay off of me. Let me alone.
Oh, no. I'm going to keep my eye on you, Valentine. I'm going to watch every move you make.
Still, what a nice, pleasant guy you are. Man's got a swell chance to go straight with a flatfoot like you tailing him every minute. I've done my bit, haven't I?
Yeah, part of it.
What are you talking about? I just told you I was pardoned.
I wasn't thinking about the stretch you did for the Danville job.
Oh.
What I meant was that you never served a day for cracking that safe in Springfield.
Springfield?
Now, don't play innocent, Valentine. No one ever did find out who was responsible for that job. But we've been digging up a little more evidence lately, and it looks like you.
You're daffy. I was never in Springfield in my life.
Which Springfield?
No Springfield.
Wait a minute. I happen to know you were, see? In Springfield, Mass. You were there the same night the job was pulled.
Yeah, but you gotta prove that, mister.
Don't worry, I will. It may take a little time, a year, maybe 5 years. But as long as we're both alive, I'll be working on it. So long, Valentine. I'll see you in the DA's office.
Rat. Waitress,
Yes, sir?
give me a check, will you, please?
Okay. Orange juice and 2 cups of coffee. 35 cents.
All right. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy!
How are you, fella? Red.
Better than ever. Gee, it's good to see you, Jimmy.
Oh, and that goes double for you, kid.
You're looking swell. No fooling.
Well, I feel all right. I didn't think you were going to come, Red. I've been waiting inside all morning.
Yeah, the train was 2 hours late. I just got in about 15 minutes ago. Then I seen Flatfoot Doyle sitting with you, so I stayed out here.
Come on, we can't talk here. We'll go up to my place.
Sure.
Well, here we are, Red. Not much, but it'll do.
This place is okay. They like the old one, though.
No, the bankroll's not like the old one either. Sit down.
Yeah. Say, what did Doyle want with you anyway?
Doyle? Oh, nothing much, I guess. Just trying to put the screws on me, that's all.
He would.
Says he's got some new evidence about that Springfield business.
You don't think he has, do you?
No, I don't think so. Mostly bluff, I guess. Well, Red, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've been doing all right. Little jobs here and there out on the coast. Nothing much to speak of. I've been kind of waiting for you.
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. What was all that junk about you going straight?
What's that?
You know, all that stuff you wrote in the letter about getting a job and going straight.
Oh, yeah, that. Forget it, Red.
Sure. I knew you was only kidding.
You ever try to be honest, Red?
Oh, me? No.
No? Well, it's a pretty thankless job. I came out of stir a month ago with a mind all made up to go on the straight and narrow. I was going to look for a position, a steady one.
Doing what?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't care much what I did. I was in the jug. I worked in the jute mill in the morning and on the books in the afternoon, in the office. Taught me a lot about accounting. I thought maybe I could get something in that line.
Accounting, huh? Well,
I guess I should have known better. I haven't got a chance.
Yeah, jobs is kind of scarce.
No, Red, it isn't that so much. It's my record. My record and a couple of rats like Doyle. Keep hounding you every minute of the day, every day of the week.
Yeah, nice guys, them dicks.
Oh, it's not all of them, I guess. Most of the men on the force are all right. They got their jobs, and they do them just like you do yours. You'll always find a few that are looking for a soft job behind a desk, and they don't care how they get it. Fellas like Doyle. He's hounding me now for something that happened 3 years ago. I told him I wanted to go straight, but what difference did it make? He'd like to send me up for life. He's going to follow me all over the map till he does.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to blow this town on the first rattler I can get.
Where you going?
I don't know. Sticks, probably. Where nobody knows me. I'll change my name, keep on the move, and Doyle gets tired of looking for me.
Well, what name you going to use, Jimmy? I ought to know in case I want to reach you.
Randall. Lee Randall.
Randall, go on.
And I'm going to pull a job. Just one, Red. But it's going to be a pep.
Now you're talking.
I'll make enough in one haul to set me up for life. Catch the first boat for Europe and spend the rest of my days making mud pies on the French Riviera.
Swell. When do we leave for the States?
Me?
Sure. You ain't going to crack no safe without me, are you?
I'm afraid of that.
All tickets, please. Have your tickets ready. Tickets, mister.
Here you are. What time do we arrive in Glendale, Rebecca?
4:58.
Thank you.
Tickets, please. Where's your ticket, lady?
My ticket? Well, I've been waiting for you to come through the train, conductor. You see, I haven't got a ticket.
You got on at Warrenstown, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I'm going to Glendale.
Glendale. Let me see now. Warrenstown to Glendale. Now, that'll be $7.32.
Oh, but don't you see, well, I haven't any money either.
What's that?
No, I lost my purse just before I got on the train. I left it on the counter at the information booth, and my ticket was in it, and, well, I thought perhaps I could explain it to you, and...
I'm sorry, miss, but I don't know just what I can do about it.
Well, my mother's meeting me at the station in Glendale. She'll give you the money then.
Well, we changed conductors 4 stations this side of Glendale. I don't know.
Oh, conductor.
Yes, sir?
I'm getting off at Glendale. I'll pay the young lady's fare.
Oh, well, that'll be all right.
Oh, thank you, but I couldn't let you do that.
Please. It's quite all right. Your mother can pay me back when we arrive. See, I think you said 7:32, conductor?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. 7:32 and 8 is 7.50, and 50 is $8.
Thank you.
Tickets? Have your tickets.
That was awfully nice of you.
Oh, that's all right.
I feel like a perfect fool.
Well, I've been in the same boat myself. I'll probably be in it again sometime.
Well, I only hope you'll meet someone as kind-hearted as you've been to me.
Thanks.
I don't know what I would have done, really. I haven't a penny with me. You see, I'm not used to being away from home very much.
You live in Glendale?
Oh, yes, I've always lived there. That's where I was born. I suppose I ought to introduce myself. My name is Mary Lane.
Well, how do you do, Miss Lane? My name is Randall. Lee Randall.
How do you do? I'm awfully glad to meet you. I guess I ought to be. You're going to Glendale, too, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been there before?
No, this will be my first visit.
I thought so.
Why?
Well, I've never seen you before. It's a very small town, and, well, you get to know everybody. Do you expect to stay long?
Well, that depends.
Oh, this is just a business trip.
Yes, in a way. You see, I have no business. I am just sort of looking around.
You want to invest in something?
No, not exactly. I'm going to look for a job.
Well, why go to Glendale?
Well, I don't know. I just thought I might have more of a chance in a small town.
Oh, I see what you mean. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Randall?
Well, I'm an accountant.
An accountant? Where did you work last?
Last?
Yes.
Well, I worked for the state. Yes, state.
Oh, a government job.
Yes, you might call it that.
I hope you don't think I'm impertinent asking you questions like this.
Oh, not at all.
But you see, I have a reason. Well, when you said you were an accountant, I thought I might be able to help you.
Help me?
Oh, yes. Not directly, of course. But I think my father might be able to find you something. I'll speak to him tonight.
Oh, no, please, don't bother.
But I'd like to. You were so awfully nice to me, and I'd feel as though I were returning the favor. But at least I could introduce you to him, and even if he couldn't use you himself, it'd be a good contact for you. Well, he's rather a prominent person in Glendale.
Oh, yes?
He's the president of the Farmers Bank.
Oh, I see.
Why, what's the matter? Wouldn't you care to work in a bank, Mr. Randall?
Oh, yes. I think I'd feel right at home working in a bank.
Sit down, Mr. Randall. Sit down.
Thank you.
My daughter tells me that you're looking for a job.
That's right, Mr. Lane. I've been looking for one for quite some time.
You're an accountant, eh?
That's right.
Ever work in a bank?
No, I haven't.
Mary seems to think that I ought to put you on.
Yes, I know. She told me she was going to speak to you. I asked her not to bother.
You understand my position, Mr. Randall?
Why, of course I do. You don't know anything about me. That in itself would be enough reason for not giving me a job.
I'm glad you see it in that light.
Of course.
But on the other hand, the fact that I'm not acquainted with you is not evidence that you couldn't fill a position very satisfactorily. As a matter of fact, we need a teller right now. And I'm quite willing to see what I can do for you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
I suppose you have references?
Yes, I have. I brought them with me, if you'd like to look them over.
I'd like to, very much.
First one here is from the general manager of a firm I worked for several years ago. The Mohawk Lock Company.
Mohawk Lock? Don't believe I've ever heard of it. What sort of a firm was it?
A manufacturing company. They manufactured safes. I was with the Mohawk Company for about 2 years, and then I got an offer from another firm to watch Chicago. Hello? Long distance? You told me I was connected with New York, but... Oh, I am. Thank you. Hello? Hello, Red? This is Jimmy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm up in Glendale, Red. Glendale. And listen, Red, I landed a job. Where you hear? I'm a teller in a bank. Bank. B-A-N-K. Bank.
In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans. But first, we'll take you to a pleasant home on Outpost Drive, not far from Hollywood Boulevard. 8-year-old Catherine is holding a stepladder while her mother fixes a picture which hangs crooked.
Mommy, do you have to wear old stockings around the house?
These aren't old, dear. I just seem to be unlucky about always getting runs.
I saw a funny in the paper yesterday about cutting down runs.
Oh, there isn't anything you can do about it.
But, Mommy, I have the paper right here. It says washing stockings with Lux cuts down runs because it says Elas.
The word is elasticity, darling.
Well, if Lux says it, Mommy, why don't you try some?
Well, maybe I should. In fact, I will. Let you and I go to the store and get some.
When stockings go into runs too quickly, it's extravagant to throw them away, a nuisance to mend them, and untidy to wear them around the house. That's why more and more women are taking to Lux for stockings. Lux preserves the elasticity of the silk, so stockings give without breaking into runs so easily under sudden strain. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali tend to weaken elasticity. Lux has no harmful alkali, saves elasticity. Make a note to buy some Lux tomorrow. See how it cuts down your run. And once more, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our story, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. 6 months have passed. The little town of Glendale has gone peacefully on its way. For strangely enough, no burglar alarms have disturbed the quiet of the night, and the Farmers National Bank is still intact. We're in the living room of the Lane home, where Mary is carelessly turning over the pages of the town newspaper. Suddenly, she sees an interesting item in the social column and turns eagerly to her mother.
Look, Mother, it's in the Glendale News.
What, Mary?
About Lee. Listen, Mr. Lee Randall, a newcomer to Glendale, has been making quite a name for himself down at the Farmers Bank. We understand that Mr. Lane has given him 2 promotions within 6 months. More power to you, Mr. Randall. We are glad to have you in our midst. Isn't it marvelous, Mother?
Well, I should say so.
I wonder if Lee's seen it yet. I'll save it and show it to him when he comes.
You like Mr. Randall, don't you, Mary?
Why, yes. Everybody does.
Well, everybody isn't in love with him.
Mother.
Oh, you needn't be so shocked. You are in love with him, aren't you?
Well, yes, a little bit.
I knew you were. Does he care for you, Mary?
I think so. He hasn't said very much, but
he manages to give that impression.
Yes.
Well, if I must lose you, I can't think of anyone I'd rather lose you to.
Oh, Mother, you're sweet.
Mother!
Yes, Kitty?
Bobby's making noises in the door. I am not. He's frightening me, Mother.
Bobby, you stop that. I'll be up there in a minute if you don't.
I think that's a big scissors.
Oh, those children.
I'll take it, Mother.
Hello? Hello, Lee? Yes. How are you? What? Why, what's the matter? Oh, I see. Tomorrow night? All right. I'll wait for you to call.
Goodbye.
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, he can't come over tonight. He has to stay home and entertain.
Entertain?
Yes. An old friend of his just arrived in town. I think Lee said he was from New York.
What's it all about, Jimmy? What's eating you anyhow?
I don't know myself, Red.
Don't give me that. There's something wrong. Here, I've been waiting to hear from you for the last 6 months.
I wrote to you, didn't I?
Yeah, nice little friendly letters about the weather up here and what a nice little town it is and whose pig had puppies. But nothing about pulling off the job. Not a word about cracking the bank.
What bank?
The Farmers National Bank.
I never said I was going to pull a job there.
Sure you did.
I did not. I told you I was working there, that's all.
Well, for crying out loud, ain't that why you took the job, so you could crack the vault?
No, maybe. But I changed my mind.
Well, now, ain't that noble? Wait a second. Is there a dame mixed up in this someplace?
Well,
is there?
Yes, but she's not a dame, Red. She's a girl.
I knew it. Whenever a guy starts calling a dame a girl, you can expect trouble. You ain't thinking of getting married to her.
Well, I'd like to someday.
You know, I think this country air is going to your head. Have you thought about Doyle?
What about him?
Suppose he catches up with you. He'd follow you to the South Pole if he thought he could hook the bracelets on you.
What for?
For that Springfield job. What do you think? He might have the evidence right now.
I'm not worried about the Springfield job.
Oh, no?
No. I got an alibi, Red. I've been working on it for the last 3 months, and it's a beaut.
All right, so you got an alibi. So what? Even if Doyle swallows it, you'll be in the soup anyway.
You mean he'll tell everyone about my record?
Sure. And I guess that'd be kind of a surprise to that dame. I mean, that girl of yours.
Well, it's a chance I'll have to take, Red. There's one thing I'm sure of. I'm staying here, and I'm staying straight.
And what about those mud pies on the French Riviera? That's out, huh?
Yeah, Red. That's out.
To me, it's very discouraging, Jimmy. Here you are, the best cracksman in the business, the only guy in the world who can open a safe without using tools and nitro, and you're throwing away your whole future for a skirt.
I'm not throwing it away, Red. I'm making it.
I don't suppose there's nothing I can say to.
Change my mind? No. No, I got my chance now, Red. I'm not going to muff it.
Well, I guess that's that. I feel kind of bad, Jimmy. I mean, well, we've been pals for a long time.
Oh, well, gee, kid, can't we still be pals?
Yeah, a banker and a crook. That'll make a swell combination.
Well, wouldn't have to be a crook, Red.
What?
You could go straight, too.
Nothing doing. I ain't gonna slave my life away in no regular job. 8 hours a day for chicken feed? Oh, no.
Oh, you've got the wrong idea, Red. You think a regular job is dull, uninteresting. Well, it isn't. There's a big kick in it.
Not for me, there wouldn't be.
Of course there would. I used to think exactly the same as you do, but look at me now.
Yeah, look at you now. A softy.
Well, all right. But I'm happy. Red, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Why don't you take a word at it, kid? I can get you a job up here.
In Glendale?
Sure, be right near each other. What do you say?
I don't know, Jimmy. There ain't nothing I can do anyhow.
If I sign something you can do, will you take it?
Well...
Will you, yes or no?
All right.
Swell.
But get this. I ain't doing it because I want to go straight, see? I'm doing it because you're asking me.
All right, then be tough.
You said it. Now, what do I do?
Well, if a fella's made up his mind to go straight, there's only one thing to do. Expose him to temptation right off the bat. And if he pulls through, he's all right.
Okay, spill it. What's the job?
Red, I'm going to make you a night watchman in the Farmers National Bank. Hello. Randall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Williams. Well, you see, I just got to the office. I haven't had time to check on that yet. Suppose you drop in and see me this afternoon. All right. Bye.
Good morning, boss.
Hello, Red. Come on in. How's the night watchman?
I'm all right. Kind of tired, though.
Well, say, you ought to be. If you weren't, it might be a bad sign.
Hey, I ain't sleeping on the job, believe me.
What are you doing around here this time of the morning? You ought to be home in bed.
Yeah, but they're just finishing a new vault. I've been helping them put it in. You seen it yet?
No, only the blueprints. I hear it's a neat job.
It's a pip. Moves like clockwork and safe. Say, I couldn't open that vault inside of a month.
Well, see that you don't try, mister.
Oh, don't worry. I'm satisfied.
No kid. Now you're Red on the level.
Yep. It's funny, ain't it? Sometimes I don't think I'm the same guy.
Yeah, a couple of years can make a big difference.
I'll say. Look at you. Assistant cashier and all set to marry the boss's daughter.
No, she's a great girl, Red.
You're telling me?
Hello. Oh, yes. Tell him I'll be out there in a couple of minutes.
May I come in?
Mary. How are you?
I just stopped by with Kitty and Bobby. They wanted to see Father. Hello, Mr. Davis.
Morning, Miss Lane.
I see they have the new vault in already.
Yeah, I was just telling Mr. Randall about it.
Father's out there now, giving it the once-over.
Yeah? Well, I'll ankle out and see if there's something I can do. Excuse me.
Well, how are you, darling?
All right.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
Think you deserve one?
What do you think? Oh, gee, I'm crazy about you, Mary.
Are you? I love you, too.
You know, honey, I can't wait for next month to roll around. Wonder what it's going to feel like, waiting up there at the altar while you come walking down the aisle.
Stumbling down the aisle. I'll probably be so nervous I won't be able to stand. Look, I've been shopping this morning.
Good. What'd you get?
Wait till you see. There. How do you like it?
Say, that's swell. It's beautiful. What is it?
It's material for curtains.
I thought it was the bridal veil.
It has so, Bobby. It has not. It has so. I tell you, it has not.
Kitty, Bobby, what's the matter?
She says the new vault has a radio in it.
A radio?
Yes, it has, Mary. It has a round thing with numbers. She means a dial on the outside. Isn't that a radio? Isn't it, Mr. Randall?
Well, no, Kitty. I'm afraid it isn't, but I'll have one put in if you like it.
There you are, Smarty.
Bobby, behave yourself. I'm going in to see Father, and if you don't stop acting like a young hoodlum, I'll tell him.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, see that you don't.
Wait a second, Mary. I'll go with you. I want to speak to the teller a minute.
Bobby. What? Want to play something? No. Oh, Bobby, come on. Play something with me. Well, all right. We'll play banker. I'll be Father and you be somebody that wants to borrow money. No, I don't want to play that. Let's play elephant. You can be the elephant. No, I'm going to be a banker.
Sit down, madam.
Why? Don't ask questions. Sit down. All right.
I understand you wish a loan, madam.
Uh-huh.
Well, I thought so. Now, how much?
How much can I get?
No, you say a whole lot at first.
$50,000.
That's a great deal of money, madam.
Well, that's the most I could think of.
Don't talk that way. You'll be put out for saying things like that. I suppose you've got some kind of security, madam.
Well, I don't know.
Sure you have. You got a farm, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I got a farm.
Well, how large a farm?
A big one.
Well, that's good. Now, what grows on this farm?
Potatoes.
Anything else?
Potatoes and vegetables.
That's silly. Potatoes are vegetables, too.
They are not.
They are, too.
I'm going to ask Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall! Go ahead and ask him. You'll see. Mr. Randall! Oh, Mr. Randall!
Oh, I told him I'd see him this afternoon, Smith. You better let me take care of him.
Yes, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Randall!
That'll be all, Smith.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Randall, go ahead and ask him. Ask him.
Say now, what's going on here? Another argument?
Bobby says potatoes are vegetables.
Sure they are.
Are they, Mr. Randall?
Well, now, Kitty, that's a question that requires a lot of thought.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Fred?
I gotta speak to you right away. Get rid of them kids.
All right. Now, listen, you youngsters. Run out and play, will you?
Sure. Come on, Kitty. I'll show you the new ball. Bye, Mr. Randall. Bye.
All right, Red, what's the excitement?
Come into the office, quick. I gotta speak to you.
Well, what's the matter?
Plenty. Doyle's here.
What?
Doyle, that copper. He's here.
Where?
In Mr. Lane's office. I seen him go in.
Holy...
He's after you, Jimmy. Sure he's shooting.
It's about the Springfield job. He said he was digging up new evidence.
He must have found it. Come on, Jimmy. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. Does he know you?
I don't think so.
All right, then sit tight. I'll handle Doyle.
What do you mean?
Just keep quiet and let me do the talking. I'm going to alibi that guy till he's dizzy.
Alibi?
Listen, you get this. I'm not Jimmy Valentine, Red. I never heard of him. I've been straight all my life, and I can prove it.
What are you talking about?
Come here. Let's see. Where is that? Oh, yes. Here we are. Here. See this book?
Yeah?
It's a scrapbook full of newspaper clippings. Every clipping is about Lee Randall.
Lee Randall? That's you.
Sure, but it was also my cousin.
You had a cousin by that name?
That's right. He lived in San Francisco. Went to Alaska a couple of years ago, never came back. This was his book of newspaper clippings. Here, read this one.
San Francisco News, January 12th, 1929. Lee Randall, principal speaker at Club Banquet.
Take another look at that date line, Red.
January 12th.
Mean anything to you?
No.
No? Well, the Springfield job was pulled on January the 11th.
I get it. Oh, wait a minute. You could have grabbed the plane, couldn't you?
No, I checked on that, too. They didn't have 24-hour service in 1929.
That sounds good. But listen, Jimmy. Doyle knows you. He ain't gonna let you walk out under his nose just because you got some newspaper clippings.
Oh, I got more than clippings. Got a picture. Here. Look at this. Group picture of the banquet. The date on it. And my face right in the front row.
Holy gee, it is you. I don't get this, Jimmy.
Cinch. Had a photographer do a double negative job for me. Took out one of the other faces and put mine in its place. Fred, I've been waiting for this day. Hoping it would never come, but waiting for it just the same. I've been going straight now for almost 3 years. I got a chance to marry the swellest girl in the world. And I'm not going to let anything slip.
But can you get away with it? Will Doyle swallow that stuff?
He's got to.
Yeah, but if he don't, what do you do then?
I do 10 more years in the jute mill.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, and our all-star cast resume the events of Alias Jimmy Valentine in a few moments. The girl we hear next never made the headlines, but she's an important part of Hollywood, the chorus girl. As captain of a group of Hollywood's fairest, all 12 of whom are in the audience tonight, she leaves this week on an airplane tour to exploit Warner Brothers' musical Gold Diggers of 1937. If you want to meet a screen showgirl, here's your chance. She's not only blonde, beautiful, shapely, but I understand capable of completing a whole sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carolyn Newell.
Oh, hello, Mr. DeMille. Gee, you're cute.
Well, you're not so bad. We're on the air, Miss Newell.
Oh, just like a radio program?
Practically the same.
And everybody hears whatever I say?
Yes, they do.
Oh, goody. Hello, Jack. Hello, Mortimer.
Just a
hello,
minute.
Mr. Jacoby.
Just
hello,
a minute.
Hello.
Don't say anything until I ask you a question. Then talk straight into this. This is a microphone, Miss Newell, see? Microphone.
But of course, an apparatus for converting audio energy into electrical energy. Anybody knows that.
Upon my word.
Microphone, it comes from the Greek word micros, meaning small.
Oh, you know a little Greek?
Not anymore. I haven't seen him in years. Oh, Nicholas.
Miss Newell, you're quite an enigma.
Oh, and I like you, too.
What I'm struggling to determine is how you got into pictures.
Well, when I was in high school...
You were in high school?
I'll thank you for not interrupting me, sir.
But how did you get into pictures?
Well, a Spanish boy I knew taught me to speak Spanish, and I got a job in a foreign language studio. After that, I was with Gene Harlow's stand-in at Metro, and then I went to Warner Brothers.
Are all showgirls like you, are they?
Miss DeMille, you say the nicest things.
Oh, well. What are your latest pictures?
Stage Struck, Cain and Mabel, and now Gold Diggers.
Do you smoke or drink?
Thanks, but hadn't we better wait till we're through?
What's a showgirl's idea of marriage?
Well, it's like this. If a man came along with plenty of money, I think most of us would like to get married, providing we fell in love. That's important, too. But personally, if a man without money wanted to marry, I don't think it would be fair to either of us. You see, showgirls are really too independent.
I'm afraid
Right.
I'm afraid that the pilot of that plane is going to find himself in a spin with all you gold diggers aboard. Do you like the idea of flying?
Swell. The only trouble is that with 12 of us in one plane, there won't be much room left for clothes. But we know how to get around that.
How?
Did you ever hear of Lux Flakes?
Well, sounds familiar.
They solve our problem. Each night when we stop off at a hotel, we do a little washing with Lux Flakes. We use Lux all the time at the studio for our sweaters and costumes. And we use it on our trip, not only for convenience, but because we want to look our best always. You ought to try it sometime.
I will. It sounds like lots of fun.
Yes, indeed, Mr. DeMille. This has been lots of fun. If I haven't given the audience a very concrete idea of what a Hollywood showgirl is really like, maybe it's because we're actually no different than other girls. No smarter and, well, I guess no dumber. Just trying to make good and waiting for the right man. Thanks loads and good night.
Good night, Miss Newell. Back to our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. It's just a few minutes since Jimmy learned that Doyle was in the bank looking for him. Alone in his office, Jimmy is pacing the floor nervously. The door opens, and Mary enters hurriedly.
Lee.
Yes, Mary?
Lee, I just came from Father's office. There's a man there, a detective. He's been asking Father a lot of questions about you.
About me? Well?
He says you're not Lee Randall. He says your name is Jimmy Valentine.
Valentine?
Lee, what's wrong? What's it all about? I'm frightened.
Well, take it easy, Mary. Everything will be all right.
But he's going to arrest you. He said so. I sneaked out of the office to warn you. Lee, he...
I tell you, Mr. Doyle, this is ridiculous.
Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't.
Lee.
Yes, Mr. Lane?
This man has just been asking me some questions about you. He's a detective.
Oh, yes?
Says his name is Doyle.
That's all right, Mr. Lane. You don't need an introduction to me, do you, Valentine?
Valentine? My name is Randall.
Oh, come on. I wasn't born yesterday. I know your face like I know my own.
Mr. Doyle, you're making a mistake.
No, I ain't. He's Jimmy Valentine, wanted in the state of Massachusetts for cracking a safe in Springfield. I got all the evidence I need.
Maybe you have, but you've got the wrong man.
Of course you have. This is preposterous.
Now listen to me, all of you. I came all the way up here to put the bracelets on this bird, and I'm going to do it, see? Now, do you come peacefully, Valentine, or do I have to use force?
Oh, I wouldn't try that if I were you. You've evidently mistaken me for someone else.
No, I told you to can that stuff.
Why should I? I think I'm entitled to a chance to prove to you that I'm really Lee Randall.
Never mind that. How about proving you're not Jimmy Valentine?
He doesn't have to.
That's right, Mr. Lane. The burden of proof rests upon Mr. Doyle. He has to show beyond a reasonable doubt that I am Jimmy Valentine.
I'll do that when the right time comes.
Why don't you do it now?
All right, lady. Well, Valentine, suppose you tell us where you've been for the last 6 years or so.
No, of course my name is Randall, but I don't mind answering your question. I came to Glendale 3 years ago. Before that, I spent the rest of my life in San Francisco.
You weren't doing a stretch about 3.5 years ago?
Of course not.
And I suppose you weren't in Springfield either on the night of January 11th, 1929.
I've answered that question. I was in San Francisco.
All right. Maybe you can prove that.
Yes, I think I can.
How?
Well, I don't know exactly, but... Wait a minute. I can prove it. Look. You see this scrapbook?
Well?
It's full of clippings about me. Let's see now. Maybe I can find something here. Sure, here we are. I think you said I was in prison 3.5 years ago. That would be 1932, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this ought to be close enough. Look. San Francisco Times, February 22nd, 1932. There's a list of names of people who attended the holiday ball. You'll find mine at the bottom. See it? See it? Lee Randall.
Yeah, I see it.
So you see, I was there all right. Well, now maybe I can find something around another time. 1929. January. No. But I can't get the exact date. Wait a minute. Wait, here. You said January 11th, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a clipping from the 12th. I made a speech at a club banquet. There's a picture, too. Not in the paper, of course, but you can see it must have been the same banquet. The photographer even dated it. Let's see. Where am I in this? There I am, right in the front row.
Let me see. Well, I'll be...
Well, I guess that settles it, Mr. Doyle.
You certainly don't want any more proof, do you?
I don't know. I don't understand this.
Why not? It's very simple.
Yeah, that's just it. You know, you look enough like Valentine to be his twin brother.
It's a good thing I'm not. You seem pretty intent on catching up with him.
I've been after him for almost 3 years.
You must want him pretty badly.
Yeah. You see, he's the only man in the country who can open a safe by the sense of touch.
By the sense of touch? Impossible.
Not for him, it ain't. He rubs his fingers with sandpaper, see?
Sandpaper? Ooh.
Yeah. Scrapes the skin clean off them so they'll be more sensitive.
How terrible.
You don't really believe that, do you, Mr. Doyle?
Sure I do. Why not?
Well, I don't believe that any man could have so delicate a sense of touch.
Well, he has. And it's been the ambition of my life to see him work, to catch him with the goods.
Well, for the sake of the community, I hope you do.
Thanks.
What's that? Listen.
It's out near the cave.
Mr. Lane.
Hey, Red, what's the matter out there?
Something awful has happened.
What?
It's Kitty.
Kitty? What's the matter with her?
Talk up, man. What's happened? She's locked in the vault.
What did you say?
She's in a new vault. She's locked in there.
Locked in the vault?
Quiet, Mary.
How did it happen? Bobby, they were playing and he closed the door on her. My baby, oh, God.
Take it easy, Mr. Lane. Where's the combination?
They haven't sent the combination yet. Nobody knows it.
Oh, Bobby.
Now, quiet, Mary, please.
I'm going out to the vault.
Stay where you are, Mr. Lane.
But she's locked in there.
You can't do her any good. Red, go out and clear the bank.
Okay, Mr. Randall.
Now, sit down, Mary, please, and be quiet.
Randall, what are you doing?
Hello, Miss Simpson. Give me the Globe Saving Vault Company right away. Might know the combination at the office.
Do you think so, Lee?
Take a chance.
How big is the vault she's in, Mr. Lane?
Oh, it's very small. It's full of safety boxes. Clear up to the ceiling.
That's not so good.
Why? What do you mean?
Shut up, Doyle. Well, Red.
They're clearing the bank. Peter's the attendant to it.
All right, sit tight for a minute. Here we are. Hello. Globe? Randall speaking. Farmers National Bank, Glendale. Listen, I've got to have the combination of that new vault right away. Yes, the new vault. What? Where is it? Oh, let's see. Oh,
Lee, what did they say?
they can't get it.
What?
Only one man in the office knows what the combination is. He's out for the day.
Good God.
What are we going to do?
There must be somebody who can open it. There must be somebody.
There's only one person I could think of. Jimmy Valentine. Too bad he ain't here now. Eh, Randall?
Shut up, will you?
She can't last much longer. There's not enough air. She's suffocating.
Oh, Father.
Oh, don't, Mary. We'll get her out of there.
But how? How, Lee?
I know a way. It's an awfully hard way for me, but I'll get her out.
Lee.
How you gonna do it, Mr. Randall?
Stick around, Doyle, and watch. Red.
Yeah?
Red, go down to the workshop and bring me back 4 sheets of rough sandpaper.
Sandpaper? Well, that's a coincidence.
Mary, you must be quiet. You can't work if you do that.
Yes, Father.
How's it going?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Can't feel. Give me that sandpaper, baby.
Hey. You think I've done enough of that?
Shut up and let me alone.
You please.
So what? Don't talk, I tell you. I heard it. Oh, missed it again. Fell it that time. I felt the door lift. There it is. 21, right. Remember that. Give me that paper.
Be quiet, miss. It's the only way you can work.
52 left.
52 left.
I'll get in there. I can feel every jar of it. How many volts has the door got, Red?
12.
12? We are again. This is 11. I think I know this rotation.
Oh,
right.
Well, are you getting it?
In a minute, mister.
What's that?
Stop it, kid. Stop it.
Don't waste your lungs, Red. Keep your nerve. 42. That's what it ought to be. Now. 1. It's your rotation, all right. 10 off the first. On 2, 3, and back. Now. 1 more, Red.
Stop shooting.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here it is.
Look open. Get that door open. Here it comes.
Kitty! Kitty!
Here she is on the floor.
Give it to me. She's dead.
No, she's breathing. She'll be all right. Get her down to the doctor now. Quick.
Someone come with me.
Red, I'll carry her.
Let me see. Don't worry. She'll be all right.
Oh, Lee. Look at your poor fingers.
Huh? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're all right.
That was a neat job opening that safe.
Yeah, wasn't it? Guess you win after all, Doyle. I'm ready to go with you.
Go where?
Massachusetts.
Oh, no. I ain't going to Massachusetts. I ain't going any place in particular, and neither are you. She needs you more than the state of Massachusetts.
What do you mean?
I mean that you were right, see? I made a big mistake a few minutes ago. I thought you were Jimmy Valentine. Ain't that a riot? Well, I guess I'll run along. I don't suppose we'll ever meet again, Mr. Randall. So I'll say goodbye for good. But wait a minute. Just to retain your respect, Jimmy, don't think I fell for that double negative photograph. So long.
Well.
He's gone.
Yes. He knows who I am, Mary. So do you.
Yes, darling. Your name is Lee Randall.
Alias Jimmy Valentine.
Lee Randall. And we're going to be married next month.
You mean that?
Oh, you know I do.
Gee, that's funny. I told Red once I was going to crack one more safe. I guess that was it.
Jimmy Valentine's last job is finished, but not Pat O'Brien's. With Madge Evans, he returns shortly to the microphone. In the annals of law enforcement, no name struck greater fear in the hearts of criminals, or will be remembered by this nation with greater gratitude than that of Melvin Purvis. Mr. Purvis received his law degree from the University of his native South Carolina and practiced law before entering the Department of Justice. Though he was less than 5 feet 9 inches in height and weighed not quite 130 pounds, he became head of the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the powerful organization which waged a relentless battle against such wanton outlaws as Pretty Boy Floyd, Babyface Nelson, Vern Miller, the Toohey, Carpus, and Barker gangs, Vern Sankey, and John Dillinger. Today, Mr. Purvis is an attorney in San Francisco, as quiet and soft-spoken as when he proceeded to rid the country of its public enemies. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Melvin Purvis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've listened with interest to the story of the safecracker, Jimmy Valentine. Few of Jimmy Valentine's kind are left, but I remember one I met while running down a lead on John Dillinger. He had only the greatest scorn for bank robbers of today. Their greed for large hauls, their quickness on the trigger, and their wanton murders of innocent people thoroughly disgusted him.
Is it true that during the past several months, crime has been at a fortunate ebb?
Yes, but it must be emphasized that whatever gains law and order have attained over organized crime will be turned into disastrous defeat if any apathy is shown now by the public or by law enforcement officials. The last few years have demonstrated that crime can be successfully fought if intelligently fought.
Do you agree, Mr. Purvis, with those who think an American Scotland Yard would hold crime in greater check?
No, Mr. DeMille. Scotland Yard, although a highly efficient organization and one for which I have the utmost respect, is really nothing more than the Metropolitan Police Force of London. In 1935, there were 28 murders in Scotland Yard's territory. In the same year, 375 murders were committed in New York and 1,630 in Memphis, Tennessee. In other words, the Yard has never had to combat problems like ours.
And what do you suggest as a means of halting crime?
First, it is the duty of Americans to see that the youth of our country is properly trained by giving more time and money to organizations that take boys off the street and out of dives. Second, modernization of local and state police. This can be done by giving our police at least as good equipment as the criminals have, by rewarding merit and weeding out incompetency. Third, our prison system must be improved. Few men emerge from prison without a PhD in crime, and few fail to put this newly acquired knowledge into practice. Until prisoners are properly segregated in jail, until our parole and prison systems work hand in hand, the penitentiary will remain little more than a breeding place for more crime. Fourth, the public must cooperate with law enforcement officials at all times. Citizens who pay tribute to racketeering thugs only tie the noose more tightly around their own necks. These, ladies and gentlemen, are problems which must be solved, and while the country has a breathing spell, is the time to do something about solving them. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, not only for your courtesy, but for the many hours of excellent entertainment provided by the Lux Radio Theatre. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Purvis. And now, let's get our Irish up and bring Pat O'Brien back to the microphone with Madge Evans.
I guess there'll be no holding Pat, Mr. DeMille, since you told us the real Jimmy Valentine was named Connors, another Irishman.
Oh, I knew that all the time.
Speaking of the Fighting Irish, Pat, how did it happen that you played football for Marquette instead of Notre Dame?
Well, I'll tell you, after the one game I was in against the Fighting Irish, most people thought I did play for Notre Dame.
Why, I understood you ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
No, that was just the dream of a publicity man, Madge. To tell the truth, they carried me off after the first few plays. Took Marquette several years to climb back from where I left them, but look at them now. Unbeaten and untied, and how many of those are there?
It looks like Marquette for the Rose Bowl, Pat. Maybe.
They're practically on the field now. Yes, sir, I'm so happy I could sing.
I dare you to.
Oh, well, there are people listening.
I've never known an Irishman who wouldn't take a dare.
Well, what can a man do?
Well, Mr. O'Brien, what will it be?
Well, all right, then. I'll sing the Charlady's Ball. You asked for it, and you're going to get it. At the Charlady's Ball, people said one and all, you're the belle of the ball, Mrs. Mulligan. We'd 1 steps and 2 steps, and the devil knows what new steps. We swore that we'd never be dull again, bedad. We had wine, porter, and Jameson. We'd cocktails and cocoa and all. We'd rumbas and tangos, half steps and fandangos. The night that we danced at the Charlady's Ball. I made it. Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Never dare an Irishman.
It was lovely, Pat. But before someone dares me to sing, I want to congratulate Lux for making Monday night my favorite evening at the radio, and to say good night.
Good night, Madge.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And listen, if you ever have any consideration for your audience, never let an actor sing again. Good night, Mr.
Good night, me bye.
Thank you, Miss Evans and Mr. O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Next week's program will be announced shortly by Mr. DeMille. Mr. O'Brien, Miss Newell, and Mr. Jenkins appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Miss Evans, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. DeMille and Mr. Frawley, Paramount. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for the new film, Lloyd's of London. 4.5-year-old Joan Field, who plays the part of Kitty, appeared through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, her discoverer. And now, Mr. DeMille.
I look forward to next Monday night as a highlight in the history of the Lux Radio Theatre. The event will be the presentation of Noel Coward's delightful romance, Conversation Piece, a musical and dramatic play which takes place in France and England during the Napoleonic era. Our stars, Miss Lily Pons of the Metropolitan Opera and Mr. Adolphe Mongeau. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre brings you Lily Pons and Adolphe Mongeau in Conversation Piece. Before closing, may I call your attention to the annual membership drive of the American Red Cross. Had it not been for this great Legion of Mercy, 131,000 families throughout the United States would be facing a tragic future today. The Red Cross has rebuilt and repaired homes, provided food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention for the victims of 105 disasters this year. Millions of Americans are enrolling in the Red Cross in order that its service may continue. Won't you please share in the Red Cross work? Contribute your dollar and enroll now through your local chapter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.